If you open up the video on like your phone and just mute it, you can see it, or just well, you have a PC, so you'll be fine. Yeah, yep, and then you just mute it so we can't hear it, and then hello friends, can you guys hear us? I can hear Matt. What about Devin? Let me why does it always do this? This is that new app, and it's a little bit of a bastard. Let's try this, guys. How about this?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can see the EQ moving now.
How about now?
I can see it moving. We'll just wait. There's a delay. We'll see if people... There it is. Yep, we're good now.
Yay.
Yep.
Okay.
We're good. Okay, guys.
Sweet.
This is Devin, and that's as far as I need to introduce him at this point.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, you're the owner-operator of HCR, and you wire race cars, and you race your car, and you talk shit on the internet.
Hey, I don't talk shit on the internet.
I do. I'm the worst. I'm the worst out of everybody. I'll admit.
I don't anymore. I've turned a new leaf. I got away from talking shit on the internet.
You're a reformed Christian now.
Yeah, I found happiness in ignoring everything.
Yes.
So, it's a lot better that way. So, I don't get sucked into some of those terrible conversations anymore.
Devin, I plugged in my Dominator. Why isn't it fast yet?
Did you try turning it off and turning it back on? That's usually the fix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that this is not a podcast of why doesn't this work? I need to do this, or please, how do I fix that?
Yeah, of course. No, we're gonna ignore all those people.
Okay. I'm good at that. That's Laura that's walking behind me back and forth.
Hi, Laura.
And I believe that she's pacing back and forth because she knows how pissed off I am because I haven't eaten yet because she didn't order food.
Oh, no.
Because she didn't order food until late. And, yeah. So that's your problem, not mine. Okay. Well,
he's about to make it everyone's problem.
Yeah. So, what you want to talk about?
Well, I would say recent events would be a good one, like the sick week.
Okay, cool.
I'll say that you won the 235 class.
Yeah. Yep. Where do you want me to start? You want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. So we went to sick week in 2022 and had a catastrophic engine failure. I really don't want to be, I'm not trying to blast anybody or anything, but the old engine builder failed to do a few things that are kind of like really important, and it blew up on 1.5 passes. And it was an engine that ran fantastic for years, and I just brought it to them and had it refreshed. They put new rods, a crank, and a few other things and whatnot. And anyway, we failed pretty miserably. So that turned into a year-long bane of my existence.
Understood. Rightfully so.
It ate at me so bad. It pissed me off so bad that I said that there is no way that that's ever going to happen again. Because that's, if anybody knows me, they know that I cross my T's, I dot my I's, I cover every basis possible, and I make sure that we don't have dumb stuff like that happen. And it was out of my control, but it is what it is. So I said it's not going to happen again. So switched engine builders. I deal with Par Racing Engines in Spartanburg, South Carolina. He's fantastic and very, very reasonably priced. He's a big block Chevrolet man, so he fixed my small block Ford. While they were fixing it, I got pushed into a big block Chevrolet. But I mean, it wasn't like, I wasn't that mad about it.
It's what he
Um,
could get you on time, right?
well, it wasn't even that because my small block Ford was done before the big block Chevrolet was built.
Oh.
It was kind of like a couple things kind of fell in line. Um, a couple friends were like, "Dude, you're racing in this drag and drive stuff. They allow big block Chevrolets in all these classes. Just and like they've said, like my buddies told me, like you don't care about any of this other shootout racing anymore with your own car. Like, so just do whatever you want." And I was
Oh,
like,
were
"No,
there
that's
Ford
true."
only rules or something for the other things that you did?
No, 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 no. It was small block only. Like
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. So instead of just trying to race against a bunch of big block cars with a small block, I was like, well, why don't I just kind of join them? Then one of my customers called me while they were fixing my small block Ford before I decided on a big block Chevrolet. Called me and said, I got a guy who wants to buy everything out of your car from the firewall forward. And I was like, well, all right, I guess that kind of just made life a little easier to pull the trigger on switching platforms. So sold it, and in fact, I still have my small block Ford sitting here. It just hasn't, whatever. So, and then they built me a 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet,
Huh.
and it was a good move. If anybody's watching and is interested in building the same engine combo that I have, I can tell you that without an intake manifold, it was right around 30 grand.
Hmm.
Um, it's a lot of money, but when you compare it to the roughly 65,000 I had invested into the small block Ford, it's peanuts, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So, um, but anyway, slammed it together, got it up and running, tested a handful of times. I don't like quarter mile racing. I think it's kind of gay, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree anymore because it's running what it's gonna run. It's a math situation out the back.
right.
And it's just
There's
making the cars more dangerous out the back.
right. Like we've been 218 or something in the quarter with my car, and it's got a cloth roof, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like, so it's kind of sketchy.
Yes.
Um,
Well, you
and
also
anytime,
went like 178 in the eighth, right?
yeah, we've been once. Well, on 275s, we've been 180 something in the eighth, 181 maybe,
Or was it
182.
168 this year?
Oh no, no, we went 171 on 235s.
Yeah, yeah, I knew it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
168 or one low 170s.
yeah. Yeah, that was on the little 26 by 8.5. Um, so we
Oh, they
decided.
said I had an echo. I muted my other thing. Hopefully I fixed it. Sorry, guys.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Well, I'm messing
Uh,
with my shit again. I should
of
leave
course you
it.
are. Just leave it alone.
I know.
Uh, so, anyways, we got in a sick week, and they announced that they were going to be doing this rowdy radio class, which is 235s and eighth mile. So I was like, oh, it's eighth mile. I didn't really care what the other rules were. I was just like, good, it's an eighth mile class, you know.
Yeah.
So uh, we swapped over to that class on registration day. Well, I sent an email first, but they said just do it on registration day. So we swapped over to that class, and all I cared about doing in that event was surviving. That's all that mattered to me. That's all that was important to me.
I would say most
Um,
people don't survive, so that's an excellent goal.
yeah, especially with the faster stuff. You know what I mean? Like if you take like a mostly stock car to that stuff, you got a pretty good chance of survival. At least you should. Um, so when Jordan and I got down to Florida, on our way down there, we were talking. I said, "Listen, all that matters is we pull back in through the friggin' gates on Friday. Like that's it. Like under our own power, we got to just pull back in." So we on day zero we left a soft tune up in it and went at 469. Uh, Unbeknownst to me, um, that kind of like lit the like drag and drive community on fire. I didn't know. I was like, man, it's soft. It went like 130, 60 foot and just kind of
Well, I
cruised.
watched it like walk out like my Fairmont, and then it's like hits a warp drive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the tune up for it is so funny. Like um, we leave on 0 pounds of dome pressure and 3,500 RPM, and we hold 0 pounds of dome pressure for the first 1.2 seconds, and then we ramp to 15 pounds of dome pressure at 3.0 into the run.
Huh.
So it's like the laziest you could make you know what I mean? Like you can't make it any lazier.
Yeah.
And it'll go. what it was. The only tune-up changes we made all week was like Jordan would just occasionally just grab the scramble button, which would add 5 pounds.
Huh.
So like if he felt like it was pretty good through the 60 foot, he's like, all right, I'll grab this, and and it hits an extra 5 pounds of dome pressure.
Yeah,
Um,
nothing crazy. Five
Nothing at
dome
all,
is,
right?
yeah, probably adds three
Nothing.
pounds.
Oh no, on this combo it adds about 7.5, 8. So, um, but yeah, so we made the first test hit, and I said, okay, it's good enough. To be honest with you, I was kind of concerned that we were going to be able to keep up. You know what I mean? Like, because
Well, I
I
would
wanted to
say
play
most
conservative.
people don't make it, so just hitting a 20-second slip at every track puts you fairly high.
Right. Well, Jordan and I talked about it. Like we're both pretty competitive, and I said, listen, if we're gonna survive it, we probably should win it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Um, well, when we went a 69 on test day, like everybody was just started coming over and like, what the hell was that? I'm like, wait, what do you mean? It was just lazy, like Now we went testing like a couple weeks prior and went substantially faster on 235s.
Hmm. Well, you
So
knew what you could get away with immediately, right?
right, right. So we just left the tune up alone and kind of smooth sailed through it. I'll say I think we probably had the smoothest outing possible. Right. The only failure we had was we on day two. It probably burnt up on day one, but on day two, when I went to go change the plugs on Tuesday morning, um, the spark plug wire was burnt up. One spark plug wire. So it was a pretty brutal fix.
Yeah.
Uh, and I brought 32 spares.
So
So
you could burn them at every track, yeah.
yeah, that was my plan. Was like I don't care how many burn. We got plenty. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, we I guess we dominated the entire event, which is cool. That's what I'm not. That's not coming from me. That's been what I was told by the people that put the event on. Um, Had a great time. Car ran fantastic. 165-degree coolant temp. I don't know if you saw my video about the fans.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
19 Silverado brushless.
yep.
Yep. I
Dual
definitely watched.
16s. Yeah, dual 16-inch. Unbelievably impressive fans.
Probably like 8,000 CFM, 4,000 each.
Yeah. Well, through a radiator, they flowed like 3,200.
Jeez.
So that was with me with an anemometer, like checking them. You know what I mean? So yeah, so the car stayed like 165 coolant temp. I did learn a few things, right? Um, Oil temp, it gets scary in my opinion above 200. My opinion's just wrong, right? So as dumb as that sounds, I'm
250 is
wrong.
like normal.
Yeah, well, apparently, but I'm used to race car stuff,
Yeah.
So like I saw 205 and I'm like, well, sell it. You know what I mean? Like it's burnt to the ground. And it wound up getting up to about 210, 215. And I started talking to I made a phone call to the company the oil I run, Schaefer's, and the guy kind of laughed at me. And I was like, oh. He's like, 375, 400, be concerned. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Um,
I have friends who like road race C5 Corvettes and it's like 350 the whole day.
yeah, well, I didn't know, you know what I mean? Like, cause
No, I
when
wouldn't
you
know
street
what's
drive,
good or bad either unless they told me that. And even then, I'm like, is that bad? I hear 1.8 turbo Volkswagens have like wildly high oil temp all the time.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess just the number 200 and up, just like with anything with temperature, you're usually like, well, that's going to burn my
Well, it's a good
hand.
baseline.
So,
A lot of times you can
right.
keep it under that, so
Yeah. So we were able to keep oil temp in traffic, in Daytona. It was 90 degrees out and I sat in 2 hours of traffic. We were able to keep oil temp right around 210, 215. Which apparently when I started asking around, everyone was like, how'd you get it so low? I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we were 275, 290. And I'm like, God dang. All right. Well, I guess we did all right. So, um, overall, I think my insanity of preparation is what paid off for us to do well.
yeah, and having the car done more than 2 days in advance like everybody does.
Dude, these people are wild.
Finishing
They're
the car in the pits when they register, right?
so you gotta hear this shit. So, oh, I cursed. Sorry. All right. So we pull up to day zero registration day in my truck and trailer, right? And we had just gone through early tech, and I get in, like, I get the car back to our like pit area because it's day zero, so we can still use our big trailer, right? And before I even get out of the car, this guy comes up to me and he says, "Man, I'm so glad I caught you early." And I'm like, "Hey, who are you?" You know. Uh, So he says, "I was hoping that you could tune my car for me this week." I was like,
I'm not
"What?"
surprised by that. I'm not
You
surprised.
know, and like, and like, I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I watch all your videos and stuff, and I was really hoping that you could tune my car for me this week." And he wasn't pitted anywhere near us, but he like chased me down apparently. And I was like, "Man, that probably is would have been a better conversation to have like 6 months ago." "Oh, no, no, no! I just got it started like 2 nights ago." I was like, "Oh, fuck it, right?" You know what I mean? That's good enough. Um, So then, like I said, "Man, I'm here focused on doing this event. You know what I mean? I can't. I'm sorry." He's like, "You can't just ride with me like on day one." I'm like, "No, absolutely not. No." So, so I think like, okay, that's just an oddball anomaly. Like, that was just really weird. Wrong, wrong. That happened again about 30 minutes later from somebody else, and I was like, "You've got to be shitting me!" Like, how are these? Like, how do people not think that like maybe they should just try to get the cars to drive pretty good before they plan on driving them 1,000 miles all over Florida? So it's wild. Like that community is wild. It's fun. I mean, it's a blast. Like we had a great time. Plan on doing a lot more of them, but and plus we have our own event. But I mean, it was just wild that how people were like, "No, we'll just wing it. It'll be fine."
No, I'm always not surprised, but almost annoyed that people don't are not ready. I'm like, you guys have a year. You guys have a year. Why is it always the last 10 days? Even I don't know
Well,
if it's manufactured drama with like the YouTubers, but they're all like, "Hey, just got it running."
I don't know what the deal is, but like we signed up for Sick Week in September, I think, or October, maybe, whenever registration was, right? October is like a long time ago. So like if you sign up and you get in and like you get the notification in your email says, "Hey, well, you made it in the Sick Week," and then you spend the time booking the hotels, maybe you should be like, "Okay, I need a car that runs. So let me focus on that now." Not like, "Well, we still got 3 weeks to go. We'll be all right." But who am I to judge? There was a lot of people that finished that, like, you know, you would never think that they should. You know what I mean? Like you'd be like, "What the fuck? How'd they do that?" But people pull off. They surprise the hell out of me. So, um, but it's awesome. If anybody that's watching hasn't done one of them, it's definitely worth doing. It's a really really cool experience.
I feel like Cameron and I have talked about it many times, and I
Hmm.
think the first year we're going to take his completely stock Crown Vic and just see what everyone has trouble with, and then hopefully by then his race car will be running for like 2 years, and that'll be easy to take.
Yeah. So I definitely suggest getting like at least get like at least 4, 5, 6 track outings with the car, like whatever car you're going to bring. You know what I mean? And you don't have to go chasing a number. You don't have to go run a certain ET before you go. You know what I mean? That doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
But like get that kind of like those bugs worked out, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that'll break on a car that won't break the first time you bring it out. It'll break like the third time you bring it out. You know what I mean? So, get that 4 or 5 test sessions in, and then get like a solid, 3 to 6 months of driving it. And I suggest I wasn't fortunate enough to be able to pull this off, but I suggest getting like a couple months of driving in the heat, like in the summertime, because all this road driving I did here was in the Carolinas, and at the time it was like 50s and 60s. And I kept thinking to myself, well, what's it going to be like when it's
in
90
in
degrees out?
Florida, yeah,
Right.
and
So,
heavy sunlight makes a big
oh
difference
yeah,
there.
oh, it was brutal.
Yeah,
So I don't know if anybody saw any of the video or whatever that I was on, or any pictures that I might have been in, but I got friggin'
a
torched.
lot
I
of
mean, I
people
got,
got lobstered. Yep.
yeah, oh, it was bad. It was bad. So,
That's why last time
so yeah.
I was in Florida for DCT World Cup a while ago, and I bought like a giant AMS race paddy hat.
Yeah,
So
rice paddy
nice,
hat.
totally worth it.
Yeah. Well, the Tom with Sick the Mag, they give you a hat at registration, like one of those
Oh.
big rice paddy hats. Yeah, I just didn't wear it.
I'm like I
So
don't like hats and I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, but after I was
right.
like enough sun, I was like I'm gonna go get one of those giant
Oh
hats.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
felt so
yeah. It was.
much better.
Oh, dude, it was painful. Like Laura was at Laura and Jordan's wife Alex. They were at Disney during day 0 and day 1. Um, they went to Disney to like do whatever adult females do at Disney. I don't even know.
Mug
I don't go to
Mickey
Disney.
Mouse at night
Yeah, yeah,
point.
yeah. I don't. Whatever they were doing. But then like Laura saw me. Like they came to the racetrack and she was like, "Oh boy, oh, oh
Sunscreen.
boy,
Didn't
this is
pack
really
your
this is."
sunscreen.
She's like, "Oh, this is bad." She's like, Oh, you got to go get sunscreen." I was like, oh, "All right," and and I mean, you get burnt to shit, and it was just painful and tiring, But if you're gonna do one of these things, test, overpack, over prepare, bring sunscreen, and uh,
Oh, is
figure
that
out.
Laura? Uh, L Weber 84.
Yeah, that's her.
She
Yeah, that's
goes,
her.
Matt,
She's
tell
probably.
Devin it's okay to have a bite of your pizza. No one's gonna be mad. I said the
Oh,
same
yeah,
thing.
yeah. No, my food's sitting here next to me, and that's because. Let me just vent a little bit. Because you could have got food a little earlier.
Oh boy.
Don't blame it on some delivery bitch. Okay.
She's good to you.
This is what that delivery bitch. She's terrible,
No,
apparently.
no, I mean Laura
Oh, you mean
is.
Laura? Oh, no, I don't know about that. I don't know. She's mad as shit at me over
I'm
here. She's
sure.
staring at me. Um, but no, so no, Sick Week was awesome. It was cool. I would really encourage everybody to do a drag and drive. I'd really encourage everybody to do our drag and drive.
Yeah, I heard that's coming up, right?
Yeah, April 2nd through 7th. Um,
Maybe we'll have to post
uh,
details for that in the
yeah,
description after this goes.
yeah. Our drag and drive is pretty cool. It's shorter drives than all the other ones. So you're right around 100-ish miles a day, 125 miles a day. Um, I don't care what the route you take. So like you don't have to follow a route. That's one thing that's kind of annoying. You're handed a route and they're like, you have to follow this exact route. Well, we wound up sitting in traffic in Orlando for 2 hours, and it's because I couldn't make a left and avoid all the crap traffic and then go one block and then make a right. Like you know what I mean? It's like you had to stay on this route. So that was lame. And then of course once we got all through the traffic, we get a group text message out that's sent out from Sick the Mag that says you can avoid this traffic. I was like, well,
Well, you're already in
great.
it, right?
Right. Well, we're already through it. We already made
Oh,
it through. Yeah, like we were one and done every day. Like, I had a plan that was show up as early as possible in the morning, get the car transitioned over as fast as possible, be the first person in the lanes when they call radial tire cars, which we were able to do no, 2 or 3 days out of 5. So that was pretty good. Um, make a hit as early as possible, take that ticket, turn it in, switch the car over as fast as possible and hit the road as fast as
yeah,
possible.
I mean,
My goal was,
ideally, you would think everybody would want to do that, but yeah, that's why they put themselves into a masochist situation.
oh, dude, like you would think that a lot of people want to do that, but that's not the case. Like, I mean, I saw these 2 guys that I know, and I'm like, y'all leaving yet? Because like they were already packed up, like ready to go, and they're like, oh no, so and so is going to make like another hit, and then we're going to wait for this person and that person. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? And they're like, well, we like to travel as a group, and I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, and it wasn't like me being rude. It's just like I didn't want to travel with anybody
Yeah.
because anybody's going to slow us down from from doing what we needed to do. I carried enough spare parts that I was willing to change on the car. Um, and there was nobody else on the property that knows more about that car than myself and Jordan anyway. So it's like having a helping hand probably isn't going to be that beneficial for us, right?
Yeah,
And the other thing
they'll
is
be in
that
your
most people,
way more than anything. It's just like at the dyno when people are like starting to strap down their own car unless they've been there a few times or I know them. I'm like, you might as well quit because I'm gonna redo it all.
right,
It's
like
most likely going to be unsatisfactory to me or dangerous. So
right,
at least some people are like, I ask people this too. I'm like, I can stand around like an idiot, if I'm gonna get in your way, or I will help if you want, but what I'm not gonna do is jump in for no reason.
right, and that was my assumption that would happen with if we had a problem on the road and somebody was going to help us. You know what I mean? Like it would have just been you know
You're
two
babysitting
other
them
three
to
other
do the right job.
right when like I know how to do the job better than they do anyway.
Yeah,
And then the other side of it is that like most people, if they're near my car, they're typically like, well, I'm not going to touch that thing.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because like there's just too much nice shit in it, and you're like, okay, why did I wait 3 hours for you to go drive down the road with me? Then the other side of it is that I built a very reliable car. Who am I waiting for? Am I waiting for somebody who didn't build a very reliable car? Probably, right?
yeah. You're
So
gonna
now
be
I got to
sitting with
like
them the whole
fix on
time.
their shit, right? So we just we opted for the old peace out. You know what I mean? Like hit the road as early as possible and do it by ourselves. And
It's not like you're
I was
leaving
also
them bleeding. It's just a car event
right,
where
right.
you need to win.
Well, right, and like, and they had big. Like, it's not like a lot of people asked if we wanted to travel with them, and I was like, nah, I don't want to be rude, but we're going to do this solo. The other side of it is I also didn't want to be accused of cheating.
Hmm.
Um, so I was like, screw it, we'll be 100% by ourselves. Nobody's helping me with anything. Um, and if you can't accuse me of cheating, you know what I mean? Or you
Yeah.
could, but it wouldn't be right. So, um, but no, it was awesome. We had a blast. So when are you going to do it with? When are you going to do it with Cameron's?
Maybe even like this coming year. And then he was saying, if he has his, because he always drives to the track and everything with that car, so he'll have a ton of street miles on it since then. And we talked about just running like 10-0,
Mm-hmm.
like being
Dude,
modest. Imagine that, being modest.
if dude, you don't have to be the like.
No, we don't have
It's
to
all
try to
about
hang a
attrition.
mid-8 everywhere. Yeah,
No, like it's all about attrition. You know, if you can survive it, you've won. You don't have to get a helmet or a trophy or anything. If you survive it, you won. Like
yeah,
when we pulled back in on Friday in Orlando, and we pulled back through the gates. I was driving and there's like speed bumps in Orlando, like through the gates. And when I went over to speed bumps, I was like, as long as I make it to a parking spot, here's a win. Like I don't care if this thing lets go on me at idle, like and the transmission comes out and freaking, you know what I mean, and like the rear end catches fire or
yeah.
something. Like
The
at that point,
direct
I didn't
drum
care.
dances across the Taco Bell parking lot.
You probably asked Cameron. I blew one of those up at World Cup. We just exploded. Uh, I exploded a $4,000 gear set. That was fun. That was a cool time. You know, I think that thing had like 4 passes. We called Cone. I called Cone. I said, "Hey, what happened to this thing?" And they're like, "Oh, we got other ones." I was like, "Oh, I fucking bet you do." And they're like, "Yeah. Do you want one?" I'm like, "Do you want to ship it to me for free?" And they're like, "Oh no, 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 no." But we have them. I'm like,
To just buy,
"Well, what?"
yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, "Well, did you change anything?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah. We completely redesigned it."
Okay, so
I
I
was
had a
like,
bad design.
"So you just sold this thing to me 6 months ago, and now it's shit, and now you redesign it." And like when the new one showed up, I'm like, "Well, this is completely different."
Huh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's that was a really cool thing. That's what took us out at World Cup. Literally, like my big block zinged to like 10,200 RPM. Whoops. It was fine. My employee Justin laughs all the time. He's like, "Man, big block Chevrolet don't care." He's like, "It don't care." He's like, "RPM don't matter. Boost don't matter. Big block Chevrolet doesn't care."
It's funny
So
that they can do that. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember way back in the day, Frank was spinning his like 9500 through the traps. And people were like, "How the hell are you doing that?"
oh yeah, yeah. We used to spin my small block Ford to 9,300 and like 52 pounds of boost, like every pass.
Jeez.
And it was fine. It lived a great life, until I had it refreshed. I should have just never had it touched.
Yeah.
Should have left it alone. So, but yeah, no, it's sick week was cool. Already getting ready for the next one. I this will sound bad, but fuck it, right? The majority of people that do drag and drive that have a big name in the community are not very good racers, right? There's a lot of combos and cars in the drag and drive community that should be a lot faster, right? Like a lot faster. And the Rowdy Radio class brought out people that actually know how to race, right? So the Rowdy Radio class, in my opinion, disregard like how we did, like who cares, right? But it brought like guys that actually knew how to race. They were on this tiny little tire and they knew how to make the tire work and make the go down the racetrack. When you look at some of the other classes, they have a huge tire in a friggin' pro mod with a twin turbo big block, and they're barely going the sixes. That sucks. Brett LaSalle showed up, and he knows how to race, right? Brett LaSalle showed up with that green Coyote car. It's a friggin' Coyote with like a pair of 76s on it or something like that.
Isn't that the Snot Rocket?
Yep.
The real street car?
Yeah.
We talked about that with Jay when he was on.
Yeah, those guys know what they're doing, right? And they I think like off the trailer went like 658 or something like that. And it's like, he literally just like long dicked everybody with these big tires. You know what I mean? He just literally just showed up with a 275. Was like, check this out. You know what I mean? And just long dicked them all. He
was like, hold my beer.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, it's like you see something, you're rolling up to the starting line and it's on like a 37 by 17 tire with like wheelie bars and it's a twin turbo big block.
Yeah, I don't like
and
them
they got
either.
all
I just right, don't and see it's like
yeah, it's like all this paparazzi around them. There's film crews and shit. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. Let's see what this does. Like, I'm expecting it to go for like 590s. Like immediately, it should just go 590s. You know what I mean? And then it goes like 712, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? That was stupid. You know what I mean? Like what was the big show for? You know what I mean? And then Brett shows up with his buddy Jim. I think his name was Jim. And two cool dudes. They were like deathly afraid of anybody blaming them for cheating, so like they made sure everybody stayed away from them. And roll up to the starting line, do a friggin' normal burnout, go 658, 214. Came back to the pits and they were like, all right, we're ready to go. I guess let's pack up and leave. They didn't give a shit about any of the fandom or any of that kind of stuff. It was just, we're here to race. So I really hope that more people that know how to race get in a drag and drive to maybe drive some of these people out of their comfort zone and actually have to go faster. Because like most of them aren't that fast.
Someone, Luke Pierce here said he got protested over his front end because it hurt too many feelings.
Oh, Brett? Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. That was a little weird, right? It was supposed to be like a no one-piece front end. I don't know. Oh. That's whatever.
Isn't a pro mod a one-piece car?
Yeah, the class that he was in, he was supposed to have no one-piece front ends, but like Brett said, like flat out, he's like, dude, if you have a problem with this, it's like because he was like, oh, it's a two-piece because my hood comes off. Right, so like they True. Didn't specify the rules, so he's not wrong, But he said, he goes, if there's a big problem with it, I'll take a Sawzall to the front end and cut the damn fenders
I'll make it
out.
As many pieces as you need.
He's like, I don't give a shit. Like he didn't, you know what I mean? And I kind of wanted to see him just do that anyway. You know what I mean? Just to be a dick. You know?
Let's pool together money for you to fix it, and then let you just saw it apart. That would have been awesome. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. I've heard good and bad about this. James says, is vehicle security a problem at drag and drives?
I won't discuss what I did
Because then
because
people
then
will
it's
know. Yeah.
right.
You'll be coaching
Um,
thieves.
right, exactly. Um, so some of the hotels had security there, like police officers, like parked in the parking lot. So that was cool. The 2 nights we got that comfort was very, very. I could sleep good those nights. You know what I mean? Because I knew there was a cop sitting out there, and then we parked directly across from him, so he like had to stare at my car the whole night. Um, and I went over and talked to him for like 10 minutes, just to make sure he knew how much I appreciated him actually sitting there. You know what I mean? The use a car cover, like just put a car cover over top of it, over the car, right? Because like that's a pretty big theft deterrent already for the car being stolen. Um, lock it up and do whatever you're going to do to try to disable the car. Um, and you're in a you're in a parking lot for a hotel with like 30, 40, 50 other cars just like yours, like, hot rods that are, we didn't hear of or see anything getting stolen. Like I didn't hear any stories of it. We didn't have any problems at all. I'm not saying that somebody else didn't have any problems. At our event that we had in November, a guy's generator got stolen off the front of his little mini trailer, you know? So that sucks, but that's not really that bad, you know? So, and if it takes a crackhead to get your generator, I'd rather the crackhead steal your generator than like your wheels or like your car, you know what I mean? Because like that dude, that crackhead is going to take that generator to the pawn shop, get like $100 for it and go buy some crack, and then he's going to be back in a couple nights. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It's not like good criminals, I don't think, hit these kind of things up. You know what I mean? It's just crackheads. So
Yeah, in my opinion, there isn't much money to be made there, but if someone needs some crack, that affects that decision quite a bit.
yeah, from what I'm told, people do a lot of shit for crack. You know what I mean? You
I
know,
can imagine.
I think stealing generators is probably pretty low on the list of shady things they've done for crack. You know?
Yes, that was an easy night for that person.
Oh yeah. They didn't have to break into new construction. They didn't have to, be at a glory hole at a truck stop or nothing. You know what I mean? Like they just, smooth sailing on that generator. So, but no, the we didn't hear about anything being major theft problems. Everything went pretty smooth. Weather was killer. It was freaking hot, but I mean the weather, like, we didn't rain at least.
Oh, that's
That was
nice
down.
because Florida's like showers all the time.
Yeah, we like avoided it. I don't know how, but
Huh.
we literally avoided it. Like it rained like 2 days prior to one of the tracks. The day after we left one of the tracks, like we just kind of missed it the whole way. So, which was nice because I really didn't want to have to deal with rain. Um, um, our event, we got hit with rain. We got hit with a hurricane. So if there's anybody on the comments that were actually in our event, the rain was serious. Like we had a freaking hurricane. So I was really glad that didn't happen at Sick Week.
I know like a couple years ago, Drag Week was like everyone's cars were like flooding because it was raining so bad.
Yeah, that was the year they came in the southeast. So and what's funny is they're running the same route pretty much this year.
Huh.
So, but yeah, so we're gonna wind up strapping 315s on my car, and I think probably just go try to run everybody over. You know,
Yes.
that's what I mean. Just crush as many as we can, and you know, um, yeah, I don't know, make fun of the people that are running around with a film crew, and whatever. Just try to have fun.
I apologize. I'm yawning like nonstop.
Oh, it's fine.
It's not
It's
an attention problem.
it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I'm slowly sneaking pizza over here off
That's
the
good.
side of the because I'm starving. Because Laura's trying to kill me
Understood.
because she won't feed. So, but yeah, Dragon Drive's awesome. If you've never done one, make sure you do it. It's a lot of fun. And prepare for it. Don't
No.
just
No kid.
don't just show up, man. Don't just show up. And if your shit leaks oil, fix it. Like, stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everything's oiled down when you drive.
Oh, dude, I can't stand it. And well, then they pull up to the racetrack, they pull the starting line, and like everything underneath the car is just leaking.
It's dripping, yeah.
Yeah. You know, so, yeah. What else? What else we got? How you been?
Good. Yeah, very good. Working on too many things at once recently. But yeah, I changed the turbos on my Mustang. We think that those might have been an issue, like choking it. A relatively small AR for what I have. I know my turbos are a little bit small, but I wanted like incredible response, and like if it makes 1,001 to the tire, but it lights off like a blower, it's incredible. But if that stops me from getting more up top, and then what's awesome, but what sucks is I have V-band inlets, like 2.25 V-band inlets. And I wanted it built this way. It's not Tom's fault, but I wanted the turbos in a certain spot. And to do that, I have like tube frame, like 1-inch tube, a Codian front end. And he wrapped the up pipes around it and then the down pipes around the other side to make it look all pretty, which is what I wanted. And now, like, it seems like the turbo is large enough for what I should have used, or T4.
Oh.
So I'd have to get it cut up, and I don't want to. So I'll have to be stuck with what I have for a while if it doesn't make what I want. But I was disappointed how it was just it hits a wall hard at 800 wheel, which is just laughable for the amount of engine and cylinder head and intake it has. Because I mean, I could build a 4.8 combo tomorrow that makes 840, and it's a dirty 4.8 and an off-shelf 7875.
Right.
So that's disappointing.
Well, I get it. I understand. You know that a good friend of mine, he always says, man, just spend it. He said, you know, he's like, anytime I'm like, and that's his line, man. Now he's got more money than I do, so it's easier for him to say.
Yeah.
But he always just said, like, if I'm ever on the fence, like, well, I don't know, maybe I should do this, but it's going to require this. He goes, man, fuck that, just spend it. You know what I mean? He's like, who cares? Just spend it. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's always his line.
I've built 10-second cars for $4,200, so it's hard to.
Yeah.
It's hard to get like a short block together for more than that and have it underperform.
Did you like throw up in your mouth when I told you how much that big block Chevrolet of mine cost?
You didn't tell me. I don't know.
No, I just said it on here. I said it was right around 30,000.
Oh, I would have guessed over 25 anyway.
Yeah.
I totally missed that when you said it.
No, I figured you'd throw it up in your mouth hearing that number.
Nah, I know what they
cost.
Get
5 of them?
I know what they cost. I mean, some of those people are running a $50,000 big block, so I already know that they can. I mean, I know what like a 400-inch LS costs, long block with good heads and everything, and that's 10 grand. 15,000 for like an LSX block with some guts in it. It's 15. So yeah.
That's such a low, cheap number in my world, because I come from a lot of small block Ford stuff.
I know, yeah. I have built small block Fords. Yeah, I've been there a long time ago. That's why I put 4.8s in things.
Well, I'll tell you this. I know the majority of the people watching are LS people, right? And I've got this history or this people think that I just hate LSs, right? And I've told this before. It's not that I hate LSs. Yeah, it's that I hate, you know, I hate the stupidity that comes with it. But what I will say is that it is very, very, very hard to beat that LS for the money.
Yeah, that's the only reason everybody runs them.
And it seems like even if you want to go like really radical with an LS, you know what I mean? Like that, you know, a good aftermarket or even a billet block or something, you know what I mean? Canted valve head. It's still cheaper than small block Ford.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the manufacturers are like, ooh, those guys with the small block Fords have been paying way too much money for a long time. Let's not give them a break. You know what I mean?
Of course.
But them LS guys, they, you know, we're going to give them a break, you know? So
what I call LS people is a V8 Honda crew.
Man, that's pretty damn accurate, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You can thank Joe Simpson for bringing that up, because he's like, he didn't say that exactly, but he put in the groundwork where he's like, everyone's coming from turbo Hondas and they're getting into LS because you can do a terrible job and do it cheap at the same time and still make decent horsepower because it's 8
Oh yeah.
cylinders no matter what. But yeah, I've run into the same thing. I get guys who had turbo Hondas and then they build a Fox and they accidentally make 840 to the tire. And it has a 480E, and I'm like, I don't mean to have, I say this all the time on the show. I'm not trying to dad talk you here, but the 480, if it's in overdrive and you stuff it at 40, it's going to have a 200 mile an hour wheel speed. And when you lift, it's going to take 350 feet or more to just get enough rear tire traction to steer.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh, that sounds scary. And I'm like, yeah, having no control of your vehicle for an 8th mile should terrify you. It should bring some concerns up in your brain.
Oh, yeah.
And then when I mentioned, like, when it makes 840, I'm like, it's going to trap like 164 at a good. It's going to trap like 155 on a bad day. And they're like, wait, 150? I'm like, yeah, 150. Yeah. And they're like, wow, I'm like, yeah, it's fast. It's fast.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's going to go at least 120 in the 8th if it gets out of its own way. And I said the 8th mile is a city block.
Yeah.
So I'm like, imagine from a stoplight in town to the next stoplight going 120.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's, I've said this before. The internet has ruined the idea of hot rodding.
Well,
right?
I talk shit to Kyle so many times, Kyle Loftus.
Yeah.
I'm like, I understand it's bad for your business to harass people about their horsepower numbers, but you need to start. Or you need to coach them because people are like, yeah, 2,400 horsepower and it goes 170.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, just reiterate that they're not running full power today. Just
right.
Everyone has 3,000 horsepower, and they're not running 225 in the quarter.
Well, what's funny is like,
yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have a legit 3,000-ish horsepower combo, right? That's about what the combo makes. Turned up on kill, yada yada. And the amount of people that I see, like, they go online and they say, well, I'm building this car and it's going to make 2,800 or something. And then, like, you look at what they're, like, talking about and you're like, the fuck it is, buddy.
That's nowhere near
you know
that.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, like, the reason why I think, like, the internet has really, like, ruined hot rodding. So everybody thinks that they have to have a 4-second street car, right? Like in the 8th, right? A 4-second street car in the 8th. And like they talk shit to other people that don't have if they have like a 5-second streetcar or a 6-second streetcar. And I'm here to tell you that if you take the average person that's not into hot rods, that's not into cars, and you put them in like a brand new stock sports car, right? Anyone, doesn't matter. It can even be like the friggin' sailboat of a hog Dodge, right? Like,
They're
some
not going to floor it.
5,000 pound. You put them in the passenger seat of that car, you'll get them to the point of wanting to piss themselves.
Yeah.
And yelling at you to get out. And it doesn't matter who they are. It'll happen, right?
Yeah.
You put them behind the wheel of one of them and they're going to put it to the floor one time and then get back out of it immediately.
In my experience, if you data log something like that with someone who's a hard ass, will never get that far into the throttle. And as soon as what I've seen, when boost comes up, throttle goes down.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
They're like,
so it's
shit, and they just back out.
So, like, all these people that talk bad to other people about, oh, you don't have a 4-second streetcar. Dude, shut up. You know what I mean? Like, just let the person enjoy their freaking hot rod. And where's your 4-second streetcar?
Yeah.
You know? And then they go, and then it turns into, well, we run no time.
My friend has one.
Yeah. Well, there's a weird thing about no time racing, right? So, like, you've got.
I'm not a fan.
Well,
I can understand it, but I don't care about it.
I have to deal with it in my line of work,
yes,
which is fine, and I'm very good at lying when people ask what the cars run or what's in them, right? So, like, if I work with a nitrous car, it's a 327 with a 76 millimeter turbo. every single time. Right? If it's a nitrous car, I tell them it's a 76 millimeter turbo on a 327. They go, no, it's a nitrous car. I'm like, well, then you know more about it than I do. I don't know. But the no time racing's weird, right? So down here in the Southeast, no time racing's huge. We have a ton of it everywhere you go. And the cars are fast. Like, I can't express enough that they are fast, right? So a lot of the no time cars that are down here are very, very fast. When you look around the rest of the country and I see some of the people chime in and go, it's a no time car. It's a no time car. And then I watch a video of it and I see that it's like an alcohol turbo LS, with a gutted tin can getting pushed to the starting line, pushed back. You watch a video of it, it runs like 550s. It's like, well, now I understand why it's a no time car.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you don't want anybody to see that. So there's two sides of it. You know what I mean? There's really brutally fast stuff, and I understand why they're no time. Like, I was at the racetrack yesterday testing a car. It's a grudge car. And it's not the fastest car I work with or nothing, but it's in a certain category of cars that they race a lot. They race all the damn time. And the faster you get, the less racing you do. So these guys have found like a perfect happy medium. You know what I mean? I can't discuss how fast the cars are, but like when they're in that area of ET, they all have a good time and they race a lot. So
Yeah, I don't even race that much. So, like I always say to people, it's just my opinion. And the other reason why I used to make so many memes about these guys, they get so wound up. So it's just fun for me. Because I'm just like, you don't post times because they're too slow. And they're like, boom, that's all I need to say. I'm like, yeah, you can't tell anybody because all you guys are slow. And it's like a boys club, like, where it's like boomers, where they're all like, yeah, and it's totally a lie, but they're all like, yeah, Coke cans, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man, Coke cans. And they're like, yeah, bud, Coke can. Nobody's hot. No. I always like to say, hey, I hop Coke cans too. I had an Isuzu Amigo I bought for $100. And I'd put it in four-wheel drive low and gas it, and it would almost flip over. I'm like, man, that thing did past balance point wheelies, guys. And they're like,
yep.
What? I'm like, well, it had a big block. And oh yeah, big block. I'm like, yeah, 220 horsepower big block, getting it done.
Oh yeah. It's it's weird, man. It's the no time stuff's weird, especially a lot of the guys that are like they're really just hiding, And there's no reason to even be embarrassed about it. Like, who gives a shit,
It's like a dominant male monkey thing.
Yeah.
It's like they don't want to feel emasculated, or they seem weaker to their peers. It's a whole thing that I've never understood, but yeah.
And you know what I've tried to explain to people is, like, when the boards are on, you'll actually have a better time racing. You'll enjoy racing more.
Yeah,
I deal with all these. I deal with a lot of no time racing, right? Like, a lot. That's what we do. A lot of what we do. And what you spend the majority of your day doing if you're in a no time shootout, is guessing at what you think the other car that you're supposed to run may run. And then when you go to no time shootouts where you don't get tickets, because that's a thing, right? Like, they don't give you a
you just get a
time
win
slip,
light, right? Nothing else.
Yeah, well, but you don't even get a time slip, right?
No, I get it.
So like, now you're like, then it's like the person that owns the car is questioning me. Well, should we trust the VPS's virtual time slip? What do you think? Do you think maybe we screwed up the rollout? I don't know. I think I cut it off early. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, looking at data.
Guy, yes or no?
Well, no. This is like, do you think we're going to beat the other guy the next round?
Oh, so much talk.
And that's all it is. And it's just like, dude,
that's why it bothers me too, because any type of street racing video I've watched since like 2000 to up, it's just a giant drama. It's like a daytime soap opera for men, and they won't admit it.
Yeah.
Like, you guys just love, for better lack, jerking each other off.
There's a lot of jacking off that happens.
Yeah,
like,
and I'm
a lot.
like, just race the car, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, and just have fun.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I won't.
Too seriously. That's why you don't enjoy it.
Yeah. I always say, calm down. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so
Yeah,
hard.
don't
You
take
know
it
what I
so
mean?
hard. Yeah.
You
Well, I
know?
got one guy. The guy's username is actually Drag and Drive. That's funny.
Oh, is
And
that Michael Narks? Yep, that's the
oh,
guy who.
okay.
Yeah, he owns.
I know. I
He's
think I know who
been.
that is. He took the photo with us when I was standing near you. Or
Yeah,
you
yeah,
took
yeah,
the photo for him, Cameron and Ryan
Yeah.
Jans and I.
Yeah.
He says
Your
what
audio got
class-
messed up. There.
I think I slapped it like an idiot. What class is he running at Drag Week? Assuming you.
I don't know. I think we fit in Pro Street and Modified, but I really would love to figure out a way to get my car into Unlimited Iron or Ultimate Iron or whatever. Strictly to run over like a handful of people. I mean, you can go faster than them in a different class, but you know, it'd be better to just run them over in their own class. So, but if we can't get an Ultimate Iron, whatever we fit in, honestly, I'm just
Whenever you can race.
Did you hear that beep?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Because people are sending me tech questions that are watching this.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Because we're not answering them in the chat.
Yeah, so they're sending me messages.
This is I'll repeat this because I have many times. Andrew here says, an honest 600 wheel is shockingly fast to 99% of people. That's why I would take people for drives in I say this a lot also, but I'm reiterating for everybody. My Colorado made an easy 850, and I left it on that with about, it had a boost by a mile an hour, and a lot of people knew it was capable of 4 digits, but I would take people for a drive with the boost controller turned off, and it made about 450. So I would turn it down to 450, take people for a drive, and they're like, wow, 800 horsepower is terrifying. And I'm like, that's 450 with a 3,800 pound truck.
Yep.
And they're like, they just go on tilt because they think I'm
Right.
lying. Yeah.
Right.
And then, well, that's why I always say, very commonly a Fox will come in and make 600 wheel, like almost every weekend. And I'm like, this will trap 140. And again, people are like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah, 140. No.
Yeah.
I'm like, depending on your 60 foot, it's going to be a 950 or a 1050. But it's going to go 140, no problem. It's like clockwork on my dyno. If it weighs 3 to 3,300 and makes 600 tire there, it's going to go 140. It's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
They said my volume got worse? Really?
Yeah, you slapped your microphone.
And then it broke permanently?
No, that sounds fine. I mean,
some guy said it. Maybe he's that far delayed from when I punched it. They're saying some other mic is picking it up? Really? Cannot hear Matt well. Why? What the hell happened? Why am I screwing this up so much, dude?
I hear you fine.
I sound far away. What if I... What if I do that? Maybe it's very... has a small circle. And I moved it too far. Is that better?
I don't know.
Is that better, kids?
I don't know.
If it's not
to me, it's fine.
If it's not happy, I'll grab the other one. I'm waiting. It's fine. I hear both, but Matt is distant.
Yeah, you sound distant.
Why is it being a dickhead? Excuse me, kids.
This gives me time to eat pizza.
Move the mic closer. It's almost in my nose. All right.
Oh, there we go. Hey, that was it.
Oh, is
Move
something
it back
like...
up.
Is it good now?
It sounds great to me. Move it back up like above your mouth.
How about here?
There it is.
So now I sound... Honestly, it's how you've sounded the whole episode. Oh, way better, they're saying. Okay.
There it is.
Maybe there's like a loose... I don't know. I mean...
Yeah. Hey, stop moving it. Damn it, it was working good.
Oh, the mic is on the larger face. Should be
so
good.
You spun it.
I spun it to the narrow edge and it was pointing into my beard.
Oh, there you go.
Hit it with your
Everybody good
purse.
with it?
I did.
Yeah.
My beard can touch it. Jeez. I'm working on my mountain man. Oh, we should show him the Wayne Static.
I listened to that after we got off earlier.
I told,
was like,
dude, that was like 1995 or something like that.
I had no idea.
Oh man, incredible. If
It's a
you
good time for
guys,
music too.
if you don't know what it is, you need to look up Static X is the band name, and you need to listen to a song called Love Dump.
It's really impressively good.
It's a surprise.
Yeah.
It's a surprise,
Yeah.
kids. Well,
Yeah.
my buddy Kenny was on here. Joe Simpson, speaking of dumps, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, me and Joe. Oh yeah, we share some funny things on that topic. It seems like I think I'm like programmed along the same lines as two people, right? Where I'm typically whenever I'm in the bathroom at the same time as two other people in the world, right? And I tried this for like, we did this experiment like probably 6 months in a row, where I would send my buddy a picture of me in the bathroom, not like just a bathroom floor.
No,
you
like
know
your underwear and shoes. Yeah, I have a friend that
Right,
does that.
right.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, "There's no way," and like he'd send me a
Same
picture. And he's
thing,
in the
yeah.
bathroom. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like
So then-
when women are all together, they all adopt the same menstrual cycle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you all adopt the same poop schedule.
Well, which is strange because like my one friend that I did this for months with is in Bowling Green, Kentucky. He works at Holly, but I mean, I'm telling you, it was like every single day. It was really funny. No, man, they gave me ranch. Laura, if you can hear this is bullshit. Oh wait, that one might be blue cheese. Never mind, Laura. Sorry. Okay, I'm not mad anymore. All right.
They just asked me for what's the name of that song again? So I posted the YouTube link in the chat. Oh, I have two questions that I wanted to go over. My buddy Kenny, who's Ford for Life, does a lot of stock coyote racing and some other things.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, could you please explain why Ford engines are better?
Cylinder head, the mains in a Ford, especially Cleveland mains in a Ford, the cylinder head, really, that's where all the power is, the cylinder head and valve train. It's the reason, like LS, like literally, Chevrolet waited like, and I have a big block Chevrolet, so don't think I'm just like blanket hating. Chevrolet watched the small block Ford be dominant for so long, and they were like, 30 years later, or 20 years later, whatever, let's just copy what they did 20 years prior, right? And so LS came out, and they built a cylinder head that was decent, ripped off Ford, but the cylinder head design on a small block Ford is substantially better than an LS. It's the same reason why everybody that actually competitively heads up races runs a Ford, you know? So, I mean, it's pretty basic. Small block Ford is still the king of small blocks.
Yeah, for sure. The other one is...
You didn't listen to a thing I just said, Matt. You just
No.
said, yeah, for sure.
No, because
And I
I'm
just
reading
said
the
that the small
question.
block Ford is king.
I know. You said they stole the cylinder head stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
I know they're better, but the cost to fun ratio doesn't exist.
Oh, no. You'll be a miserable
I've been
asshole
there.
having a
I've
small
been
block
there.
Ford. Oh, yeah.
2003 to 2009. It was just
I remember that.
throwing
that
it
all too well.
away, splitting 5-liter blocks every 3 months.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this one's doing good. Turn it up to 500 wheels, snap.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about braking in the parking lot. He had it happen once where he pulled into a parking spot and everything was good, and he takes off his seatbelt and he goes to shut it off and it goes blah, and it shuts off. And he couldn't get it started, and he looks in the engine bay like, oh, did a contact come loose, or who the hell knows? And he looks in, and his crank pulley is like this. It broke like one main in and just shoved the crank over, but at idle. So it didn't. It's funny how it like didn't do that much, but it just.
Yeah, not surprised.
Oh yeah, I texted Devin immediately. He says I laughed so hard when Devin lied to 1320. Cameron and I always said that's the first thing they would do, but I doubt Kyle would approach me. Because he just knows he's going to get like 45 minutes of trolling at 75 volume.
Who, from you?
Yeah, I'd be like I'm on speed talking the most shit I can to fit it in on camera.
I don't even remember what I said.
I told you I thought it was funny when they came up to like get a story and you're like, yeah, we're packing our chute, go away.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I was there to.
Yeah, you're there to do something.
You know what I mean? So like, I wasn't really.
They want.
And I like the guys at 1320. I'm not like.
Yeah, I do too.
Them,
I do too. I
can't do the. I'm not very good at being on camera. Oh, I did get my mother apparently called Laura after
is that Dorothy?
Darlene.
Man, I was really close for no reason. Yep. I remembered that.
So my mom called Laura after they aired that video, right? That interview where they were talking to me, and calls Laura and says, "Is Devin on drugs?" And she's like, "No, why?" She was like, "Well, his face was twitching." And my fiance Laura says, "His face isn't twitching. His glasses were falling off of his face."
Oh.
So I kept doing this, like trying to get my glasses to go back up my face. I hate wearing glasses, right? I hate them. And I was drenched in sweat because it's hot as shit because we're in Florida.
Yeah.
So Laura had to explain to my mother that no, I wasn't on drugs. It was just glasses falling off my face. So, and then somebody commented on one of my YouTube videos about like, what are you on, crack? And I'm like, dude, I'm 300 pounds. I'm like the worst crackhead ever. You know what I mean?
Not very effective.
No, I'm not a very good crackhead. And here I am eating chicken wings, you know? Like if I smoked crack, we'd be doing this mobily. You know what I mean? I'd be running around the yard, you know?
Yeah, you'd be pushing the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this guy, I totally agree. He says Fords sound the best. 100%. Way awesome. They sound incredible. Like I tuned some 347 cars or 408s, and man, they sound. I'll catch myself doing like rev match downshifts on the dyno brake. No reason throwing like 5K downshifts. They sound incredible. They sound so good. I will never contest that. That's why I like putting turbos on an LS because they sound terrible.
Yeah.
They're so
they do.
They're so what's the word? Raspy and clappy to me. They clap. Yep. They're like a bad Hemi truck with like Flowmasters. They have that like back and forth. They have a sound like they can't fill the exhaust tube.
Yep.
And it like bounces.
Yeah, it's like tingy.
Some of them sound good. Okay, like I think really expensive Corsa exhausts on a Corvette usually sound pretty good. But I don't know. You are a total, like if you're not brand loyal, the Fords sound the best.
Oh yeah.
Not a Coyote. I don't really think. I think the Coyote is the new. This Andrew Wardinger said what I'm gonna say. A '99 Z28 with SLP loudmouth. That's what a Coyote sounds like now because people put a straight through exhaust on it. Yeah,
they sound absolutely terrible unless they're turbocharged.
Joe Simpson.
I think
LS sounds like liquid diarrhea most of the time. 100%. Even mine, higher RPMs Coyotes sound good. I agree. They sound like they're a metal blender up top. That is a cool sound. Once they get over like 6,800, they really have a cool sound. But below that, man, and coupled with the people just putting too loud of an exhaust on, most Coyotes may even be worse on the normal street cars. I totally agree. Totally
Oh,
agree.
coyotes. I think that the only way that you should be able to own or modify a coyote is if you're going to turbocharge them. I
Oh.
think like if you buy a coyote car, like it's fine to just have one.
Same thing. If it
And
sounds awful, it needs a turbo to mix up the awful sound.
right. Like I think that you shouldn't be like they should have never sold any exhaust for a coyote car ever. Like that should have been banned. It
Yeah.
just should have been banned. I'd rather everybody have an EcoBoost if that was the case.
I was behind a Raptor EcoBoost today with pipes on it, and I was like, this guy probably makes fun of G35s. It's like the guys with the trucks with the tires and the tow
yeah.
mirrors,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, haha, stance kids.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's like, well, what difference are you?
okay, stance kids are the problem. You're right. Okay.
We got a lot of those squatty trucks around here.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we got one that's local that sounds like the exhaust sounds like it's just banging cymbals together. You know what I mean? It's a gas
That's
truck.
what I've seen those videos where they're just like reaching in and flapping the gas pedal, and they all sound terrible.
Mm-hmm. And they all wear like short khaki shorts, and then there's like these shirts that they all wear that they got holes in the back of them. I don't know what the hell they're for. It's like a little flap. It's a gay shirt. It's like they're usually like salmon color or something. And it's got like a hole in the back of it. I think it's for like boating or golfing or something to like allow airflow.
Interesting.
But it's like they're always like anytime we've ever seen them, they're always dressed the same, like they just got out of the yacht club. And then they have these squatty trucks with big stickers on them that have like their YouTube or not YouTube,
Instagram.
Instagram.
It's all
Yeah,
the gram now. Laura just says locally hated guy. I hate that guy.
Yeah, yes.
Laura, what's funny is there's one of those in everyone's area.
Right. And I think that they don't realize that they're actually nationally hated. You know what I mean? They should just get rid of the locally and just leave it hated because yes, you're right. We hate you.
Yeah.
You know. I yelled at one of them. We went to Sonic one night. This is like a year and a half ago. We went to Sonic one night, and that's where they all hang out. And we were just I wanted ice cream, and this idiot had the music up too loud, and the freaking head like the high beams were like shining right into right into my face. And I leaned out the window. Laura was with me, and I said, "Hey." And he just like looks at me, and I said, "Turn off your fucking headlights, idiot." And he was like, "Oh." Because like they're, I'm a larger guy. I hang out the window and I'm like, I'll kick your face in right here over this. You know what I mean? Like I will go to prison over.
I've seen it happen. You don't need to explain to me. I think I had to tell you the story of the guy at Sheets 24 years ago.
Oh, is that one where I broke his face?
Like yeah, you were on your booza, and I didn't even know who he was.
Yeah.
And he said something from 20 feet away, and he was in the passenger seat, and you were like,
"Oh, that kid's face exploded."
You were like, "Oh, hold on," and you put your Coke bottle in the back of the booza. And I always remember how big the compartment is on the back of a booza, because you had the hump on it too. You could have put like a basketball in there.
Oh yeah.
And then you walk over and you're like, "Oh, I missed what you said." And you had your arm on the top of the car and you were like looking in, and he goes, "Ah," and you were like, "What?" And I was like, "Holy shit." And you walk back over and you're like, "We're going to go now." Because there was like 15 of us, like Burian and everybody.
Oh yeah.
And the guy, what's his name? Zellner, that crushed his testicle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the EMTs were with us. Those two guys that were EMTs. The one guy was huge.
Yeah.
I'll always remember that guy. Yeah, I didn't see it. I was like, "Oh no!"
Okay. When I hit him in the car, because like it was like his mom's car or something, right? It was like a really nice car.
I don't know who it was. I can't remember. I just remember the details for that. Nothing else.
And the like half his face, like the teeth and stuff came out, and
I'm sure.
And there was
you were bigger. Imagine people. Devin was bigger then. He was even.
Oh
bigger.
yeah. Oh, I was like hardcore in a gym. Like I was big. And when I hit him, like blood shot out. You know what I mean? Like he was knocked out. But
I couldn't see. I saw your back, and then I saw.
And then
crack. And I
and
was
then they
just
took
like,
off.
oh yeah. And then I was like, dude, your fist is like a fucking lead pumpkin. Like I would not want to get. Jesus Christ. Even a slow punch, just the amount
Yeah.
of force.
Yeah. He well, fuck him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I
I
hope
don't
he's
know what the
watching
deal
this.
was, but he must have pissed you off.
Hey, a typical dickhead, you yelling out the car. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Tough Guy because he's out with his buddies. And
Oh, you didn't know him?
No idea.
Oh, that's even more hilarious.
No, I don't know. Back then, I didn't. I did that a lot. That wasn't really a little. That wasn't really a. I'm a different person now.
That was
right?
a daily occurrence.
Not daily, but probably weekly or so.
Oh, people are saying those shirts are Columbia fishing shirts.
There you go.
You said
go.
It's
The ones
for
with
fishing or playing basketball on the beach. I don't know.
I always see like a big hole in the back of them. So anytime I see whatever it is, I think it's for air. I think it's like allowing
That makes
air.
sense.
I don't know.
So you're not ass strapping it?
I'm sure that when Columbia came out with their fishing shirt, they weren't like, "Ooh, we're going to sell this to these squatty truck kids." You know what I mean? Like I'm sure that like the squatty truck kids picked this up.
Yeah, it's a weird
from like their dad's
fit.
closet or something.
I'm looking at them
what I mean?
right now. Yeah, and
Yeah.
someone was saying they wear boat shoes. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's all like they look like they just came out of the yacht club. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it has like a rain jacket flap at the bottom of the rib cage. That is for airflow, for sure. My rain jacket has that.
Oh.
Because it's like all like plasticky that'll get you hot as balls, so that lets air in.
Oh, I know.
He says
Fuck those kids.
it's so their boyfriend can give them a back rub.
That's true. I don't doubt it. Most of them kids are all fucking fruitcakes. You know what I mean?
I know I'm getting old, but I hated them when
Yeah.
I was 20 also, so I guess not.
Yeah, I can't really think of a time where I like was into something where like everybody should have hated me for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a personality thing. Like, it's like, I don't know. You just have to follow other people.
Yeah.
Have to. Oh, the shoes are called Hey Dudes.
Well, so apparently those are really comfortable.
Probably.
I got a couple friends that wear them. You know what I mean? That don't drive squatted trucks.
Oh, I see. I'm looking up Hey Dudes. I actually just saw Balagencia Crocs Madame Mules in green, and they have a high heel built in. Is like one of the first images that I saw. I'm going to share it, guys, in the chat.
Oh, that's funny.
Check these out. These are beautiful. Does the link work? The link works. Go ahead and click, kids. The other one, someone did ask something. Joe, I think it was Joe. Fart pillows. V6 sound like trash. A VR6 sounds good, but that's because it's not really a V. It's a 15 degree. It's basically an inline. It has one cylinder head. But yeah, I guess it's not really a V. Someone asked something. Oh, I can't find it. I just did. I'm an asshole. Tell us what a reliable, affordable combo for a Ford small block is. Like if you were building what I always say, ice cream and burnouts. Example, a 78, 75, and 600 wheel. It's like a drop in the bucket thing for an LS. 78, 75, 550 on pump gas, very easy, into the 800s on ethanol, done. So is there something like that
with a push rod? With a push rod Ford?
That's tough. That's a tough answer because they crack in half about 500.
Well, no, I mean you definitely have to go to the 351 Windsor base.
Okay.
You have to go to a Windsor base.
Well, that's
block.
what they're
I mean,
asking.
Like you can.
What's the?
Yeah, you can pick up a reasonably cheap, 351 Windsor based block and the crank and whatnot. I mean, what are you trying to make 700? It should live there.
I know Tony Reiners, a friend of mine, had a Windsor 351 totally stock, and he went 8s for a long time, and all he was doing is smashing C4s out of it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like you could do
really well.
You could do a Windsor with like a little bit of a different intake manifold, and see that's where like the LS has like the real advantage when it comes to like doing it really cheap.
No water jacket, plastic intake, yeah. They're worth
but I mean, it comes
$1.
with like. they come with like a good fuel injected intake. They, you know what I mean, like something that'll work. I mean, it's good enough. They come with like the best part of an LS is the gaskets.
Reuse all of them.
Well, they're the best gaskets. They're like
Yep.
metal with embossed rubber.
I think
Like
it's called like Vuitton or something like that.
yeah.
It's a
But they
composite
don't
with
leak.
a seal.
Hmm. Yeah, like all their gaskets are good. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Oil pan, good. You know what
Well,
I mean?
that's why you
Valve
just
covers,
stick them
good.
right back on.
Right. So like, it's kind of hard to compete. Like, to answer that guy's question, it's hard to say, oh, a 351 Windsor, would be your burnout and ice cream thing. That's your burnout and ice cream car from 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's
That's what
tough.
it is. It's 351 Windsor, but from 20 years ago.
Because then you got to
20
buy
years
like
ago,
what they say the trick flow top end that everybody does with a decent injection
right,
intake, and then a 90-degree throttle body that doesn't hit the distributor, and
right. Well, you got to think also, like 20 years ago, if you made 400 horsepower, that was a lot of fucking
mind
horsepower.
blowing. Yeah,
I mean, that was just a lot of power.
yeah.
Now today, like, technology has not ruined, spoiled a lot of people,
Yeah.
right? The fact that you can go get an LS out of a junkyard and do a few small things to it and then just go hammer it with boost
Just get fuel
and
and
make
air in that
1,000
thing.
horsepower
Yeah.
and make it like 1,000 horsepower and it live is like, I mean, that's unheard of. Like, that's why some of these older guys, when you tell them that, they're like, yeah, you're lying to me.
I have to
You know what I
remind
mean? Because
myself, yeah, because you can have a car like the 4L80E cars, you start it, drive it, whatever, no problem.
yeah, I mean, like, I'm still not sold on the whole. I'll never be. We should use an electronically controlled transmission. Like, that's just not me. I'll never do it. Right? Like I'll never have that. Right? Unless I'm going to put together something where I'm just going to cruise it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll put a 4L80 in something that, like, my next project that I really want to do is
Someone
I
asked
want like
that too. I'm glad you're segueing into this.
okay. So, well, I think I saw that question actually. That was if I were to build another race car or something, or hot rod. But if I were to build like my next project that I actually want to do is an old Continental. I want
A
to do an old Lincoln
suicide door?
Continental. Yeah.
That's
Yep.
like the
Yep.
only car I would pay for someone to wash and buff for me.
Yeah. Like, I really want a white, all white, black interior Lincoln Continental, suicide doors. I want white wall tires. I want,
All of it.
you
Yep.
know what I mean? Like, I want it all. Probably put it on air ride.
Yep.
To be honest, the plan, if my convertible ever stops hemorrhaging money from me, the plan with this would be, and you'll probably think I'm retarded, but a Gen 3 Hemi swap with whatever overdrive transmission, whatever.
Yeah.
So a Gen 3 Hemi, that's probably what I would wind up putting in it, because they make pretty damn good power. And their stock components are pretty stout. Plus, I can get one with like a blower already on it, and you know what I mean. It's low profile. It'll, you know what I mean. It'll just kind of drop in there. You don't have to mess with it. So, and I'll just probably never be the guy to put an LS in something.
Understandable.
But if I were to build another race car, I fell in love with a red one that was down in Florida in Bradenton a couple weeks ago, like a month ago. I think it's like a 19 Mustang S550 chassis, but with the GT500 front end.
Huh.
The GT500, like 2019, 2020, whatever.
Yeah, the new
GT500 front end. It's got like a huge grill. Like, it's an enormous grill.
Yeah.
I absolutely fell in love with it. Those cars are really wide. They've got like a couple inches of wheelbase on a Fox body, so that makes it, for a race car, it makes it a lot better. They're a lot wider. It's a lot easier to fit like bigger containment seats in them. They're not very light, but I mean, if I was going to build a new hot rod like race car, it would be brought to the extent that my convertible is, like, right away. So it wouldn't really, the weight doesn't really matter. It's just kind of there as a shell to like be pretty. So
yeah.
And yes, it would be white. So yeah. those are my two. Those are my two next things, I guess. And I'm saying this, and we just bought a dyno, so I have a feeling that neither of my wants for projects are going to be happening anytime soon. So
Where are you gonna
you
put
know,
it? At your house?
that's at my shop at my house. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Our shop is at my house.
Well, no, I
I don't
knew
know.
that. I just was wondering if you like weren't gonna put it in town with someone you knew, or
No, 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 no. We're just gonna put it there, and then I'm up in the air.
gonna
Uh,
build a separate building for it, like a dino cell.
no,
Just shove it in behind
no.
you.
Yeah, pretty much, or put it right outside. I've got like a big covered area outside. I may
Oh
put it
yeah,
outside.
your
I
weather's
may
good
just
enough to do that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I may just put it outside. To be 100% honest with you, I'm a little distracted because the body style Mustang that I really like is on TV right now.
Ah,
Um, but to be 100% honest with you, I may sell it like shortly after it arrives.
yeah,
Not
because you have
really.
to wait a long time for them.
Yeah, I may. Well, I'm saying I may just sell it and like get rid of it because if Joe's still watching, it's his fault that we bought a dyno, even though he was 100%. Even though we spent an hour and a half on the phone talking about it, and he was 1,000% honest with me, and I'm kidding when I say it's his fault or he's the reason we bought it. Um, I wanted. I thought I really wanted a dyno. Then the more and more I think about it, we pay for a dyno, and I still have to deal with a lot of people then.
Yep,
And that's the gripe that I have.
yep. And then it doesn't
So,
make the number, and you have to explain. And
oh, I see. I don't have to explain. I don't know what to tell you. I think what I'm going to do when the dyno does show up is the first thing I'm going to do with it. I already told Joe this, and I don't. I just have to make sure I can do this. I'm sure I can. I'm going to manipulate the dyno on the same tune-up and the same two poles, one after the next, to show a very large difference in horsepower. Huge, so that I can kind of just put an end to that whole I got a 2,500 horsepower, LS or whatever, or small block Ford, um, and kind of just disprove the stuff that we see with dynos. You know what I mean? So
yeah, Chris, my buddy Chris, who tunes professionally, he says if you're not cranking out OEM ECU cars constantly with tuning, it's not worth having the dyno.
yeah, see, I mean, we we were gonna just tune the cars that we wire. Some of the customer cars that I deal with,
Yeah, get shakedown passes on them.
yeah, just make sure that they're good to go. Some of the, but the way, and then I'll rent it out to some people that like I know that would wind up wanting to tune some stuff. But I'm not really interested in like I'll never be the person that wants to deal with like a $300 or $500 tune. Like I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Like I'm not doing
understood.
that. You know what I mean? Like if I'm going to tune a car on a dyno, I'm going to have it for a day or two or something. It's probably going to cost you about $2,000. You know what I mean? And then when it leaves, everything will be 100% right. And it is what it is. And if you want to bitch about how long I had the car or how much your bill is, then I'm just not for you. You know what I mean? So, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? we'll, it's paid for. It's en route from Australia. Um, and whenever it gets here, we'll set it up and see if we like it or not. You know. So
There was a good one here. I think I already know the answer to this one. Ask Devin what he thinks about donk rim racing.
it's awesome.
I think it's incredible. I mean, it
It is
looks. I think it
awesome.
looks dumb as hell when people are driving in those, but the fact that they are going that fast on a rubber band, it blows my mind. People think the 235 is incredible that you're doing, dude.
dude,
What
dude,
does that
them
have?
donk.
A 1 inch sidewall? A half an inch?
No, not even. So donk racing's pretty big down here. Or big. They don't call it donk racing. They call it big rim. Um, so big rim racing is pretty popular down here. There's quite a few people that are very competitive with it, and there's a couple of guys that are very very fast. And I will say this: people that have made fun of big rim racing. And I'm not saying whoever asked this question was making fun of big rim racing. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that have made fun of it. you probably don't want to sit your 550 car anywhere near next to some of those cars.
I don't think the
And
way this guy worded it, it sounds like he likes it and wants to know your
oh,
opinion.
yeah. No, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like the challenge of it. That's one of the reasons why we really like 235s.
That's why I
you know
like.
what I mean?
I was so happy when a bunch of places announced like an unlimited 235, because that's what I would
Yeah.
always race on. I think I said to you,
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
then people are like, "Oh, it's hard to go fast on a little tire." I'm like, I am an idiot, and I had a completely stock Fairmont with a 235 on a stock Mustang 10 hole 4 lug
Yep.
with a pump gas Fairmont, and I foot braked a mid 9 after I drove to the track, drove home on
Right.
1 tank of gas in 2012.
Right.
And I'm like, imagine how fast you could be if you had a race car and you took it this seriously.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're a good example of that. You were like yawning out 450s.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was slow. Like it was slow. Like
Oh, I
I'm
know.
not saying.
Yeah, yours is capable of really fast, but I think it's funny that a 450, you're coasting like a 701 on the one pass.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we coasted like a 720.
Yeah, it was retarded.
720.
I'm like, you almost coasted a 6.
Yeah.
That's why
yeah,
you say when a pro mod goes a 6, it pisses you off.
Yeah, well, like especially like when it barely breaks into the 6s or it goes like 7.0s or something like that. It's like, dude, what do you?
33 by 13, cutting a 127 60 foot.
Yeah, like what are y'all doing?
Get
you know
out
what I mean? It blows my mind. I really hope that more actual racers start showing up to the drag and drive stuff because I'd love to see it get fast. I'd love to see it get competitive and fast. You know what I mean?
I mean, Scott Brown is there. He was commenting earlier.
Oh, the Scott Brown TSB. Yep. Oh man. So I was fortunate enough to get his autograph.
Nice.
When we were in Florida. I also worked security for him for a little bit to keep all the paparazzi away from him. Me and Jordan ran a little bit of defense, a little bit of security for the Scott Brown. Now Scott's an awesome guy. He's an awesome guy, and I was really glad that we were able to book the same hotels as Scott a while ago because I'm like this, I'm kind of new to this group, right? So I know a lot of people by, maybe name or via, whatever. And we had like so many people come up to us and go, man, thank you so much for all you've done, all these videos, yada, yada, and like, they're very grateful for it. But when it comes down to it, I don't really know a lot of people in this realm of racing, right? Like I don't know them by face and by name. And it was a great thing to have Scott, like, he helped me, like, hey, book these hotels. This is where we're staying. You'll be good, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. And it was awesome to hang out with him the whole week. And it was great. Like him and Steve Hafner, the guy who's his co-pilot. I hope I'm saying his last name right. They were awesome. And they had they know everybody. You know what I mean? So it was like very easy for.
You would call them the mayor in my wording.
Yeah,
like whenever I introduce
sure
somebody that like working with a vendor and we see somebody and I'm like, this is the mayor,
Right. Yeah. He's very much he is the influencer. He is the influencer.
Drag and Drive said that.
Yeah.
Hashtag influencer when you were talking about Scott Brown.
Yeah. Now Scott's awesome. Such a cool car. They have a great time. You know what I mean? I was, I hope he continues to do them.
Drag and Drive gave me another $5. Incredible. You don't have to do that, but thanks. He's pushing his questions to be asked because I always immediately go to someone who paid money. Was Scott or Devin the big spoon? What a way to spend $5.
Man, I don't know about that. I don't know. I think Scott and Steve had something going on. I don't know. They once the liquor started flowing. No, I'm just kidding. That's funny. No, Scott kind of took me under his wing. Made sure that we were good to go the whole time. So it was a good deal. I'll tell you, Michael with dragondrive.com, he's doing a great job with keeping up with everything, making sure that you know, people are kind of up to date on some of the events that are coming in, what's been going on. I have a feeling, and I may be wrong, I'm hopeful at least, that this type of racing blows up. Like, I want this to blow up. Like, I want everybody to want to build cars that can drive on the road. And they don't necessarily even mean just drag and drive events. I mean, although they're a blast, I want more people to get back into street cars. Like, that's what I really want.
Well,
Because
yeah,
they're
I
more
mean,
fun.
if you know anything about me, that's all I want is for people to have trailering and stupid stuff. I'm not a fan of at all. And I'm like, if it's such a good car, just drive it there. And I mean, I don't know. I don't think the trail. I'm passing it on to you. That's the worst thing about my constant yawning is everyone else is probably yawning.
Well, now I'm going to text Laura and tell her I need coffee.
Oh, I got one. This is coffee.
Yeah, I need one though, so I'm going to have Laura make it for me.
Oh, this is a good one.
Yeah.
Is it just Devin and his girl that run HCR, or is there an employee or two?
It's me, Laura, and we have one employee, Justin. And Justin, we hired Justin in, I want to say like August, I think, of last year. He's been awesome. He has done a very good job of tolerating me and learning quickly. And I'm tough. I'm hard to tolerate. I know that. Like, I'm okay with admitting that. You know what I mean? He's been fantastic. Laura, on the other hand, absolutely terrible. I mean, it's terrible. If we had the worst employee of the month, it'd probably be Laura. No, I'm kidding. Any of our customers that know that Laura's kind of in charge of everything that we do. So we get people that they'll message me and
Jamie's
and they ask,
here.
like,
Jamie just jumped in the chat and she goes, "I love Laura."
Yeah, she runs our show over here. That's what she does. It's the truth. And when we get messages or calls about like, hey, I need a price on this or that or whatever, like, I'm terrible. I'm like, dude, why are you bothering me? Like, you have to send a message to my business page. And people get mad when I'm like, message my business page, and they're like, well, I'm just asking you. It's like, you don't want my price.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what anything costs, so I'm just going to tell you it's $10,000. Well, I only wanted a fuel filter. Well, it's 10 grand because I don't know what shit costs, so I'm not going to lose money on this. You know what I mean? I promise you'll get a better deal if you talk to her. So she handles all the sales, all the scheduling. She handles all the billing. She handles coordinating, like, when cars are coming, when they're getting picked up, when they're getting dropped off, and she also she handles payroll. Even though I haven't been paid in, like, I don't know, 2 years or something.
You're
but
working
no,
for
she's
free.
Oh yeah. I've been doing that for a while now.
Someone just wrote discount code call Laura.
Yeah, oh, it's the truth. Like, if you message me, that's the worst thing you can do if you really, like, genuinely need something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all it's
Like,
gonna do is provoke you in a bad way.
Well, no, like, if I even see it. That's the thing, is like,
You're immediately like, put that guy in the back of the list.
Well, oh no, you don't want to hear what I have to say sometimes. If y'all call more than one time in a row, if the camera was rolling here, you'd be like, oh my God, they hate me. Don't call more than one time in a row. There's no point. Leave a message, send a text, send an email, whatever. If you call more than one time in a row, we didn't answer on the first time, that's probably because Laura's on the phone. You know what I mean? So if she's on the phone with a customer, she can only do so much. Or if I'm on the phone with a customer doing support or helping them, I'm not going to hang up on them to answer some random number that I don't know calling. You know what I mean? Like, we try to take care of our customers really well. So sometimes people are like, they'll call 2, 3, 4 times in a row. It's like, why'd you do that? And if I wind up calling them back, my first words are like, why did you call me 5 times in a row? And then typically they're not our customer anymore because they get mad.
Yeah, were you on fire? I'm not a fire department, so what the hell do you want me to do?
Right. I know it's typically like, well, I have a race in like an hour and I need you to,
no,
whatever.
Cameron and I always do this thing where he texts me when he's gonna go to the track, and he's like, "I'm in the staging lanes. I need a." It's always,
Yeah.
"I'm in the staging lanes right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I
Oh
just
yeah.
made a pass, and I have 5 minutes, and you need to fix why my car
Yeah.
went slow." Over
Well,
a phone description, and then I need to fix it. So just get
right,
that together for
right.
me.
Some people are like, "Hey, it's 11 o'clock at night, and we're about to go into the finals, and I need you to figure out how to pick up 2/10 in the eighth mile for me that I haven't been able to figure out for the past year and a half." And you're like, "Oh, is that all you need? Fuck, you just called to order your magic 2/10 button? Hang on a second, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?"
Go into that section on the ECU and check. I
Yeah,
need 2/10. I always say that to
yeah,
people at the dyno. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
like something will happen, and I'm like, oh, I forgot to check off the box for that in the ECU. Oh,
yeah.
Chris was just saying. He goes, I just DM'd you on Facebook. Let me call you 3 times in a row now, and then they get
Yeah.
mad when you point out how dumb they are.
Yeah, I've gotten really good at ignoring my messenger, and then like every now and then, like when I've got a minute, or like if I'm in the bathroom. Typically, if it's when I'm in the bathroom, I'll go through my messenger and I'll start answering everybody. But then there's like, like if you start getting through like the first like 15 or 20, I kid you not, I get roughly uh 75, 80 messages a day on my personal messenger of just from different people, like 80 different people a day, just on my personal messenger. So it's like there's only so much that I can tolerate, and then the phone ringing, and then the business messenger, like which is what's supposed to be going off. Laura handles that. So like if you message her, she does a lot better of a job than I do, because I'm not very good at customer service. I'm good at support, tech support. I'm just not very good at customer service. So
I like what Joe Simpson just wrote. I only respond to YouTube comments from the toilet.
yes, same.
So are they getting a shitty comment then? Ha ha ha, dad jokes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I usually just ignore the YouTube stuff, right? Because like there's no, like, I mean, I'll like the comments when people are like, positive about stuff. And if somebody's got like a genuine question, like sometimes I'll answer them or whatever. The other day, like some dude was like, I said something about, like I made a video and I just said, I use Rife sensors and I use Holly sensors.
I saw that in the video, of course.
And I said, I haven't had any failures. Like I said, my exact words were, I didn't have any failures. Okay. So this is a video recapping Sick Week, right?
Yeah. You were just saying, I have plenty of friends, Chris is one of them, that are like, I will not use snake eaters. I don't want to.
Right.
And I say,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
Right.
I'm not. And then there's like almost like social justice warriors for me that are like,
yeah.
And I'm like, shut the fuck up. They don't want to touch it.
Yeah. Right.
They don't want to.
But
Just like if they say to you, like, I want to make 3,000 horsepower, what should I buy? And they want like 2 Chinese 76 or 78 75s. And you're like,
yeah.
No. And they're like, whoa. And you're like, okay, well, you asked.
Yeah. Well, I like this guy like jumps my ass and he's like, well, I've had multiple failures of all this stuff and blah, blah. And I was like,
cool.
All I did was I said, like, that makes one of us, which is a fair assessment.
No implication. Nothing. You just said what you use and that it had no failures.
And he jumped my ass. He was like, he said, oh, dude, he just started insulting me and stuff. And I was just like, keep it up, man.
Well, when you have no argument, it's personal insult straight away.
Yeah.
You can't argue. You can't argue a fact, and you can't supply evidence. So you just go right for that because you have nothing else.
Well, the good news is that I figured out how to hit that little button that says block user from your channel.
Yeah.
So like he can't even comment anymore. So that's great. You know what I mean? I actually figured that out a little while ago from a guy that absolutely loves me. He's a huge fan of mine. He's a huge fan of yours too. This is sarcastic. And he's the greatest thing since sliced bread and anything in the world. I figured it out on him when he wouldn't stop commenting. So I'm not going to say who it is, but you know exactly who I mean. So he's the only real tuner in the world. You know what I mean? So
I I would say 80% of people know who that is.
yeah,
Chris was just saying, uh, the must be nice to be popular Joe is what he's saying, because he's like, I don't know how you're supposed to keep up with 347,000 comments. And then Chris goes, must be nice to be popular. And then
dude.
and then Chris was talking about personal insults, where you say that makes one of us, and he goes, okay, fat ass. And he goes, that's
Right.
usually how it goes for him.
Yeah. It was like, I mean, it was like so retarded. I don't even remember what the guy said, but it was like such a dumb. It was like such a dumb
So
insult.
like,
And then
weren't you
he
just
brought in-
asking me for advice, and now I'm a fucking idiot?
That's the thing that's like so interesting because so then like before I like blocked him from the channel, like I think we ate hot wings. So I was in the bathroom for a minute. You know what I mean? So like I had some time. So I'm like scrolling through and I like just started like looking for any comment from this guy, and like he's been commenting on my stuff for like a long time, and it's all been like tech related stuff, and he's always like seemed normal. You know what I mean? And then whatever the case may be, I just said, well, I guess that makes one of us. I really don't know, it was like, that's it. I'm fucking going to lose my mind. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? I don't know. Maybe you should drink more. I don't know. That's what my new thing. I just been trying to push people into drinking more. Like when they're out of line, you know what I mean? Just start drinking more. Maybe that'll fix you,
The thing Devin is doing on the toilet while answering questions is officially called taking a Clark right now.
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Yep. Taking a Clark. That's the truth. He's a different character, man. He asked if he could be my co-pilot in at Rocky Mountain Race Week.
When?
Yeah.
When? Like a year ago?
Just the other day.
He is.
Oh, delusional.
It's chemical. It's chemical, dude. That's why I stopped talking to him and kicked him out of. I thought for a long time he would offer good insights and he would challenge me, which I enjoyed. But then he would do the personal insult stuff all the time. And then the last time he was on Sloppy, where I kicked him off after that, is he would constantly like insult my ability, which I'm like, I think that's funny because I'm an IT guy that tunes for fun, and I make no. I don't expand on that at all, and I don't claim I'm anybody else. And I will constantly tell you if you need somebody to call like Carl Pritz or someone who's a pro. And then because Carl is local to me, he's in Philly, he's like 40 minutes south.
Right.
So I'm like, call Carl. He's a professional. And then he'd just bring up random stuff. And then I'm like, you know what, bud? Post a car that you've tuned.
Yeah, I've been asking for that for a couple years.
I'm like, one car. One. I'm an idiot that does this for fun, and on my phone I have at least I do 2 cars on a weekend usually. So that's 6 cars a month.
Yeah.
And if you have a smartphone, you're taking pictures of one of them a month.
Oh, at least you'd think.
So,
well, he congratulated me or us on how well we did at Sick Week, and said how impressed he was with it. And I was like,
so weird.
My response to him was like,
"Are you sick?"
No, but that's what I said. I said, drop a pin with your location. I'll call an ambulance.
Yeah.
It sounds like something's wrong. Like, drop your location. Like, there's got to be something wrong here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he came back and he had a rational response of like, no, man, like you did a good job. I said, man, maybe I don't know, maybe
he's on meds now. I don't know.
I was just really hoping that it was like, well, maybe we can get past this bullshit.
Yeah.
And instead it turned into, and then he like said, like, do you need a co-pilot? And I just didn't even respond because like,
you're like, dude, didn't you try to bury my business for the last 5 years?
Yeah, he's been trying. I mean, thank God that nobody really respects the majority of what he has to say.
100%, but you just don't want to hear it anymore.
Well, I know. I mean, it's just like, I mean, he's not a dumb guy.
No,
he's not.
No, that's what I think people misconstrue that I just dislike him for fun. And like I said, I liked when he would challenge me, and he for sure knows some things, but then he just goes off into that like chemical imbalance thing. And then you're
Yeah, I
like,
don't know
dude,
what
I
it
can't
is.
stand you. Stop. And then he's like,
Yeah.
oh, and you're like a, you're like a unchallenged 3-year-old right now. Please.
Yeah, he like when he threatened me and then like was like taking shots at Laura and stuff and like saying stuff to
Eh,
like Laura. I was like, yeah, man, let's just hope we don't meet in person. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I
Like for
remember
you,
you said to me like, "Hey Scott, are you going to PRI? I'll get you a ham sandwich or something.
yeah,
We'll meet up and I'll get you a sandwich."
yeah, and then he didn't show up.
No kidding.
But I mean, either way, it's a shame because like he's not dumb, and he'd be a great resource in this community, and he's just like I don't know what it is. Like he's just made it his like goal to just be a cunt.
Just
You know
burn
what I
every
mean?
bridge he can find.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like why? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, Jamie,
Whatever.
I mean, this is funny because I'll agree too. Jamie goes, he threatened you? Wow, delusional for sure. And I mean, he's lucky you're not old Devin, be
Oh yeah, yeah,
not
yeah,
to be
yeah,
that
yeah,
guy. Like, yeah, but
yeah. No,
holy,
no, for sure.
that would have
Yeah,
been a
yeah,
heck of a
yeah.
story.
Oh yeah. If this would have started about 15 years ago,
Oh man,
I'd have made some time to find him. You know what I mean? Like I used to do some stuff where I'm like, man, I ain't got shit going on. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
I know it.
you know.
I know it.
so,
It's
so
not a joke, guys. It's not a
no, it really
joke.
isn't. But again, you get older, you get wiser, you smarten up. You know what I mean? You grow up
You know,
too.
you can't. Yeah, it's not worth your time. That's why I had
No,
to
no,
kick him
no.
off stuff. I'm just like, dude,
Same. So did I. So
go
I had to do
away.
the same. I had to do the same, and it was a shame because like he like I threw him off all the Holly groups. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of them. I had to throw him off all of them, and it was all because like I made this rule like you're not going to have any advertisements, like no classifieds, right? Because like there's
Oh
no point in
yeah.
having because you know what it turns into. You know what I mean? Like everybody's selling everything now. So um
We have a
no
classified
classified.
group. We have a
So
separate
yeah,
group.
yeah, exactly. I did the same thing with all the Holly stuff. And he like just kept over and over and over plugging his classes. And I'm like, that's not that no. Damn it, no. Like
Yeah, like do make your own page and hope 5 people show up. Like get all the customers
right.
together
Or like
and
and if you want to chime in, like if somebody says like, hey, my car won't start, right?
yeah.
And if your response is like, hey, did you look at this, this, and this? By the way, if you're local to wherever, I'm having a class in a few weeks or a month, you should come. You'll learn a lot of things. That's perfectly like that's the good response, right? Like
That's why
that's what you
people
should
are
do.
like if someone seems needy and people are like take it to Matt. I'm like no thanks. You seem
Right.
I have no this is not offensive for you at all, bud, but it seems like you need someone to hold your hand. And that's not a bad thing, but I don't hold hands.
Right.
Like you might need help through this. Don't take it offensively. It sounds like you need help, and I can't offer you that kind of support. You'll be pissed,
Right.
and I'll be
Right.
annoyed.
Right. But
Literally.
yes, yeah, oh dude, I know,
And they get weird
uh
about that, but they go away.
eventually, you know. Eventually we got some that really want to be married. You know what I
Jamie
mean?
Jamie wrote old Devin is terrifying.
Yeah, I wasn't a really great person. Uh but I was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Uh
It was fun to see stuff happen. I would never want to be there.
yeah,
Luckily I was
yeah,
on another side of that. I wasn't
yeah,
dumb
yeah,
enough
yeah.
to like yeah, you were literally a silverback gorilla and people be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, F you, blow." And you're like, and I'm like, why did you? Why? Why did you do
Were you
that?
there the night I grabbed that Taurus, that Ford Taurus, and picked it up?
No,
Oh yeah. That
no,
was a good one. Yeah, I
no.
did that at the Blue Monkey.
You guys, yeah,
Guy
I
ran.
was, I never
Yeah,
did that stuff. Maybe Jamie
yeah,
saw it because she used to go there. She used to
yeah,
bartend there. She used to bartend at like 5 places.
yeah. Laura did too.
Easy
Yeah. No,
money.
that was an old. Yeah, exactly. That's a long time ago. That's nothing to do with now, though. You know what I mean? So thankfully, I think moving to the South was one of the best things I could have done for myself.
Because then you don't know anybody. Start.
No, not necessarily that. It's just like I kind of calmed down a lot when I moved here. I calmed down. I just like calmed down a
Well,
lot. Like, well, you have
the
to.
whole pace is more chill there.
Yeah, like if you move, like if you come to the South and like you're from like Northeast, right, and you're used to like the hustle and bustle and yada yada, you come to the South when you're driving, you're like pissed off constantly. the whole time you're like, get out of the way. You're in my way. I need to get somewhere, blah, blah, blah. And then like after probably, I think it was probably about 6 months in of doing this, I was like, why am I mad? Like they got it right. You know what I mean? Like, why am I pissed? Like
Cameron and I go over this frequently, where we're so like, what is this person doing, and blah blah blah. They don't care.
They don't give a shit.
They don't care. We're the only people just like rah rah rah. Well, I wonder if my buddy Cody was just here. But Cody Ace, he says he doesn't remember saying this to me. But we were drinking one night, and I was complaining about like everything. he just said Blue Monkey. But Cody goes, "Hey Matt, you ever look around the room and wonder who the asshole is?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "It's you. You're the asshole." Because I'm the asshole for like trying to judge people like who's the asshole in the room. It's me.
Now he's I understand exactly what he's saying because it's an accurate saying. You know what I mean? It's it happens. You know, moving down here, I'm telling you, you move down here, you get really really used to being late. You know?
Yeah,
like,
it's just the way it is.
Like when we hired Justin.
Sorry,
I was
kids.
like,
I just punted it again.
I said we'll start at like 9. You know what I mean? We'll work till whenever. You know, and like for the first like couple of days, he was like on time all the time, and like one day he showed up at like 9:15 or something. He's like, and he called me like on the way to work, right? And he's like, "Man, I'm running late." Blah blah. Blah. I'm like, "Dude, I don't care. You know, I don't give a shit." You know, and he's like, "Oh, all right." Now it's kind of the point where I'm like, man, somewhere between like 9 and 10 would be cool. You know what I mean? Like, let's just do that, you know, because we work late though. Like Justin was here until like 7:45.
Yeah, take your
So,
time
like,
in the morning because we're gonna be
yeah,
here.
yeah. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? It's fine. So we, the South has taught me a lot. You know what I mean? It calmed me down a lot. I'm a lot happier here. So plus racing here is like all the time. I was at the racetrack yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I
racetrack
know that.
yesterday.
Like, what's cool is a lot of them just have no NHRA status, and you can just go and race a damn car. That's what's terrible about up here. Is always like the very stringent tech at terrible tracks. Like, let's just make fun of Island Dragway again. I don't care about making fun of them.
Right.
I've had employees of there text my friends and tell me not to say that stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Matt, could you chill about the track? Because I would say how I tricked them and that you should do it too, and that they don't look at what they need to. They look for obvious things that people always fail and scumbag people on it disrespectfully.
Yeah.
Like the battery shutoff switch. No one tells them that like the alternator is going to keep the car running.
Oh yeah.
And they have to do stuff. They have to do certain things. So I thought it was funny. I put one on my car because they said I needed it at that point. So I ran the ground wire for a 20 gauge ground wire for the relay that turned on my fuel injection panel.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was like, battery disconnect, huh? And he goes, dink, and the car shuts off dead. And he goes, wow, you actually wired that right. Dude, it is a fucking human hair wire that goes...
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Great job. You didn't even look at the battery cables.
Right.
You know, I just want to...
Well, down here, we don't have tech, like, we don't have tech.
That's what I mean. It's relaxed.
We don't have tech.
And it's 8th mile. They just...
Yeah. We try to keep, down here, it seems like, thank you, Laura.
Is that your coffee?
Yeah. She finally showed up with it. Yeah.
You're going to take it out of her paycheck because it was so late?
If I knew how to write a paycheck.
Yeah, she's the one that handles
She writes the paycheck, so you know what I mean? So I don't
She'll give herself extra money for dealing with it.
Probably. What's funny is I always have to ask her, I'm like, hey, are we broke? And she's like, no. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because I don't even know how much money we make.
I'm going to order.
I don't know shit about it.
Cody was actually in the car with me. He filmed. I forget, didn't Devin have the green Fastiva, or was it Dan Cray?
That was me.
It was absolutely Devin, and I had it for like a day or two.
Yeah, you took it when I went to Vegas.
I took it. I put it on the dyno. Cody and I just drove it around and spun them off and laughed like little girls.
That was one of the funnest cars I've ever had.
We bought one. Did I tell you?
No.
Jamie bought a 91 or a 93, I can't remember, a Festiva.
Really?
And it actually has, we bought it from Justin Kramer, and it has power steering, air conditioning, and a sunroof.
Whoa, that's fancy.
It's like the Mercedes of Festivas.
Festiva.
I'm like, I didn't even know they came with this stuff.
It's that Festiva S-Class.
It's a Festiva, C, or, no, C is the,
Yeah.
someone had told me once, I asked my one friend, Sarah Liming, I'm like, because she had all Mercedes and stuff, I'm like, what does a C mean? And she's like, crap. It's like the poor versions of a Mercedes.
Yeah.
I just laughed. I knew exactly what she meant.
That's funny. That's funny.
We ripped up an old Italian warehouse by XPO behind BJ's, and it was like Porsche Turbo Dangerous. I remember the clutch was the size of a triple plate, but only one.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it was like a 6-inch or an 8-inch clutch disc.
Yeah, that car was so much fun though. That was so much fun.
I was dying at how simple. I kept asking you 20 questions, and it was like on a vane meter with the flapper.
Yeah.
And it was just like I was like, how did you tune it? You're like, I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I was
I think we turned fuel pressure up and was like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you did like one thing that made the air feel good and boost and called it a day.
Yeah, and it ran good.
It made, I think it was only like 6 pounds, and I have the dyno things. I think it made 189 horsepower, but like 215 foot-pounds everywhere.
Yeah. Dude, and it was so tiny.
And it had,
like,
dude, ours has like a 12-inch wheel, and it has 13 millimeter lugs.
Yep.
Yeah, 13.
Oh, wow. So they're pretty big. That's a big lug for them, you know?
He used an old 12-to-1 FPR, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, I don't remember exactly what was all in that thing, but man, it was, that was a lot of fun.
FMU is what you want to say, Cody.
Yeah. Probably the old Vortec ones.
We had one on Ryan's Mustang.
Yeah, that old Vortec unit.
I know all about it, yep.
Yep.
When you talk about that, that's how you know immediately someone's like middle school stuff, like, because you're like, oh yeah, FMU swapping out the discs. After that, we realized they sold ones with like a pin, an adjustment pin.
Yeah.
And you could just turn it up until it was good. Yeah,
I didn't have that.
We were swapping the discs all the time, like idiots.
Yep. Yeah, that those were fun days though. You know what I mean? That was a good time.
It was cool because you just did what you could and let it go.
Yep. And that's kind of like where you're at too, which is awesome. Because like what I have and like what I deal with and what I do, dude, it's a fucking job.
Oh yeah. That's why people all the time are like, you should quit your hospital IT job and build and tune cars for people. And I'm like,
no.
Okay.
Worst idea ever.
Are you kidding? Yeah, just give up my hospital
there ain't no money
benefits
in it
and just all of that is just. I should definitely bolt together cars for people that don't have money to build them. No offense to you guys. The people I interact with are people that actually finish the car.
You know, that brings me to a topic. People need to, I hope they can, be more realistic with their expectations, you know? So there's a lot of people that build, they get, so we're usually the last people that somebody brings their car to, right? Like I'm the last person they see, right? So if you're building a whole brand new car, you know, you buy your engine, you buy your transmission, it goes to a chassis shop, because fabrication, paint, yada, yada, you put it all together, you plumb it, and you're like, okay, I got all the electronics. I need somebody to hook this all up and make it work. So I got to bring it to the wiring guy. So what happens is, one, they run out of money before they get to us, right? Because they built too expensive of a car for their budget, which is fine as long as you're patient, right? So like if you're way over budget, but you're willing to wait another 6 months, that's fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Save some expendable cash and only spend that.
Right.
Imagine teaching economics to people that need to. Well, like I've said this before about I got to get my buddy Ryan Gary on. He owns a Subaru shop, and he said, and I have said, we have said this together, that the build the cost to build some cars should include a $1,500 D Series 92 Civic.
Oh yeah.
Because these guys don't have
So
a car, and they drop off their Subaru for an engine build, and he already has 45 cars lined up for that. So, you guys coming back in 8 months, or I need my car. Well, you should have two, jerk. Like,
right. Yeah, so like what happened when people get to us, they usually are like, they've spent way too much money, and then I got to hear the song and dance about, man, I spent $50,000 on an engine and $5,000 on wheels, and I got $20,000 in electronics. Like, can you think you can help me out? And it's like, man, I am helping you out. I'm already helping you out. You know what I mean?
or
Like,
they
I'm booked
have
for 9 months.
they have the $50,000 engine, the $25,000 engine, no problem. $5,000 turbo, no problem. $1,000 for engine management, no fucking way. $1,000, they want to spend $1,000 on a trans and converter, and they want to spend $500 on an ECU, but they want it to do what a Dominator does.
Yep. Yeah, it's wild. It's, I mean, it is what it is. Hopefully more and more people start like realizing, like, if you have $100,000 budget, don't spend $99,000 on everything but getting the car to run. You know what I mean?
Joe, yeah, buy that first and put a stock 6-liter in the car. Chill out.
Right.
Joe Simpson, of course. Don't forget the wrapped golf cart with a 30K stereo and 22-inch wheels.
Oh yeah.
Gotta have it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't have that, like, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Like, you're not shit if you don't have that. So, some things that I've learned is that when somebody says, when we have customers that have said, man, money is no issue, I'm immediately like, all right, money's gonna be a problem, right? Like, no matter what, because they said it.
Or take your time.
Yeah.
He calls at the end of the week.
Yeah. I'll be honest, dude, our fucking, pardon my French, but our schedules here have been either like faster than anticipated or like way longer, right? And it's because like dumb stuff comes up, you know what I mean? And
probably
some
parts
cars,
supply last 2 years also.
A lot of it's been really hard to, like, I'm still waiting since last November or last October or something like that.
I think I sent you a picture of the Dominators. That took basically a year.
Yeah. I'm still waiting from like last November for blue wire. Blue wire. Like size 18 blue. It's hard
Maybe
to
you
get.
can get it from Jacob now if he's not sold out.
No, I use Tevzel, in-house. That's what we use. So, but no, it's like, it's just crazy. Like, to get your, to get certain materials. Like, there was like a crisis where like DTM 6-way connectors were like nowhere in the country. So I had like 30 of them here. And like, I felt like the little Hobbit guy from Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean?
Smeagol.
Like,
My
yeah,
precious.
that's it. Yeah. I was just like, oh yeah, I can't let these go. These are mine.
You're holding them in the corner.
Yeah. And then we like
sitting in a puddle with a loincloth on, staring.
Yeah. And then like
we could all visualize that for a second. That'd be great.
We started selling like wiring kits and like DTM 6-ways go in the wiring kits, and I was like, ooh.
Metropack.
Maybe we send them some DTM 8-ways. No. I mean, I'd give them more expensive shit, but I was just like, I don't want to give up these 6-ways because like you can't get them, Like, then there was a bout where like we couldn't get heat shrink anywhere. Like, how do you know what I mean? Like, I can't get heat shrink anywhere. So, and then there's probably people in there like, hey, you can get heat shrink from Harbor Freight. It's like, no, it's not what we do. You know what I mean?
People are paying for not Harbor Freight shrink wrap.
Right.
They're only calling me because they don't want Harbor Freight shrink
Right.
wrap.
So, but yeah, like I was fortunate that we were stocked up for probably 4 or 5 months worth of material, but like dude, getting stuff has been like crazy. So I think sometimes our schedules just kind of get blown out of proportion. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes you just get like beat by a car, right?
I
like
know
you just
all
get,
about it. I would say like, most of us do. I say it eats your lunch.
Yeah, like I really hope that like everybody that's watching kind of understands this, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular or anything like that, but you've probably gotten your ass kicked by your own car already. Just think about it as like from a business standpoint, like if you work on
how
a
many
lot of
you're
cars,
dealing with, and if 5 out of 10 are just crushing you, what that does to your
yeah.
timeline.
Oh, it just kills you. You know what I mean? Like you wake up in the morning, and you're just like, I don't want to do a effing thing because this car has literally just been killing me. You know what I mean? So like and then like there's plenty of times like when we're wiring cars and whatnot, and it's gotten a little bit better now that Justin's here because like I have to, you know what I mean? Like he's got to be working. Like we have to be working together. Like we have to be, churning out work because like what am I going to do? Pay him to sit here and like twiddle his, you know what I mean? So there's a little bit more
Send memes
fluidity.
on the toilet.
Right, right. But like there's some times where I'm just like, dude, I don't want to do a fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like I just don't want to do shit today. Uh, because I know that once I start working on this thing, it's gonna whip my ass. You know what I mean? So like there's a dragster. Whatever, it's dark. There's a dragster here. It's like a twin turbo dragster. And um shit. We finished up a car the other day, and like unbeknownst to me, I don't deal with a lot of drive by wire stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't do any of this stuff. I don't deal with drive by wire. So and honestly, this is kind of like my own fault. This car got dropped off a little while ago, and I've had like 3 other cars since this car's been dropped off that like I just absolutely had to get done. They were on my schedule, and I just kind of screwed up. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. So this one's been here for a little bit. It's drive by wire. It's got a Nick Williams throttle body on it, and I looked at the throttle body, and me and Justin looked at the throttle body, and we're like, oh, it uses that connector, whatever brand. It was like Yaziki or something. It's like a new style like Ford, right?
Oh, that's weird. So they bought a Ford throttle instead of like a 6-pin GM.
No, they actually bought. It's the same connector as a Coyote drive-by-wire throttle body.
Yeah, totally. I
But
mean, the GM stuff is like the standard. It's like installing. It's like having your type of build and putting oddball Ford Fox sensors on it.
well, no. What this is this is an LT drive-by-wire throttle body.
Yeah, it has a different connector. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
No.
It will not work because it needs a some little thing. I talked to Ryan about it at Holly, and he's like,
Witty.
"Yeah, you're not gonna be able to." Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Tell him
He's
to
like, "You're
get
not gonna
that
be able-"
Terminator V3 out, Lion SOB.
What are you talking about?
They have a Terminator version 3 that has expanded options for DI and some other stuff added to it for regular folk. And they did a video with Mike Finnegan where he has the LT4 6-speed powered truck. And he shows up and he says, we're putting our new firmware on to try to fix a bunch of your issues. And then they both say by the time this video comes out, version 3 will be on the website for Terminator for you guys to consume. And that was like a month ago. So I harass all the Holly guys I know and I text them. I'm like, yo, I got that V3?
I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
Matt.
and I even messaged Finnegan and I'm like, did they give you the software? Is it on your laptop? And I'm like, I'm gonna steal it. Oh man.
I can say this. I've been beta testing it for the past.
I know you're always. I wish they would
Yeah,
do that
yeah,
to
yeah.
me, but they can't trust me. I'll give everything away. I
Yeah,
understand.
you'll give it away. Yeah, you'll be
I
like on
get
here
it.
doing a podcast, like, check out this. This
Oh,
is
here's
sweet.
a link to my Dropbox.
Yeah,
Don't
Yeah,
tell
okay.
anybody, guys.
yeah, and then you'll tag them, like, look at what I did. You know,
Yeah, I'll be like at whoever at
right?
Keith
Yeah.
at yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been beta testing it for a while, and there's a lot of really cool stuff in it. So
Yeah,
that's
they
all
did
I can
change
really
stuff.
say.
I know it's fairly big update, so
Yeah, it's actually a huge update, and it's actually a little bit of a bummer for me because V3 is going to come out for the Terminator X before the new update for Dominators.
were they gonna go right to 7 or
I
it
don't
seems
know.
like they
I
skip
can't.
middle versions for big revisions.
Yeah, I don't know what they'll call this. I don't really know. I made a video and somebody saw on my desktop the Terminator X V3 logo, you know, and they were like, "What is that? The Terminator X V3? Like, what? Show us that, you know?" And I was like, "Oh no, that's just I just made that icon." And they're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, I did. So like the next video I made, I changed the name of the file to Terminator X not V3. He's like, you son of a bitch. You know, I was like, dude, I can't, you know.
That was like I hex edited my DynoJet software, and I did that internet 1320, pad my numbers $20.
Oh yeah.
I did that whole drop down. Yeah, I edited the actual software. It's not a Photoshop.
Oh, okay.
And then I
Well, I
was
don't know how to do
dumb,
that shit.
so I modified. I didn't back up the executable, so I had to reinstall it to fix that. Because I'd be at the dyno, and I'm like, I don't know which one's real. I have no clue. Like which one's good, internet, but I don't know. I don't know what they are anymore.
That's funny. No, but again, I've been using it for a while. We all had, you know, I mean, I did it a while ago, but about an NDA, so I can't really talk about anything that's in it. But I will say that it should make a lot of people very happy.
Good.
It should.
Maybe it has regular closed loop boost control that chases the map instead of dome control for an entry level user.
I don't know.
Because I've been asking that since they launched it.
I don't know. It'll be something that you'll that we'll all find out.
Tell them to speed the F up.
I'll say that I have been. I promise you guys with Terminator X's, I have been so hard on this one for a long time on your behalf, right?
Oh, good.
So I've been trying.
I remember when they were launching it, and the software didn't come out for like 2 or 3 months. You could only do the handheld. And then when it came out, they were asking me, like, oh, could you put together like a list of wants or things you find? And I had like a thing of 50 things. And I think they were like, man, we just thought this guy would be happy to be involved. We didn't think he would actually.
I remember I set that whole deal up.
Yeah.
I set that whole deal up, and then you were like, yeah, I want all this stuff. And then like I get a phone call.
You're missing all this stuff. And they're like, damn it, shut up.
I got a phone call.
I was posting on the Holly pages.
Yeah.
Like, Holly, please implement map-based closed-loop boost control because Dome is dumb as shit. Why'd you take the time to put a Dominator dome control feature in a Terminator? And they're like, shut the fuck up. People don't even know they wanted that until you opened your mouth.
You know, there's some stuff that people have been asking for that that is kind of dumb in my opinion. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. You know, there's some stuff. You know, like if there's enough people that want the same thing, I guess it's not dumb because I just look at it different. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people get like hung up on like output testing.
Yeah.
Like how many times you gotta click that injector?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like why is that important?
I know it would be nice, but whatever.
For initial install only.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is. But no, there's a lot of really cool stuff in it.
Like I had a lot of things I wanted, but I didn't expect them to implement them all in 30 days.
Well, you know, that's probably the way they took it. But I will say that I think that when this is released, when this firmware version is released, I think that most people's want lists are going to be either dramatically different with some random shit that they just pulled out of their ass that they think they want, or very, 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 very small. That's what I think.
I'm looking forward to it.
But then again, you give somebody.
Can I sign that paperwork to get it early? I obviously, if they tell me,
I have no idea. That's not my. You know, I mean, I don't do.
Tell me later who I talked to.
I was just approached, but I was approached a long time ago. So
yeah,
like,
you always beta everything.
Yeah, but like
and I know they did beta testing with like Blake Hughes back in the day a lot because he would say he was.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's you know, I mean, maybe I have no idea. But I will say that the team over at Holly, as much shit as everybody gives them, because like if you think about it, in the EFI world, Holly catches the most shit, and it's because they're the largest market share.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I do the same thing, but you know, like I said the one time, I harass people about stuff, but I understand they are way ahead on stuff that I haven't even asked about, and they're ironing that, and they don't have time for stupid things. They don't.
So like the guys over there, like the guys and girls over at Holly, they catch a lot of shit. According to social media and whatnot. But the thing that I will give them is there's other EFI companies out there that will release some shit
That doesn't work.
and it don't fucking work right, or there's a problem or there's a bug and they know about it, right? And they're hoping that that the end user will beta test for it, and then they'll just figure out what the
They're
problem
just
is,
people are just happy to get updates, whether they work or
right?
not.
And Holly is very good about making sure that they proof everything out. So right when I started on V3 with them, I played with it for a while. And so like I'm calling like, the people that I know, you know what I mean? Like, hey, is this supposed to do this like this? Because like there's no documentation when you get like beta stuff, you know what I mean? It's just like, here,
That's
wing
why
it.
you're being asked to pilot.
Right.
'Cause
So
you
like
can figure it out.
yeah, they're like, here's like what we did, here's like some notes jotted down about like what we changed. See if you can figure them out. You know what I mean? And like, there was a few things that like when we first started this, that I was just like, that's the way it's supposed to work. And all it is just a disconnect between engineer and end user. You know what I mean? So, I gave them my input, and then they're like, oh, so all we need to do is just move a little checkbox. And I'm like, yeah, because the jargon that you used is harder to understand than just move the box, and and they were like, oh, easy enough. So like it's been like over the years, like everything I've beta tested with him, over the years, it's always been like pretty awesome. It's like very um I make a suggestion, and obviously, like if I make a suggestion, or anybody that beta test stuff makes a suggestion, none of us really ever expect them to be like, yes, we'll do exactly as you say. My hope is that like I say what I have to say about it, and then like maybe they can figure out a good way to implement what I said.
Yeah, I mean, I do technology, software and hardware, and I understand to change some things is like a core change that will affect everything, and then you have to do everything. And there's some ways they can do it without that. And obviously, one's easier than the other. One, the juice worth the squeeze kind of thing.
Right.
I got to use a little boys' room. You talk amongst yourselves, but
Well, where's questions? What do I do there?
look in the chat. One Johnny Trans just says, Devin, what's the biggest Dominator feature update that you use? I think he means from 5 to 6.
Okay, I got that. I see it. I see the
And
chat
then
now. Okay.
answer my buddy Will Bevan here on Click Fifth.
What?
His username's Click Fifth.
Is he like? Do I scroll up for that?
He's at the bottom.
Oh, I see his.
He's
there we go.
asking
Okay.
about- yeah.
Has anybody tried doing flex fuel timing and fuel multiplier or fuel PSI compensation in the individual cylinder tables to save advanced tables? Actually, yeah, I've done that. Not with flex. I've done it with EGTs. Yep, I've done it with EGTs in the individual cylinder correction tables. I've also done it with not with fuel PSI, because I just do a blanket one for that. Because the fuel pressure is down, it's down for all 8 of them. Yeah, I've done a bunch of stuff like that in there. Yeah. And let me see, where was that other guy? Somebody asked me something here. Let me melt my injector and start a fire. All right, have fun. Johnny Trans test mode. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about test mode. Uptick in wiring job requests and says, oh, yeah. So Matt, if you're going to the bathroom, I'll just scroll through these and ask them and answer them. Can anybody hear me? Okay. Oh fuck! I see what I did. I'm an idiot. Okay.
What happened?
Yeah. I know what I did. I screwed up. Am I echoey?
I don't hear echo.
Okay.
Here's a good one then. I'll say it out loud so people can remind us, but a history of your convertible would be cool. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. So my convertible I bought in 2010ish, somewhere around there, and 2008 maybe, and it was just like a drive around car. Had a 347 small block Ford in it with a Vortec blower. Blew that up. Um, Broke the block. Typical A2 deck. Two-piece block mod, and then put a 408 in it, and tried it with a blow-through carburetor for a block, and then got rid of that immediately and put a what did I put on that? Classic Fast. Yeah, Classic Fast EFI, single 88 millimeter C4 trans. Blew the C4 up
Did
a
you
couple of
ever
times
run
in a row.
the XFI injector driver burner?
No, yeah.
Frank
Yep.
had those back in the day, and he'd keep like a spare or two.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
It
you
would
have
just,
to. Hmm.
it would be, you'd make a pass, and it'd be like on its way
Yep,
back, and he's like, get the other box.
yep. Get the other box, throw it in there. She good. Yeah. Um, and then I switched over to an XFI in it, and then a Big Stuff 3, and then I was about to buy an XFI 2.0 for it, or not an XFI. I went from a Excel Gen 7, then a Classic Fast, then a Big Stuff. Then I was about to buy an XFI for the car, and Holly was coming out with a fuel injection system. So I was like, oh, they probably won't screw this up. So I bought that, and I pre-ordered it, and I've been working with Holly ever since. As far as the way the car's gone, started off with like a pretty mild, like 6-point cage, and like just something I just used to drive around and have fun with. Um, we exceeded the capabilities of a 6-point. I put a 10-point in the car and immediately regretted that. So we turned it into a 25.5. It was all mild steel, 25.5, with like square tube floors. And we exceeded that pretty rapidly, but we still raced it that way. And then cut everything out of it from the firewall to the rear bumper, rocker panels and all. And Performance Fab built a 25.3 in the car, 25.2, 25.3 dual cert chassis in the car. Still stock suspension. It started off with a street car, and it's never really left being a street car. It's just got more radical over the years. You know what I mean? So that's really all that's ever changed, is just how much more bullshit I was willing to deal with to drive the car and like enjoy the car. So now the level of bullshit that you have to deal with is very high. But after sick week, you're numb to it, right? So like if you think about it this way, when you first get in a relationship or you get married, um, like all the little things, like when you get to get away from the significant other, all the little things like you're bitching about, you're like, and she's fucking nagging me about this, that, and the other, right? So like that's when you first start with like a highly modified streetcar, right? That's like giving up air conditioning and power steering, right? And then as you progress and you put like a 25.3 chassis in the car and everything's solid mounted and you're huffing fumes down the road, and you know what I mean? Like the seats suck or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's just a miserable, terrible thing to be in. That's like the 10-year mark of marriage where you're like, it doesn't really matter because just it's all miserable anyway.
Yeah, that's the people that I learned. Like I saw that coming straight into it. Like all those guys that had something they couldn't even drive. And I'm like, I got a bench seat Fairmont that makes half of that, but it's fun as shit. And I drove it up
Yeah.
there and I'll drive it home.
Yeah, like literally the thing, like the progression with my car has been like, how much more shit am I willing to deal with? You know what I mean? And in the quest of trying to have a retarded, fast, streetable car, I've learned to tolerate a lot of shit. So it's got exponentially, faster and advanced more and more and more, and made more power and whatever. But it's it's always a trade off. It's never like the only people that get to have like everything, like get their cake and eat it too. The only people like in the high power hot rod world, I guess you would call, are like the guys who think the Audi R8s and like the Lambos. Like those are the only guys that get to keep it all. They're like, yeah, we make 2,500 horsepower with like massaging seats, and you're like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, 100%. Those like UGR and R8 cars are just disgusting.
Those are the only, yeah. But then like when we go to the racetrack, like we ran against one of them at Darlington for Streetcar Takeover, and it was an absolute like shit fest of a pass. Like we were slow, and like we put like 3 FEMA trailers on it. You know what I mean? And he was like, "God dang, I can't believe
They don't
you
60.
outrun." No, but I mean, we didn't either. But like they still don't run out the back hard either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He went like 100 and I think he went like 182, and we went like 214, and in the quarter, and he was like, "I can't believe that Fox body," and I'm like, "Yeah, just this peasant Fox body." You know what I mean?
That's what I like about Foxes. You never know if it's going to go a 15 or a 5.
Right.
It's so
Yeah,
hard to tell because
yeah,
people will have a clean one that makes 200 horsepower with a 315 on it.
yep.
And then
Yeah,
you'll
just
have
because they
one,
like the deep dish rim or something.
and
Yeah.
that's cool, but you can't
Yeah. Oh yeah.
you can't tell. Just like yours, if you rolled up with a 235 and a
Yeah.
convertible, people are like, eh, and then
We got some pretty funny looks about it on the 235. It was rather.
it's only a
interesting.
26.
Yeah, 26.85, and I wedged it on a 12-inch rim.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, so it's really like a 25 and a quarter.
So you did Volkswagen kid stuff.
Yeah. I had to stretch them over to double bead locks. Yeah. I actually used 2 ratchet straps around the tire.
To compress the top to blow it out.
Yeah, so you squeeze it in the middle to hopefully that it would like make the tire wider. Like the mounting
pull the lip
surface of
out.
it wider.
Yep.
Yeah. So it took me and Justin. I think it took us about 45 minutes to do both of them. Which like people say, oh, that's not that bad, but like I could do like 275s on my beadlock rims in like 8 minutes a piece if I'm really hustling. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think we're gonna put a bigger tire on it. We're gonna put a 315 on it now, and then see if we can't go like 630s in the quarter. So I'm pretty confident we can go like 620, 630s without hurting anything. So I think that would be a good shot, And if Michael's still listening, I don't know if he is, but if Michael's still listening, you can don't go spreading that. You know what I mean? Don't go saying, no, that's what we're gonna do. I didn't say that's what we're gonna do, but I'm saying that's what the goal is gonna be. So, what do we got for questions here? Hold on. So where was that? There was somebody that asked about.
There is the one about cylinder pressure testing using spark plug transducers.
Nope, never did.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
That's another one where Scott Clark tried to put me down. Something about cylinder. I'm like, bro, you don't have cylinder pressure things. And then what's funny is how he used to always jump on me about not verifying timing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it makes what it makes. But here's the thing. If timing is off that much, why do the last 12 cars in a row on ethanol take the same amount of spark to make maximum power?
Right.
And then also, I've had a bunch of people come in for tuning that said they went to the classes. And I said, hey, did Scott show you how to verify timing on a car before they dynoed it? And they said no.
Well, why would they? Why would he?
I just like to bring that up.
Yeah, it's true. He's a douche, but
I want to see Devin absolutely bury YouTubers on Drag and Drive.
Yeah, well, that was kind of funny. It's kind of funny that that people are like more and more people have been saying that or commenting that and sending me that in messages. I think I don't want to see anybody do bad. I want to see everybody do really, really good. But the thought process that some of these YouTube people have a fan base that is oblivious to reality, right? And they'll like fight to the death over like you talking bad about them or like or whatever. Like if you ever showed them anything in negative light, but most of them are slow. And that's the problem, right? Like, I'm not talking bad about them. It is what it is. It's just like they're way better at making money on YouTube than I am, right? This is my shameless plug. We recently hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I know. Watch out, right? And I just saw the thing come
It's
across
better
my
than
phone.
none.
It is. It is. And just for reference, my projected income for the month is $230. Estimated income for the month from YouTube is $230. So if anybody was wondering, we don't make crap on YouTube, but I do the YouTube so that y'all can maybe learn something from it.
Yeah, I
So
posted on Sloppy Public about what I made for the year, and it was like 5,200 bucks, and
yeah,
that's before taxes. And after all that, they take away about 38%. So,
yep,
and that's, I mean, I bought $20,000 worth of stuff for my Mustang, not
right,
even counting anything else I've purchased.
right.
So, yeah, YouTube money.
Yeah, well, I mean, now I'll tell you this: there's plenty of people out there that like I don't watch many people on YouTube. I don't watch anything on YouTube really, unless like I need to know how to fix something stupid or whatever. You know what I mean? Like or something. Um, the only person I watch, and it's just because I can't get enough of him. I think he's like the best dude on YouTube. Is that Whistling Diesel? That kid is freaking genius, right? He just did that video on the Ferrari.
Yeah, I can't stand it because I just don't like that. But I understand totally why people love him. I get it. I just don't like it.
I just like when he says something really dumb and makes a really blank stare into the camera.
Yeah,
I
he
re-
just trolls everybody, and I can
it's
appreciate it.
yeah, I really just love the trolling. Like with the, I thought it was hysterical when he decided he had to test camshafts for R34s by breaking them. Like, and not even in an environment where they would run, he's beating them off of a table. I'm like, huh, yeah, I like. He's like, I can't believe this was this much money, and he beats it off of a table.
Yeah.
It's just really dumb, and that's why I like it. I guess that's also
Sometimes,
why I watch South Park too.
sometimes, yeah, you have a difficult and thought-consuming day, and you just wanna watch
Watch
something
dumb
like that.
stuff.
I watch stuff on YouTube at night of people like restoring hardware and tools and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I watch an Australian guy called Cutting Edge Engineering, and he does heavy equipment repair.
hmm
And it's just satisfying to see someone make and fix things who isn't an asshole.
Right, right. Well, my employee Justin is big into he's like obsessed with like Gordon Murray. He's like
I don't think I know who
he
that is.
he's like a Formula One guy who he's like one of the crew chiefs or whatever. And he left, and now he's creating like a new car. I don't even know what the car's called, but it's like some ridiculous. It's amazing. Like the car's amazing. He's like a Formula One engineer who is now building a car, and like they've tested it like at the Arctic Circle and like in the Sahara. Like it's an amazing car. I don't remember what the car's called. Somebody that's in the comments will probably know what I'm talking about, right? But like he tested like where to place the engine cooling fan to get the most amount of thrust from the car and like all this crazy shit, right? So it's unbelievably intelligent video, right? And I can't do it because like if I'm thinking all day about something, I want to watch some dumb kid throw wrenches at a
Yeah,
Ferrari.
mindless activity. Like I
You
was
know what I
saying,
mean?
it just gets your mind off of all the serious, complicated stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but like Justin is like all about it, and I'll be honest, like I've watched like quite a few of these of the videos like that these guys put on, and I'm like, shit, this thing is amazing. Like I want to be more into this, but like the other side of me is like, dumb throw wrenches at a Ferrari. That's funny. You know what I mean? So, um, I see somebody asked, have you seen an uptick in wiring job requests in sick week? I don't know. That'd be a question for Laura. I don't answer the phone. Um,
What's that discount code? Ask Laura.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Which
yeah,
one
yeah,
was it?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, I think so. I don't know. I don't know what
I
that.
mean, you're already
Oh,
booked
Paul.
for like a year or two. I remember when Cameron got on your schedule and we kind of laughed how long it would be, and then all of a sudden, like, it's there and done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Discount
We
code
were.
call Laura.
Yeah. There you go. I don't know what it's worth, but I mean,
You
because I don't
should
know what
make
anything
it
costs.
0% just to troll people.
Yeah.
It says discount accepted and it has no change on price.
Here's a good one. This is from Joe Simpson. He said, "People need to understand the Terminator X is not an inexpensive Dominator. That is the truth. That is really, really, really the truth. That's the best way to say it. You know what I mean?
One per kill switch says it should be 10% additional.
Right.
And it'd be funny if you type that in and hit discount code and you couldn't relower it. Like it would remember.
Right. Here's one that says it's from Johnny Tran. This is the one I saw before. What's the biggest Dominator feature you use? Honestly, I use a lot of outputs. Or if you're talking about software, I use a lot in the racing trans ICF. I'm big in that because I was part of the development of that, so like that was exciting for me. But it is actually very useful. So I use a lot of stuff in the race trans ICF. Um,
There was a good one about is swapping to methanol worth it? Like what horsepower level? Because they were saying for 1,000 horsepower LS build, is there an advantage? I mean, other than obvious, ditching your intercooler and stuff like that. But is there a certain point where someone should cross over, or when would you make that decision to cross the threshold to methanol?
um, if you can't find ethanol everywhere, then I think that it's worthwhile. If you don't want to spend a lot of like, you have to make the decision before you build the car because otherwise you're like spending way too much money, right?
Yeah,
So like,
you're replacing. So that's why I like that Cameron did dual right away.
right, like you have to make the decision right away. Like if you've got a car that you really like and it makes 1,200 horsepower and it's on E85 and you really enjoy the car, do not change it to methanol. Like it's not worthwhile to change to methanol, right? Um, if you have if you've got a car that makes 2,000 horsepower on race gas and you're sick and tired of spending the money on race gas, well, um, you could probably sell off majority of like your intercooler and all that kind of stuff and make up for it and make it a lot easier to race, a lot cheaper to race, and a little bit lighter, then it's worthwhile doing. If you're going to build a new car and then you plan on making, I always tell people like in our classes, like when people say like, oh, well, I'm only going to run 30 pounds of boost. We talk about scaling sensors. I'm like, okay, scale it to 50. Because what happens is like you make 30 pounds of boost and you're like, oh, that wasn't shit. We got to turn it up. Okay, well, I don't want to go through this all over again. So it's the same way when you talk about like what kind of power you plan on making. That's one of the things that like I've always found interesting when people are like, well, I'm building a car and it should make like 1,500 horsepower. Well, why should it make 1,500 horsepower? Well, Joe Bob or whoever the fuck had one and it made 1,500 horsepower. Do you need a 1,500 horsepower car? Do you plan on racing a 1,500 horsepower car? Where do you plan on racing a 1,500 horsepower car? Do you plan on racing a 1,500 horsepower car a lot? Because if you plan on racing it a lot, put it on methanol. That's my answer.
It comes back full circle where we always say this, but goals and having realistic expectations. Those are like number one. They share the number one spot for first thing you do with a car. What are you going
Mm-hmm.
to do with it? And yeah, because people call somebody for a converter. I need a 2,000 horsepower converter, and then it sucks when they make 800.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of the
Yeah.
above. They're just not realistic with themselves, and then when people give them a realistic answer, they don't like it and just forget it.
Oh yeah. Like I've gotten bad mouth. Like I'm very, very. You talk about converters. I'm very loyal to the company that builds my torque converters and like the people that I use for torque converters and transmissions. I'm very loyal to them. And that's Cameron's Torque Converter Services in Columbia, South Carolina. And I will always use them. And I don't care if somebody comes out with some magic fucking whatever the hell. You're gonna have to show me first, right? But we built the converter, like they or not. I shouldn't say we. I didn't build shit. They built the converter for my car, and all I had to do was just call Byron and say, "Hey, you know what the deal is? I need a converter." He's like, "Okay." So this thing will hold. This thing locks up in high gear, like very, very tight, right? Um, and for 3,000, like for 3,000 horsepower, 3,200 pounds, and we would go out on the 235s, right? And this is what it's like when you said, like, "Hey, I need a torque converter for 2,000 horsepower," and you only make 800. Like, this is it reminded me of this, right? So we go out on 235s and we got no power in it, and you let go of the button and the engine's like, so I was like, well, I'm going to leave these two huge dump valves I have wide open, you know, and we'll just try to get the engine to flash, like let the torque converter roll a little bit. And it's like, so it's just like holding it by the nuts. You know
It's
what
like
I
a
mean?
water break on the
Yeah.
damn
Oh,
thing,
it's
right?
so bad. Like the engine is just like, what are you doing to me, you dick? You know what I mean? Like,
It's
just
like it's
fucking,
like my rods.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Chill.
And and then, like, once it gets a little bit of RPM and some boost in it, the converter's like it literally is just like the curve is like, you know what I mean? Like, once it gets power, get some RPM in it, it'll let the converter flash a little bit, and then the converter grabs it again. But it's when people there's a few people that you should never lie to when you're building a car, right? Uh, your camshaft guy, your converter guy, and your tuner. You know, um, you probably need to lie to your wife. Uh, it probably wouldn't hurt to lie to your paint guy and let him know that you need to have this car back in a week, because he's probably going to have it for 6 months anyway. And but the converter, the camshaft, and the tuner are the three that you probably shouldn't lie to. You know what I mean? I see so many people that are like, "Well, I need this." Like, you deal with the roller, the hydraulic roller cams a lot more and whatnot. Um,
Basically only.
right, right. Like, all I typically see is like solid roller stuff, and and I don't even know anything about hydraulic roller, but or like cam specs on a hydraulic roller. I'm not a cam guy either, but we fire up cars and, like, they're sitting there idling, and I'm like, yeah, this thing ain't gonna spool worth a shit. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell, like, I'm immediately like, this is gonna suck. And because the camshaft's just it's insanely rowdy. Um, and then you bring it up to them, and they're like, well, I told the guy that I needed to make 3,000 horsepower with this small block, and I'm like, no wonder this fucking cam is so like, this thing wants to spin like 11,500 RPM. That's when it's going to wake up. So don't lie to your camshaft guy. Don't lie to your torque converter and transmission guy, and don't lie to your tuner. So we've dealt with cars that I've tuned that are like, they won't even tell me the cubic inch of the motor. So that's fun. You know what I mean?
It's a secret.
Yeah.
Like a carburetor. Cover it
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
in
yeah.
between
Yeah.
rounds.
Yeah.
Put the
What
sheet
bleeding
up
jet
when
you
you're
got?
under the hood. I've seen that stuff.
Yeah. Are Holly ECs going to be back in stock? Yes. You
They
didn't
just
ask
came
when.
in on like the 16th.
You didn't ask when. You just asked, are they? So
Yeah.
yes. Yes, they'll be back in
These
stock.
Dominators I got today were labeled on 2/16, and then I got them on the 24th.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to come in like 5/23, and prior to that they were supposed to come in August. Prior to that they were supposed to be here in like June. But yeah, I have to check when I ordered, but almost a year. And part of me is like, I'd love to put it in my car. I waited this long. The other part of me is like, man, I should gouge people because I have it right now.
I really was, honestly, we have a customer that's been waiting for a lightweight Dominator for a very long time,
Mmm.
and I was going to ask you if I could buy one for you, from you, and then replace it when his
Mmm.
comes in.
Mmm.
So maybe I'll bother you about that
Yeah,
tomorrow or
because
something.
I was just gonna shelf it.
Yeah. I may bother you about that tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
similarly, you gave me connectors when I couldn't find them, so I'll just give you a $2,700 Dominator, no
no, I
problem.
don't want you to give me anything. I want to pay for it. I want to pay for it, and then or get you another whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? We've got one on order for them, but it's like
That's why I actually wanted to shelf it in case I needed it or someone I know
yeah.
directly was again Cameron in the staging lanes. I'm in the staging lanes. I'm like, give me
Yeah.
airdrop me a red box real quick.
Right. Um, Somebody asked what my fastest piss ever was.
Oh, 'cause I was
Fast,
out and back. Yeah.
is that what he meant? Okay.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
like, I remember seeing someone because I put my headset on and looked at the chat, and they were like, fastest piss ever.
Oh.
I'm like, really? I probably could have done better. Let me hit the staging lights and everything else. Like, I'll
Let's see.
piss on my way in, splash the toilet, and come back out and sit down pissing, and that'll be pretty fast. Is that enough for people? Man, my headset is killing my.
Yeah. It looks like you got a nice one, though.
They are nice, but I don't think they're meant for people with glasses because it's pushing on my glasses.
Oh, I got you.
It's hurting me.
Luke Beers, Devin, how many times should I two-step test while attending a drag and drive? So that's a funny one, right? And I may catch a little shit for this, right? But if you have a car that you towed to the racetrack, there's a good chance you didn't get enough heat in the transmission to get that thing to actually warm up and function correctly. So I wind up warming the cars up in the pits, and then I wind up putting them on the brake, and I wind up making them bump in the pits, and then it's good for the rest of the day. Drag and drive events are a little different because you drove that thing through the gate to get there, right? So there's already some heat in it. But man, will these dudes do some two-step testing? We only did this, I think, once or twice throughout the entire event, and it was strictly because, and this is going to be a dickhead thing to say, but it was strictly because some of our neighbors were shooting like YouTube videos, and I wanted to ruin them. So that's what we did. You know what I mean? So we ruined it for them. That's it. So that's my answer, Luke. Jeremy Talcock, for my street strip car that I'm putting together, I've bought a Terminator X Max. Should I spend the money and go with the Dominator? I'm the last person that you want to ask. My answer is get a Dominator. Will your LS harness work LV1, LV3, V6 with not using the last injectors? What are LV1? Oh, like level. Oh, is that Buick Grand National stuff? Matt, do you know?
I'm sorry, I was making fun of Haltech real quick.
Right here it says, will it work will our harness work with an LV1, LV3, V6? Is that what that is?
I don't know exactly what that is. They're gonna have to
Yeah, I don't know what.
be more specific. Or
Yeah.
I was just posting like because people were like, "Would you get a Dominator or a Terminator?" And I said, "Well, the nice thing is if you start with a Terminator, you can go straight to a Dominator. They have the same connectors. But if you want any I/O at all, you should just make the jump because once you connect 3 sensors, you're like, man, I want to know dumb shit, my diff temperature, ambient temperature,
Oh
and
Jesus.
if you want to grow in the if your demands are like simple things forever, Terminator is best option period. But if you want something I think a lot of people don't realize there's like 40 inputs and 50 outputs. It blows their mind because the other thing, when you show people like mine has dual drive-by-wire and transmission and engine, and then it has 2 connectors yet that are unpopulated for what's that, JB1 and 2, and then it was funny. My Australian friend is like, why the hell are there 6 connectors on that? And I'm
like because it does everything.
Because it's a Dominator, and they're used to Haltech in Australia. They have 2 connectors.
Yep.
The only thing they have now is the R5, or it has 4, I think.
Yeah, it's it's funny because like the Dominator ECU came out like a while ago,
I was
right?
just gonna ask. What's hilarious is there has been no hardware change for like 12 years. It
Correct.
was that much hardware then, and no one
And
has competed with it.
right. And I'll say this, and I'm obviously so like maybe this might stir a
Of
little
course.
stuff, and I don't think that I don't think that I'm going. I don't think that I'll say that I know that I'm not breaking my NDA, right? What I will say is next generation Holly hardware is going to do what first generation Holly hardware did 12 years ago. And it's going, but now we have social media and all this other shit, and you'll actually be able to tell. 12 years ago, it wasn't nearly as prominent on social media, so you couldn't uh, tell what it did to the hot rod community 12 years ago as much as you will be able to now. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep.
So next generation hardware and software um, is really going to change a lot for EFI. And the beauty of it is that as far as I can tell, I believe that everything is still going to be able to plug in. So you shouldn't have to rewire whole cars.
That'll be awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for their new stuff. Obviously, like I've said that before, I'm like the reason why they don't care about my Terminator requests is because I'm sure they're elbows deep in new stuff that hasn't been talked about. I'm sure.
Well, so my guess, and again, this is a guess, it's a pretty good guess, but um, if it were me and I was a big company, right? Um, what I would do is I would try to constantly improve what I have that's out. You know what I mean? Um, and make my products that I already have on the, out in the field better and more people wanting to buy them while secretly working on my next generation of hardware. You know what I mean? Or not secretly, but like off in the background, like we're working on next generation of hardware so that when it's time to drop it, we've kind of exceeded our capability, or not exceeded, but we've reached the end of our capabilities of the current hardware, and now we're on to the next level. So that would be my assumption as to what's happening.
The
It's probably a pretty good assumption.
someone was saying there's a CAN bus expansion. Yeah, there is, but if you plan to use that, it's tough for me to say that's worth it because you start spending money on expansion and some other stuff, and then you're still limited, and then after a point of growing, you're probably going to go to a Dominator anyway. But what I would do is the same thing I tell people with 4L60, 4L80 E-swaps is sell the one and buy the other.
Yeah.
Because people with 60Es, like, they don't do it much anymore, but I'd toss them on the dyno, and I'm like, we're gonna break high gear in a couple hits.
Yep.
It's gonna fail, and we're gonna stop, so you have first gear to drive on your trailer, because I'm not pushing this thing.
Right.
And they're like, well, we'll just blow up the 60E, and then I'll put an 80E in. And I'm like, well, you're taking something worth money, making it worthless, and if you break that 60E, you can break your diff and your engine and your wiring harness. And I always tell a story about a Blazer that broke end to end. The only thing it didn't do is pop the tires and blow the windshield.
Yep.
But his drive shaft came apart and it baseball batted everything. It hit the floor so hard it broke the transmission. It split it end to end, and it split so hard it split the block along the oil galley. The oil galley sprayed the turbo kit, set the engine bay on fire, and the battery was in the trunk, the bed, and it hit the battery so hard we found a terminal on the mezzanine above the staircase at Deal.
Oof. Oh
So
yeah.
there was shit up there was shit everywhere. The drive shaft was bent into a triangle so hard the rear tires weren't touching the ground.
Holy
Yeah, and I'm
shit.
like, just waste your 60E. That sounds like a good idea, but once I tell people that story, they're kind of like, they're hesitant all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's when people, man, you can cheap out on something and be like, man, I don't need to spend the extra couple $100 or whatever it is on that, right? And then when it costs you like 10 grand, what do you do? Do you go, man, I really wish I would have spent a couple extra $100 on that, you know?
It's tough.
So
People
like,
have to hear about it, and even then, uh, they don't want to admit to that. The same thing about being realistic, you know?
yep. Oh
Unless
yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
someone that can mess with it all the time, like I did with my Colorado and my Fairmont back in the day.
Yeah.
Because everyone on LS1 Tech was saying I'm wrong and dumb, so I did what I called Internet Week for a couple months.
Hmm.
Internet Week ended up being a long time, but they were like, nope, you're doing this wrong, do this, and I'd torch a cylinder head off, and I'm like, hey, that didn't work, and then they're like, do this, and I'm like, that doesn't work, and that, and I'm like, well, all of you are wrong, so
Right,
is this
right.
experience or just acting like a know-it-all? Because I'm doing this and it's not, I'm doing exactly what you say. But yeah. Oh, I wanted to talk about the CAN bus thing. I'm starting to make a plug and play CAN bus box that's not Holly. Uh, my buddy Pete makes the CAN bus box. I think I've sent it to you or showed you.
Yes,
And
you
then the big
have,
thing
and I'm
there
very
is
interested in it.
if you buy the Holly box, it's just the box. I have one here. You still have to do everything. So
Yep.
what I do with my harness is I pre-terminate it for the most popular things people I tune for, and what it does is alleviates all your onboard stuff for high
Right, right.
speed. So you would
Yep.
do like vehicle speed sensors into the ECU input. You would do, solenoids and stuff, boost control on the stock directly from the ECU. But then
Right.
it has built-in stuff to smooth flex fuel and the dial and other stuff, and then it has two additional sensors and it has outputs, so you can do things like turn on transmission fans and turn on your actual fans and offload all of that garbage that does simple shit from your onboard IO.
Which is a brilliant thing, I think. I really like that idea. Um,
And it's plug and play, so it's all
right,
terminated. So you just
right.
boop.
Um, I really want a CAN bus keypad.
He makes those too, but uh they're latching only. You can't do.
Right, no, nothing momentary.
It's a Chinese thing for those fuse
Uh,
panels,
yep, yep,
and
yeah.
you
I've
can
looked at them. Yeah.
on their stuff you can program it to be momentary and whatnot, but it
Oh, okay.
won't work with the CAN bus. So he found out that like the green key, one of the keypads has like a 3-volt logic, and he can directly shove that into the CAN bus board because all those integrated circuits are 3-volt.
Yeah.
So it's funny, for some reason, the one control panel does 3-volt, none of the others do.
Huh.
But the way
I
he
wonder
had to
why.
make it work was latching.
That
And it works
sucks.
great. I have it on my. Did I ever
Oh,
show you?
yeah. I
It's
mean,
on.
it sucks that you just don't have the option. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
wanted to be able to bump with the keypad, and I can, but it gets mad.
Oh, yeah, yeah, because it's latching. Yeah.
It gets mad. And then I wanted to set up a button for manual shift mode, like paddle,
Right.
and that gets totally pissed too because it's expecting a very quick press,
Right, right,
and
right,
that
right.
does
Yeah, like
not.
a momentary, like just a momentary trigger.
Yeah,
Right.
I've tried like spamming it, and it will not operate faster than the slow amount. But it's there. It's cool as hell
Oh, yeah, yeah.
to use the outputs. And what it does is he designed it in a way that it's using the dash inputs.
Oh, okay.
So it makes a pin, and so say you do anti-lag and trans brake, and you drag them over keypad 7
Yep.
in the dash, and then you're like, dink, and I have trans brake and anti-lag all together.
Hmm.
Totally on the keypad button, though, so it's actually a physical pin event. So that's all
That's kind of
cool.
sweet. That's
Yeah.
pretty sweet. Yeah.
It's much cheaper to just do all of the do it other ways, but if you wanna, it's so cool to have the keypad. It
I've
definitely
never
is.
been the one to do something cheap anyway, so you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Obviously
um,
PDM stuff is way better, but that's a
oh yeah,
cool
yeah, yeah.
solution for.
Well, like what I mean is like I wanted a CAN bus keypad like from Holly or that would work with Holly that would
I
communicate
have
directly
too,
with
yeah. It's
with Holly. You know what I mean?
yeah. I'm gonna
Um,
grab some stuff. Let me.
I'm gonna answer some questions I saw.
Yeah.
Michael Manuel, when you go to the 315, what ring gear size and ratio are you going to pick? What RPM are you expecting out the back door? So there's a 340 rear gear in the car now. We went 206 mile an hour in the 26-inch tall tire. I'm probably, when we put a 315 on it, I've got another center section with a 350 rear gear, But honestly, I'm probably going to leave it. I'm probably going to leave a 340 in it, and see if it'll go like 225, 227, something like that. So that's that. Um, I don't know anything about Gold Box. I don't do any of that.
Those are more than likely directed to me.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
said the LV1 and LV3 are the new direct injected V6s.
No. Well, I'm not going to say no. I shouldn't say no. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if our harness will work with it. I just don't know. You know what I mean? It's not like it's a very common thing for me to run across.
I would say
you know
that's
what I'm saying? I
tough
didn't even know
because
what it
you need
was.
the DI box and everything.
Oh yes. Oh
what
yeah,
would
yeah. With
be-
DI, it definitely isn't going to work.
What would be more useful is like you do what the L83 guys do, and you convert it to port injection, and then you could easily run the Holly.
Yeah.
You'd have to do some things
You'd have to do some stuff. Yeah.
because his harness is wired for V8, blah blah blah. I would say make your own because you're going to be cutting up Devin's harness, which is the opposite of why you purchased it.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly right. Hey, thank you. Gordon Murray designed the McLaren F1. Yes, that's it. And the new car he's designing is freaking amazing. And it's very interesting to watch. So, yeah. I was just scrolling through some of these comments here. Still on V1, but I need to upgrade the Holly. Should I wait for V3? No, just put it on V2 first.
Put that 280 in, and also what I've learned, do not carry over a V1 tune. Use the wizard or get somebody's 280 tune, because what I've noticed is upgrading people significantly causes problems. Like shit carries over from 121 that was a problem.
Oh,
I get weird
that's new to
stuff.
me.
I get weird stuff sometimes making a big jump because it updates a software firmware version that's so old, and when it carries stuff over, see, you can go in, you can use the file comparison, and you can
Hmm.
take a 121 file and open it and save it as a 280, and make a new file and save it as a 280. So they should be both completely compatible 280s. If you do
Right.
comparison, you see differences that shouldn't be differences.
Oh, no shit. I've never done that.
Yeah,
Huh.
because I've had situations, and then I've had so much issues with certain cars, and I bulldozed it, and I redid firmware, and I loaded one of my 280s that I know works, and I just changed what we needed to change for the person, no problem.
Huh.
Stuff like
Oh,
the dumb
shit.
shit, like the boost control stuff doesn't work sometimes, the IAT, all that old stuff that was an issue with release creeps up for no reason, and I'm sure it's just stuck in the back somewhere.
Right. Which is above my pay grade. You know what I
So
mean?
that's why I'm telling people don't 121 to 280 is too big, and I can only assume that going that far into 3.0, because 3.0 is going to have so many different things, you're almost better. Don't wait on version 3. Let me tell you what. Don't. Who knows?
Yeah. Just go to it now. If it
Just
were me.
yeah, rebuild a 2.8 file and move your shit over. Start over. I say it's not that bad, but I do this a lot, so
I
it's
updated 2
unfair.
cars today on to V6 build 220.
Do you
I mean,
use
I'm
the
so sick of.
dash? Do you have the dash?
I don't use the dash to
The
update it
dash
now.
is 30 times faster.
Well, the V6 build 220 is very fast.
Yeah, but dude, the dash will flash firmware in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens with a laptop too. It takes about a minute, to
Really,
do it.
man, it takes like
Yeah.
3.5 at least for me. The old stuff used to take 30 minutes.
Oh, dude, the old stuff was like it was bad.
If you're
You know what I
using,
mean?
even if you, yeah, because the USB port is significantly cut on speed.
Yeah.
And I wish they would let you do a bunch of other stuff back and forth, but yeah, Joe just said 220 is faster, but man, firmware on a Terminator is 30 seconds versus a long time to do the PC.
No, I don't use the handhelds because that's not really
I
ever
get
what
it,
we work
yeah,
on.
and every
You know
now
what I
and
mean?
then we'll have trouble with one, like, and I have a bench
Yeah.
harness, and then that, obviously bench harnesses are incredible because there's no interference.
I built one. I don't know.
And then
I build all my
this is the
stuff. You know what
Holly
I mean?
IO box, and it comes with a, you can get flying lead for it, you can't get plug and play anything. So you have to do everything, including splitting. If you have a bunch of sensors, you have to split the 5 volt to all those sensors. Blah blah blah. So this is the early renditions of. So that's the CAN IO box, and then I've been putting them into a 20-pin Molex, because on the other side of that 20-pin, I make a completely terminated harness, and it has 2 pressure sensors, a flex fuel, and a connector for my dial-a-boost, and then it has 4 outputs you can trigger also. So you plug this stuff in, plug in your sensors, and I even have pre-configured I/O ICFs and whatnot, and you just load that and it all works. So
That's a slick piece.
I
like
think
that.
there's a big value there because you have to do everything with this.
That's a slick piece. You know where he could improve that thing, and I'll say it. And packaging. Show that thing again.
He's working on it. Yeah, he has another version. It fell. He has another version that is simpler than this. It's ugly, but it's a homemade circuit board.
Yeah, so like if he'd have done that and like just put it in like a fancy case.
I said the same. He needs to build a Tyco connector on this and pot it.
Yep.
And it'll be worth more. You don't
for
have
sure.
to make it cheap. Just do this. Put it in a case with a Tyco.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, because it has Molex. I mean, he made it as cheap as possible to do a proof of concept and make it cheap enough for people to do themselves. But I understand.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't want to do this, and I know how.
Right.
So I know people want to buy it with a plug-in on it, so I do it.
Yep.
Any time I want to make stuff like this, I think I don't want to do this, and I know people I know people will buy it.
Right.
So I'm still working on these. I don't have them on the website or anything. I make like 1 or 2 at a time, and then I find someone I know or know of that isn't handicapped because it's not easy right now, or it's in some sort of testing right now. But they work great. Yeah, let me know if someone wants to buy this one. I got to make another one, but this one's, I bench tested it. Everything works. It has 2 pressure style transducers and all the good stuff, and CAN bus connector, blah 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 blah.
I just saw another question here. What's the secret to making a smooth pump with a trans brake? Is it all in the tune?
Oh, well, you have that PWM input.
Yeah. And then there's some style trans brakes better than others at bumping. Yeah, so 4L80s and that kind of stuff suck to bump. But
they
you
don't
can
like to bump.
Get them. Yeah, they suck to get them to be really smooth.
Yeah, I have one. I don't plan on bumping at all with it, but
the key to making it, consistent and smooth and always be right. Do it at the same trans temp, like over and over again until you.
Yeah, Cameron and I were gonna build a bias table.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
It is, but
400s are so easy. Like,
oh yeah.
0.025 start, done.
Yep. Oh, I don't use that. I use my.
Yeah, you use a totally different. That's what people were talking about it, and I said Devin uses a custom 20-volt table that has been around forever, and he likes that. I use built-in stage control.
Well, the reason I use the table that I use, the way I do it, is because when you manipulate power on the starting line dramatically, bump changes dramatically, right? So
I don't do that, so that's why.
Yeah, we wind up changing power on the starting line all the time, like all the time. So, the Kill Switch asked, hopefully the new Dominator will have a PDM built in. It will never have a PDM built in. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't think that that's a very smart idea.
Mike from EFI Source, I said, hey, did you see this? And he goes, the electrical interference you're sharing on a circuit board is a terrible idea. That's cool, and people might think it's cool, but having that much high current shit on the other side of a motherboard is asking for trouble.
Absolutely.
Interference and just voltage, like the dumping when it's turning stuff on and off, or on and off.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned from Mike is like people with trans brake with a bad ground are throwing 400 volts at parts of the car. And I
Yep.
never knew that. And it's so short of an event. That's why people were blowing injector drivers and stuff, because it's throwing in the smallest. It's like a USEC. It throws 400 volts at the car.
Yep.
Same with the starter. That will unload a massive amount of current when you go on and off of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I've heard that too. Someone just said I've heard of R5s overheating. I've heard that too. I think that's a cool product, but I would love for that to happen. But a guy that designs integrated circuits for a living says that's a bad idea. Mike from EFI Source.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the idea just because like I know what happens when you switch on a relay. You know what I mean? For something
too
that, like
much.
an electric motor, it's just too much shit, and you know what I mean.
Too much
Like
noise.
here's the way I look at it, right? Like I have this is my cell phone, right? And this thing started off as just making phone calls, right? So like some of you are old enough, obviously, to remember when these things first came out, and we were able to put something in our pocket that could make a phone call. And at first they sucked, but eventually they got really good at making that phone call, right? And then they got text message, right? So that was fun because you'd have to press like 8 twice, and then this, and then 5, and then so like when you could only use numbers, right? Like a long time ago, to text message, it was a pain in the ass. And then they became smartphones, and they put all this shit into these phones, right? And this is a Galaxy S22 or something. I don't know, whatever. Like it's a fucking expensive. Your microphone's not on.
I said it's a double platinum 40 revision 2.
Right, yeah, whatever the hell it is, right? So what I'm getting at is that if you don't turn this thing on and off at least like every other day, it turns into shit. After about 6 months, the battery's worth of shit. It's useless, right? The battery totally sucks.
My iPhone doesn't have those problems.
Lie again. Lie
Yeah,
again, and you
nope.
know it.
Look at this.
Uh-huh.
I still have all these other generations because they still work today. No problem.
No, you have all those other generations because you need all of them.
No.
Because that POS iPhone is probably going to fucking fail you.
No, mine's been on for like months. No big deal.
What I'm getting at is that the more and more stuff that you pack into this phone,
of course,
the worse it gets at making phone calls, right? Yeah. So it starts dropping calls, and there's other reasons behind why it drops calls and whatnot. Or you doesn't get text messages, or it won't send a picture, or won't do this or that, right? I think, in my opinion, maybe I'm just a dumbass. I don't know. But when you put high power event control in with very smart processors that have to control a lot of critical functions, and you jam them all into the same little package, you are asking for trouble. That's my thought. So I'm not a big fan of it, and I believe that Holly is in agreement with me. You know what I mean? So.
Yes.
Does Devin have any cars blowing up stories like Matt? The only one that I've ever blown up was
or
that
even
Festiva.
Seeing one. I don't think people mean you in particular.
I blew up that Festiva.
Yeah.
I threw a brick on the gas pedal and then drank like a 30-pack of Pabst, and surprisingly, the damn thing ran like on the limiter for like 20 minutes, dude. It was like steamrolling oil out of the top of it. It's like it just wouldn't stop. I was like, God dang it just doesn't quit. And then I shot the radiator with the rifle and through the block, and then we finally pulled the 1.3 out of it. This is a good question. This is a great question, and it's really, really easy to answer. Kelvin Green asks, any thoughts on the Fueltech 600? No. There we go.
That's never used it. I can't comment.
I've not. I mean, I've played with their software and stuff. I got enough friends that have tried.
I know Frank likes it.
Yeah.
But that was early on. That was like 2 years ago. So
yeah, it doesn't do enough.
I don't think so either. It's like a Honda S300 in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
like Haltech. You need 75 cam boxes.
Right.
I give Troy so much shit when he posts a Haltech car
Oh yeah.
Because it's the Haltech, and then it's like wideband box, IO box, IO box. Like I'm like, bro, a Dominator has
Yeah.
even it has more and it's cheaper. And
So
then you're not getting like speed limits over the can. Like I can't imagine the refresh rate is worth it over that. The can must be so
no, it's not.
overloaded that 20 hertz is over the speed of the CAN bus. I can't
Right.
imagine it.
So so here's the thing. This is what I tell people when they're like, "Well, why is Holly better than Fuel Tech?" Go on to Fuel Tech software. Okay, this is the simplest thing that I can prove to you that why I'll never touch Fuel Tech. Um, and go in there. This is so dumb too. Most cars have a cooling fan, right? You agree?
Of course.
Okay. So when do you want that cooling fan to run?
When you
Over
want it
X
to.
over X temperature and over say 500 RPM, right? Because we don't want to sit there, key on engine off and let the cooling fan run, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you choose the box stock version of the fan control, it
Hmm.
does that, and I've said before they should change that to running RPM. So I make a custom output and I give it to everybody.
Well, right, right. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm getting at is you have the ability to turn that thing on over 500 RPM with a Holly.
Yeah,
You can turn it on over say 500 RPM and
you
160
can give it
degrees,
5
right?
qualifiers.
Right, 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 right. Plus multiple switches.
Yeah.
You know, if you had virtual switch one on, we'll run that thing or over this.
If you actually
You
want it to be running key on, you have the choice.
right. You cannot do that with Fuel Tech.
Wow.
Okay. So the way that that's accomplished with Fuel Tech is you use two of their outputs and you send off one output to a relay and another output to a relay, and both outputs have to be active in order to turn the relay on. Yep. That's how you do it with Fuel Tech.
Interesting.
You lost me. You can't turn on a fucking fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so imagine how
Like
many
that's
other things are asshole pigeonholed.
right, 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 exactly. So,
Because a fan is
uh,
simple. It's simple to do that. So if there's
yeah, yeah,
complex
yeah,
things you want to operate,
yeah. It can't do it. You know what I mean? Click Fifth asks if I ever use weather stations and compensating for things like DA and grains. Yeah, with nitrous cars for sure. Yep, sure have.
don't they have those weather stations that you can install?
Yep,
Cameron was
yep.
talking about it, like a input weather station.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not really 100% sold on them.
I don't really know
Uh,
anybody using it. That's why I'm asking.
yeah. It's it is. I just don't. I don't trust them like I do my. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My actual weather station.
Calvin's asking about Max EC. Oh, Calvin isn't someone saying that. I'm gonna use the little boys' room again. I'm gonna go for 15 minutes so people don't say that I went too fast.
So you're gonna shit up in the top of the toilet, upper
Yeah, and
decker.
the bottom, and on the lid, and then close it, and then I'm gonna take off my shoe and go in that, put my foot back in. Anyway,
Yeah.
talk.
Uh,
Do you guys know old Saturday Night Live clips? I'm becoming verklempt. Talk among yourselves.
oh yeah,
Here's
coffee
this.
talk.
Here's the subject.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I dude. Unfortunately, I know it all too well. I
Uh,
thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one.
yeah, yeah. So Al Bundy against 20 goats. Who will win?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mike Ditka. Oh, that's funny. So Luke Pierce asked me, "Do I know of any?" Yeah, so we're doing an event. It's called Southeast Street Meet. It's a drag and drive event. It starts in Shelby, North Carolina, at Shady Side Dragway, and then finishes there. Do we know of any tracks having test days prior to the event, preferably weeks ahead of time? Just let me know. We can. I mean, typically all I got to do in order to get a track rental is just make a phone call. We get a couple people together, and we can get Shady Side for the day whenever we want for like $1,000. We get four people together or something that's 250 a head, and you got yourself a private track rental. If you Luke, if you see me post anything about a track rental, it's because I'm looking for somebody to get in with me. I don't know how much more testing I really need to do with my own car, but if you make a post about it, I'm sure I can scoop somebody up. There are some people up to fill up a rental. That's the beauty of being where I'm at. There's a there's a uh, there's a place to rent every corner. You know what I mean? So Um, yeah, turbo jixer tuning. Here comes the iPhones, guys. You're right. It's terrible. Uh, they're almost as bad as LS guys. Let me see here. Oh, I'm wondering the proper way to run Holly main power wires with a battery disconnect, race car and boats. Run it right to the battery. There you go. Done. Peak of automotive wiring, and you still have a flip phone, Android. Um, I do not buy phones from a company that had to install suicide nets around their building to keep their workers alive. Interested in half mile racing? No. I like eighth mile, and I don't even like quarter mile because quarter mile is too long. Uh, so no, I'm not really interested in it. I mean, it's interesting to see and watch and whatnot, but like I'd have to be involved in it with a slower car because it's just too much already. You know what I mean? Max ECU. So I've got some buddies that are local that run Max ECU on their drag bikes, and it's pretty big in the bike world. BJ Humphreys is the guy who tunes them all. He's local. Chris Moore, if you follow drag bikes, they got the fastest whatever bike in the world. I don't know, whatever it is. It's like a non-nitro bike, but
Who's
they run
that?
Max ECU. Chris Moore.
Oh
With
yeah, they were the first ones in the fives. You know
yep.
what? I watch a little bit of his videos. I can't stand him. Again, it's one of those people.
Hmm.
It's not my fault. You guys shouldn't dismiss him because I don't enjoy it, but every now and then I like to uh a lot of people were like, that guy's a joke, he doesn't go fast at all. And then like a month after that the guy goes fives. And I'm like, oh, there's a discrepancy here, people, between who's bullshitting who. And the guy went fives. So I
Yeah.
don't know what to
Yeah.
tell you.
He's like the only non-nitro bike that's ever gone fives.
Yeah.
They use Max ECU. He really likes it for that. I've played with their software. It's pretty slick. Their software is pretty sweet. At the time, the amount of effort I put into it, and some of the people that I talked to about it, it just didn't do enough for me. But
It's
I'm
tough
pretty.
once you've used like the Dominator. It's
Yeah.
tough to want to
I
do.
have I have 24 sequentially injected or sequentially controlled injectors. 24.
Yeah, it's. I don't think people
You know what I
get
mean?
it.
Like I'm part. Like when I was at PRI, like we stopped by the Mtron booth, and Mtron makes some really nice stuff. And Mtron has got probably one of the most interesting software logic. Like the way they control things, in my opinion, right? They do some really, really cool stuff. I spent about an hour talking to the guy from Mtron. He tried giving me two of everything that they had, and I was like, no, um, because it still doesn't do enough. I mean, now the things that it does really well. You know what I mean?
I think for a
But
use case scenario, because like Calvin is saying here, it has like an integrated CAN bus read and write, and it has a CAN 1 and 2, and you can
mhm,
literally like be running a car with that CAN running into it, and you can define things, and then you can say like, so say you have a BMW that runs electric fan, and now you want to run it, you can tell the Max ECU to look at the coolant temp from the CAN and
mhm,
produce functions from that, and it can shoot code too.
yep.
So that's something I would love to play with. So you can imagine on like an integrated car, very useful
Oh, for
because
sure.
it
Yeah,
has all
yeah,
that
yeah.
stuff built in, but people don't really use it, don't know how to use it, don't want to use it. And then as I've heard from Calvin and that they're Swedish or they're over there, I think they're Swedish or
Yep.
Poland or something. Maxi or ECU Masters is made in Poland. But yeah, he said it's tough. The language barrier is tough, and then it's tough. They take it as an insult when you ask or say that it should do something. And then like he said in the last radio show we did, you almost have to present it as if it was their idea for them to accept it.
Oh, so they're on board with corporate America.
It's like they're my 5-year-old and he doesn't want to do something, so you have to say it in a way that sounds like he's coming up with it and then he's all for it.
Right, right. So the same similar scenario happened like when we were talking to the guys at Mtron, and I asked them, like, well, will it do something, whatever it was, and he's like, well, why would you want to ever do that? And I'm like, well, we do that all the time.
Well, I'm asking,
You know what I mean? And he's like, well, they do like a lot of the time attack cars and stuff like Mtron does. And I was like, well, that's cool, but like I deal with like 3 and 4,000 horsepower shit. You know what I mean? Like, how's your injector drivers? And they're like, oh, they're great. And I'm like, well, what's great? And we started talking about it, and I'm like, the injector I want to drive is like needs to get hit with a lot of power. Oh, well, you'd probably not want to use our injector drivers. I'm like, oh, convenient. So like, I really like the way you do some stuff in your software, but like the rest of it is just like dog shit for me. For me,
Yeah,
you know what I
physical
mean?
implementation is not there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but like I know it's like some other people that have ran Mtron and been successful with it in the drag race community, but I don't know.
I hear it as a
I,
road racing thing, just like Max ECU and
yep.
Link.
Yeah.
It's more
Yeah.
of what I would say road race guys have it, but drag guys
I've
don't.
heard about drag guys using it, but like I don't know what else they had to do to make it work the way they wanted it to. You know what I mean? Like I just don't have the ins and outs of it. So,
Yeah.
um,
Same with Max ECU. I'd love to put it on something I'm messing with, but I don't want to. Everything I have, like I bought that Dominator like a year ago just to shelf it. And I have so much stuff like that that I can just, and they're all LS based, so I'm just like, I don't want to mess around. I don't have the time to do the R&D. Maybe I will again, but I just want to plug it all in and use it.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've been a Holly guy for a really long time, and I'm not. I don't foresee myself changing anytime soon. You know what I mean? Um, not unless not unless somebody comes out with something that does exactly what I want it to do.
Yeah, with like
In
150 IO that's cheaper than everything else. It has better soft. They have to hit a lot of marks. Like my buddy Calvin said here, Holly is so easy. And
yep.
yeah, like what's funny is I remember when Terminator came out and they have the wizard and everything, people are like, "Well, that's dumb. It's too easy." And I'm like, "Why? Why shouldn't it be that easy?" And people are like, "Well, new guys can just do that. They haven't learned. Why should they have to?" It's
Yep.
like a new car. You don't have to hand crank it. You don't have to know how to do like a valve lash for a Model T. Like you buy a
Right. Right.
Toyota,
Right.
you buy a Toyota to be a washing machine with wheels.
Yep.
Like let's go and let's go.
Right.
Like you don't have to learn to be such a damn mastermind. Like just people want to drive their cars. Is that a crime?
No, not at all. And that's where I think a lot of people like try to. There's like the super genius complex amongst people. You know what I mean? Where they like have to make something so fucking complex that nobody will ever
And
do it.
that's what my biggest gripe is with like when people bring it up is the Megasquirt stuff. The software is in Java, first of all. That's
Hmm.
a huge crime. And then it's so convoluted and then like it's hard to load a file. It's difficult to learn. There's too many options that do very little or too much. If you give someone a tune file, they're like, "What do I do with this?"
Right.
Because it's an MSQ or it's a project file or and then the dialogue that comes up that says a comparison like what's on your ECU is different from your tune file. What do you want to do? And it's convoluted. Like you're like
Right.
which one do I do?
Right.
They don't make it easy. Because Holly thing says literally like get from ECU or send to ECU.
And that came out right away, right? And you know where that's from? That's because of Big Stuff 3. That's because of
Were they garbage
uh
also, or it would never
oh,
even
holy
ask you?
shit. Holy shit. Yeah. And like half the time with Big Stuff 3 you didn't even know if it went in or not.
Could you pull the tune from a big stuff, or did you always have to write one?
Oh shit.
I used
I don't remember.
I tuned an old
God dang, I don't
fast or an
remember.
old big stuff for somebody with a turbo small block, and I was able to. He was some like a friend of a friend, and I was like, I'll try, and it wasn't bad because it's so simple.
Right.
The closed loop fueling was actually really good on it. I was
You must have
impressed.
had it. You sure it wasn't an XFI?
I can't remember, but it was old. It looked like DOS when you used everything.
Yeah, yeah. It was probably XFI because the closed loop fueling in Big Stuff 3 was dog shit.
Okay. Yeah, this
Yeah,
was
it was
actually
terrible.
good.
Yeah, it was absolutely terrible in Big Stuff 3. Um, and well, that's the thing. Like I got some friends that like use Motec, and they said, man, the closed loop fueling in Holly is like better than anything we got from Motec.
Yeah, like I always say to people, the biggest thing about firing a Turbo LS car is getting the fueling right.
Yep.
And then what's crazy is it's so fast and so good. And then you have the damn wizard, like I call it a Game Boy tune.
Mm-hmm.
You go beep boop beep boop beep, and the car starts and runs, and then you have closed loop fuel on. And even as an experiment, I built a 2500 truck that I did an integrated Holly on, and you're like drive-by-wire, map sensor, injectors, 4L80E, gear ratio, and I fired it and drove it out of my garage and up and down the street. And I'm like, man, that is really challenging with like HP tuners or something like that. It just, you can't do it. And then people are done.
How long did it take you to do it?
What's that?
How long did it take you to do it? Like
just
12 minutes?
2.
Right.
2.
And then there's still people that are online bitching about their wizard.
And then what I do on the dyno is if I make multiple tunes for people, and I put them all in the dash, and they load the damn tune in 3 seconds and restart the car.
Yeah.
So a lot of people buy like my Dial-A-Boost. Ironically, they buy my stuff and then they come to the dyno and everything works. Not a shameless plug, but they just want stuff that works. But if they don't have the dial that I usually set up to adjust, most popularly it's called Dial-A-Boost. Obviously, you can use that dial to offset whatever you want. But what people are looking for is they might be, no offense, a boomer, and now they have a car that's capable of 400 to 800. And they're like, this is all fantastic, but how do I adjust that power output?
Right.
And I made the plug-and-play dial, and I'm like, you turn this fucking dial.
What dial do you use? The AEM trim pump?
The AEM, but dude, their quality has gone to hell, and it takes me like months to get it, so I think I have to stop offering it. Lately, I've been getting more and more bad ones per batch, and they can only sell me like 20 at a shot.
Really?
And it's getting frustrating, and ECU Masters has really picked up for me. So I get ECU Masters.
I've never used the ECU Master dial.
They're incredible, but they're uglier than an AEM.
Oh.
Like they have a square circuit board on the back that's just open, but they work incredible, and they have like an 8-position click. And the nice thing about the AEM is it has like a 12, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Like the 8 gets it done, and you can actually get those, and the quality is better. They're just not as attractive, but people are just going to have to live with it. Yeah, the ECU Master's incredible. I've been talking to the owners for a while now, and they are awesome. He literally just sent me like a race car that's like a IS. What the fuck is it? Sorry. He's like, talk me out of buying this. This is the for sale ad. It's a 2018 Lexus LC500 Coupe, and it's like 25.5 and it has a Rossler and carbon fiber.
Oh, is it that white one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
He's like, talk me out of this.
Yeah, I saw that car. That was a nice car. I'd have been telling him to buy it.
I'm not sure if I hate money enough to build it and chuck it down a drag strip. That's what he said. Zach Denny. Yeah, that's Zach. Yep.
I'll tell you that there's a company, I can't remember the name of it. I ordered some. They'll probably be here in a month because they come from Poland or something. But I ordered some dials. I'll let you know how they turn out. They're all billet aluminum. They were not cheap. I think they were like $90 a piece. But
it cuts into my
not exactly your demographic.
Share.
Right. But they were like $80 or $90 a piece, and they're like a billet deal. Very nice looking, like real high quality. Came with a couple different colored like dial, like the actual knobs. You know what I mean? Was that the ECU Master deal?
No, this is the AEM one.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them.
Yeah, and it's nice. I mean, it's like completely sealed in the wires, and I've been buying like I've been testing out cheaper Amazon ones, and they do work. They just don't look pretty. It's tough to ask people. What I like is the click.
Yep.
So the ECU Master has the detents because you don't even have to look. It can be under your dash, and you go all the way left, and then you go 3. You go dink, dink, dink.
Yep.
It's very nice. Honestly, the 12 pin is a little too much. It's cool because it goes to 11. You do have to solder the wires to the ECU master, but we're doing that for you in the kit. And they also have a DT-M connector that disconnects it like a foot out. Yeah, it has to. He just wrote Clicky Boy. It has to be Clicky Boy. It feels. You don't know really what's happening with the. Let me see. I'm getting like you, bud. I got this whole white thing is wiring and crimpers now.
Heck yeah.
So that's an Amazon one with like,
Yep.
and this is like a volume knob, and it just
Oh
spins,
yeah, there's just
and
no
then it has
detents,
the leads here,
Yep.
which I bend and I put shrink wrap over it, and it looks great. But this is just a smooth boy. It works, but majority it's not attractive to a majority of people, and I don't like it either.
I
And
don't like it
people,
with it. If it isn't gonna click, I don't like it.
yeah, the ECU master at least detents, and they're in stock when I order them.
Yeah.
Because at one point I ordered like 80 AEM dials because Summit had them in stock. Well, it was like 6 different warehouses, and all of them had a quarter of that.
Oh shit.
So I am waiting. I have completely wired stuff from Jacob, and I have no dials, and I can't sell them.
Damn.
And it took like 4 months. That was previously. Now I stop. I buy an order of AEMs, and I don't wait. I just order ECU Master.
Right.
And then when AEMs come in, I just use them. I stopped. I used to segment them on the website, but now I just wrote with a clicky dial. You're going to get one or the other. They're the same cost. And also, here, this is cool as hell. You guys want to know what's cool about ECU Masters even more? Their guy made these for me, and they fit the ECU Master dials. You're going to shit your pants, excuse me. So they made this sticker to go behind the dial.
Sweet.
And then here's the good part. Here's the good one. It's a raccoon with a pointer. And he goes on the knob face, see, and then he points at the number that's associated here.
That's pretty funny.
And I got these not that long ago, so they didn't go with the old ones. But all of the Jacob is doing 100% of the things now, and they all go. I sent Jacob like half of they sent me like 500. They're maniacs. But they're such a cool company. They made these and sent them to me for nothing.
And they didn't even ask you if like you wanted them?
No.
That's pretty awesome.
They're just like, here's a million stickers designed with your stuff. Love you. Bye.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they just did it to be funny.
Hey, I just remembered you commented on my video, and I think it was like the video where like I did like some in-car footage from the car when we were at Sick Week.
Okay.
You commented about the cranking speed.
Well, I saw that you were commenting early about people asking about it, but I always laugh when I hear it because it sounds like I had a ZX6R and I had a 636. I don't know if you were around.
Yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Same sound, like 340 RPM on the starter.
Yeah, it cranks so freaking fast. Yeah, we had a lot of comments about that. I had a lot of comments.
It sounds insane. It sounds like you're on 20 volts with like a truck battery.
Nope, 16 volt.
Yeah, the couple times you're in the staging lanes and it's just like, oh yeah, their Pro 16 came out today, but he's been telling me about. I think he told me in December, but they had supply chain issues. It was supposed to be out before that, but yeah, they have a big boy one now that can do dual throttle by wire and everything. I think it has the Pro 16 has 8 EGT inputs built in.
What's the Pro 16 from M-Tron?
No, ECU Master came out with a new ECU.
Okay,
they released it today.
Huh.
Yep.
Johnny Trend, yeah, that's a House of Pain starter. It's a 139 tooth Mazir billet flex plate and a House of Pain starter. We wired Mark Payne's car, and that's actually how I learned about him, and the starters and alternators and stuff that he builds. And then we're using our well, it's not ours. I didn't build the battery. Full Spectrum Powers, P-Motive, like P2000 battery, 16 volt. And then I had a I had Power Master build us an alternator. Well, I shouldn't. I guess redo an alternator the way I wanted them done, and that combo did all of Sick Week right at 17 volts the entire time. Idle, going down the racetrack, the whole 9 yards. It stayed right at rock solid at 17 volts. I never put a battery charger on it. Nothing. Like it was it was perfect. You know what I mean? Like that whole combo was like absolutely perfect. Like never a cold start problem because it cranks so damn fast. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like it always starts really good. So, oh
Can you hear me?
yeah, you sound
Dude,
like
the
you're in a
I'm being
bathroom.
a little bitch. I haven't worn my headphones in like a year, and they're killing me.
Oh,
I'm being a little girl. They're wearing me out, hurting my head.
it cranks right around 300 RPM. Johnny Trans. Yeah. Who makes the best alternator? I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just putting these damn things away.
Oh, okay. Kill switch ass. Who makes the best alternator? Mech Man. For 16 volt, we do a lot of 16 volt. For 16 volt, I highly recommend just buying the alternator that we sell from Power Master. There's not a part number that's like readily available for it. Am I quiet?
Yeah, I gotta change my stuff because I.
Oh, look at whatever you did. You killed my sound.
How about now? When I switched it over to audio, I have to switch the stupid audio on this too.
I can't hear you, Matt. Oh, you just effed up. Nope.
I muted myself in the damn
There
app.
you are.
What happened was when I changed all my audio, I had to change my OBS stuff too. Does everyone like my Static X?
Yes, that's great. Apparently you killed my audio too.
Yeah, I did all of it at once. I should have told everybody to wait, but it wasn't that bad.
I gotcha.
It's a good thing I'm not a moron. There's a lot of dumb shit going on. You see all my audio devices? Like, if you watch the stream, I have like 20. No wonder it's a pain in the ass. I have like 15 things to choose from. And then when I change that, I have to change it over in my broadcast software. That is really big. I look like a douche. To the side. Anyway, sorry. Power Master.
Yeah, so like I if it's 16 volt, I use Power Master. We sell a badass one. MacMan makes a really good alternator for 12 volt stuff. They make a really nice alternator. Somebody asked what's my favorite PDM for drag and drive application. I like a smart wire. I like it over everything else. It's got it has the most outputs that are the easiest to configure. It's the most robust. It's been rock solid. It hasn't given me any problems. It's the only problems that I've ever had with them is they're brand new when this problem happens, is a little dongle for the keypad. They show up not programmed, and it has been a total nightmare. So, but that's like not a problem with the actual unit. It's just that like it got shipped out without programming for the keypad. But I believe they've got hopefully they've got that taken care of now. So that's my biggest gripe. So hey, look at that. Luke just said the same thing. Smart wire is awesome.
I was just going to say, he said the exact same thing.
Yeah. Luke, did you get the dongle taken care of? Hopefully.
I wish they never called it that word. It's such a weird name.
It's a really stupid name.
I call it a dangle.
Yeah. I call it a piece of shit.
That's a good question by Will.
Where's this?
Fifth. What's the most important sensor for getting down the racetrack, other than obvious ones to make? You could be a jerk and be like, a map sensor.
A G meter. Yep.
I guess you can see how hard the car's accelerating.
Yeah, G meter. That's the most important. Okay, good. Donnie took care of you? Good. Very good. Okay, good. Yeah. So I like to use the VPS. What's a alternative for a PLEB? What is that?
Well, he means what's a VPS alternative for a pleb, meaning a poor person? Like, what could he use instead of a VPS? Are there other options?
A VPS, and then or a. I mean, you could use a cheaper G meter that just measures like x-axis. You know, because x-axis is like the first thing you look at, right? So I like a VPS because like if you buy a VPS for I think they're $800 or $900, you um, you you have a you have X and Y axis, plus you have Z axis, plus you have pitch, roll, and yaw, and then you've got limit settings that you can set to trigger things inside of the ECU. There's a lot that it can do. It also gives you virtual time slips. So like if you go to like a clocks off race or a street race or something, you have like a virtual time slip from it. Um, but if you don't want all that extra shit and all you care about is an x-axis or whatever G meter, um, there's just like that guy said, turbo jixer tuning. There's a lot of 3-axes that are cheaper. So.
Oh, my mic is on. My mechanical keyboard. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
1,000 volume.
Do you do any? Click Fifth asked, do you do any wheelie control or shoot triggering with VPS? Yes, that's exactly what I use it for. Mm-hmm.
All the cool
I mean, I
stuff.
use. Yeah. So I mean, like you could do a lot with it. You know what I mean?
You know what I always wanted to try is Haltech sells a GPS sensor, GPS speed sensor. Like you can wire it into the ECU and use that for speed instead of like front wheel or whatever.
Oh, I highly doubt it's fast enough.
Yeah, it's a CAN. Well, no, it's a 0 to 5 volt or something, or a frequency input. But yeah, it's a standalone. Someone was asking about budget traction management, and I said 2 wheel speed sensors, driven and undriven wheel, and set up.
Yeah,
There's like 70 ways to do it. That's one of my gripes with the Dominator software that has traction management. It's all like drive shaft speed.
That's the way I do it.
Well, race cars, but I wish it just had a slip angle for rear and front wheel. I made my own tables that show a slip amount, and then I made another table that can pull timing based on slip amount.
Yeah.
It's not terrible, but I wish for the extra amount you spend, it just had a speed table, but I also understand that 1% of people might want to use it the way I do.
Wait till you see what's in V3.
Well, is Terminator have that? Traction control strategies?
Perhaps. Johnny Tran asked, is there any electrical components that don't work as good with 16-volt systems? You saw what I did there, Matt, right?
Ah, yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of things that don't really work too well with 16-volt systems. Crappy light bulbs, especially with an alternator. Crappy light bulbs, once they get up to like 17.5 volts, they usually pop. I put LEDs in all the 16-volt cars with an alternator. Spall fans will shut off at like 17.0 volts or 17.2 volts, like the brushless fans from Spall. And that's about it. So, I don't know why everybody wants to. Like,
what's clacking away?
Yeah. I don't know why so many people are so interested in using the GPS for traction control. I don't know. To me,
I've put a $38 Hall effect sensor on a knuckle and pointed it at the back of wheel studs, and it works.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Used a VR sensor. Most recently, I used a 2-wire $28 VR, and that worked too. It wasn't great. Like you needed to average over a lot of steps.
Sure.
But as soon as it got to a worthwhile mile an hour where you would use it anyway, mint. It was averaging so many steps that under like 25, it was moving a lot.
Yep.
But man, like 40 miles an hour and up, clear as a bell.
Huh.
Just pointed at the studs, nothing special. I took the stock ABS ring wiring and threw it right into the Dominator on my new Edge. Works amazing.
GPS still reads when the front tire's in the air. The front tire shouldn't be in the air.
Yeah. Like I always say, disable it till they're on the ground.
Yeah, well, I mean, they shouldn't be in the air.
Yeah, effectively, you shouldn't be wheeling far.
No. And if you're ever going to do front versus rear wheel speed, always put the front wheel speed sensor on the passenger front.
Because, yeah, they pick up a right a lot.
Yep. Yeah, they'll always pick up the driver front first. You know what I mean? They usually always tote that driver front tire first. So, you put them in the on the passenger side. And
Or like Frank used to say, I don't know if he still believes in this, but he's like, traction control slows you down.
That's a double yes and no.
But that was
you
old.
Know what I mean?
Like that was, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
10
yeah,
years
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Because
Oh,
he would
yeah.
be like, it's gonna make a pass, and if traction control is to come on, you're gonna lose. But obviously the strategies are probably really good now compared to
Well,
then.
so here's the thing. Traction control doesn't have to slow you down. Traction control can actually speed you up, but it depends on where you're at with your tune-up, right? So if you're a conservative tuner and you know you're going to go down, traction control can speed you up. If you're a wild man of a tuner, traction control can only slow you down. So like I call people um, season MVPs versus home run derby champs. You know what I mean? That's the way you look at tuners.
I know who I am because I'm a hammer. But
Uh,
realistically, I'm not a kill it person. I drive to the track and go home.
yeah. Um, the the guys that are home run derby champions, they typically lose, but they set records, right? Um,
Yeah, Chris Ortiz knows all about that. Guys that they run the fastest and then they're like, bam, we're the best. They can't
yep.
keep a car together one weekend, but they're the best.
Right, and they've never won a single race in their lives, but like they got a record. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that about everybody who's got a record. I'm just saying like there's two different types of tuning thought process there. So with those two different types of tuning thought process, if you're a home run derby champion, then traction control is only going to slow you down, and that's because it has to slow you down because you were about to knock the tires off. You know what I mean? Um, the conservative tuners, it can actually make you faster because you can play it safe. This is a long-winded conversation. We don't need to get into this shit. But with a profiler, it can make you faster. So I just did an hour and a half long video on a fucking profiler the other night. And you know what? When we got all done, I started uploading it and my audio was gone.
Oh, yeah.
But Shannon's audio was there. So like we did like a team viewer, like you know what I mean, like a screen captured team viewer, and my audio was gone. Shannon's audio was there. The good news is that Shannon does most of the talking anytime you talk to Shannon. No matter what, Shannon's doing most of the talking. So I had to rewatch this hour and 20-minute long video, and like I had to like dub what I was saying in over top of it. You know what I mean? So I was like trying to remember what the hell I was even saying. So like it took hours. I was so fucking mad. But if anybody's interested in a profiler or traction control at that level, just go on my YouTube channel and watch that video I just posted. It should teach you a lot about profiler. So there's a wealth of information in it. Hey, does anybody got any what I was going to ask is, does anybody got any video questions? Like video suggestions? I need some topics for videos.
Ah, yes.
So, like, if you don't mind, like, post them up here, or, like, send them to me in, like, Facebook Messenger or something or whatever. How much value do you think there is in monitoring pan vac? On a nitrous combo, it's all in the pan vac. On a turbo combo, it's, I don't know. It's a turbo combo. You just don't want to see too much pressure. You know what I mean? So, but Panvac's definitely a useful one. What was another one? Oh, he said my do's and don't videos are good. I was a little leery about doing that because I didn't want to come across pompous. I don't know if you watched that.
Well, someone else asked earlier, and I think in the YouTube comments to do more etiquette, like drag strip etiquette. I know we went over that, but I think we get into other subjects deeper. Like you and I think we said the same thing, but once we reiterate, we say different things.
Yep.
Because we can fill the dots, but a lot of people don't know. Because I'll do that too, and I'll do 3 videos about something, and I think I'm talking about the same subject, and everyone's like, I learned something every video. Keep rambling.
Right. Why is double bulbing bad?
Oh man, that's just discourteous. It's like slamming a door in someone's face.
Yeah, that's really what it is. Like, it's called courtesy staging for a reason. That's all it really is. Some tracks will wave you off. You know what I mean? You go to a grudge track and you double bulb somebody.
Oh, it's just not allowed.
Well, it's not that it's not allowed because if the other guy may just go in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, for streetcar guys not using 30 amp Bosch relays, not a smart wire, can you give a general list of what you consider clean and what you consider noisy? Fuck, that's a long one. That's
well,
a video.
Clean and noisy to me is clean as a battery ground and dirty as a chassis ground.
Yeah, but I think he means like by device, right? It's like what kind of device would be considered anything with a motor is noisy.
Not using 30 amp relays and not a smart wire. Can you give a general list of what you consider?
Man, yeah, see, like that's what I mean. Like I don't really know.
Not using either one. How are you powering it?
Right.
Wireless Tesla power.
Right.
Nikolai Tesla. He needs to rephrase that. I'm sure there's a mistake there.
Oh, he meant using Bosch relays. And not
like a regular 5-pole mechanical? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. It doesn't really matter how you're powering something. Typically, what powering something isn't really the problem. It's where it gets grounded, because all power has to come from ground.
Yeah,
so like anything with
throwing it, the poles, the switch can be dirty as hell.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't
then
really.
You're throwing
really
power
matter.
to the device, but the ground of that device is depending on what gets clean or not.
Right. So like anything with a motor is what I always tell people. Like the easiest way to go about this is like anything with a motor, ground it to the chassis. You know what I mean?
Fuel pump, fan, blah blah
fuel
blah.
Pump, fan, water pump, starter motor.
They don't care.
Like any of that kind of stuff.
Also, they're going to dump inductive loads.
Correct. Yep.
Like we were talking about, it can flash in high and low, like weird ass voltages.
Yep.
Yeah, obviously don't tie a trans brake to a big relay sensor ground. Yeah.
Right.
We talked about it earlier, but we could probably say it 10 more times because you'll blow the injector drivers off a board or worse.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Literally, like Mike showed me, like we did a thing and he showed me a 400 volt spike on a scope. And I was like, wow. It's insane when you see it.
Oh, for sure.
Because you're like, whatever. And then you're like, wow, 400 volts.
Yep. Johnny Tran said, I like your how to pick a tuner video. Man, that was a tough one to make. I don't like being on camera at all. I hate being on camera. I don't know why. It's just always been like.
It's true, though. It's, again, being truthful with yourself and realistic and expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Like that guy, like I said, he seemed like he needed a lot of attention, and I'm like, I'm not your guy. I can't hold your hand. I can't.
Right.
But someone will. Someone will. And you're going to pay for it.
But that video that I made of how to pick a tuner was difficult to make because like I didn't want it to come across like I was trying to like sell myself as a service, because I'm not. Like I don't need any work. And I also didn't want to come across as if like trying to badmouth anybody or anybody at all. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want anybody to think that. But I've gotten a lot of messages from people that were like, man, that how to pick a tuner video is actually really good. I never thought about things that way. So I guess it was helpful,
Same thing with like the etiquette things we go over or
Yep.
expectation things. People,
Yep.
there's a disconnect, and then when you talk about it realistically, and then like I always bring up, there's an issue when people call a shop, and then when someone says no, they immediately want to go to the internet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
They just don't do it. Just don't. Yeah, and it's tough for them to answer. They don't. They want to dance around answering you because they don't want you to be a 5-year-old on the internet.
Right.
It's a tough situation. It's like I brought up my buddy Ryan Gary that owns 1320, the Subaru shop, and I've said, like people are like, oh, why can't they just do a sloppy build? And I'm like, he has employees, he has a building, he has a reputation, his workload, stuff will come back. I think you guys, you're dumb to not realize that. I'll say it out loud. But here's I will fill this in as a summary for you. It's easy to understand.
Yeah. There's two questions right here basically about injectors, like one up to the other. No, you weren't. Oh, you weren't for me. Oh, well, that was dumb. Well, there's two questions here that says, like, what's your opinion on Bosch 210s versus Deca 220s versus Holley 220s? So that's easy. Holley and Deca 220s are the exact same thing. So they're the exact same injectors. Just Holley is buying them from Siemens Deca. Little Birdie told me that those injectors are going to be coming back onto the market. So if you are in the market for Siemens Deca 220s, Little Birdie told me that they're going to be coming back on the market probably in the next month or so. What is my opinion of them? They're a superior injector. They're all stainless. They work better. They hold up better. They're just a better injector all over. They're also a low impedance injector. So where a Bosch 210 is a high impedance injector. Eric Miller said, with the drag and drive things taking off, is anybody doing injector end angle tuning with how much I can clean up at idle and low RPM exhaust stink? I would think that might be popular. So in the drag and drive community, it is very strange because most people are not very good at tuning anything. It's rather interesting.
Yeah.
So there's so I saw quite a few cars there that have the same intake manifold that I do, or similar intake manifold that I do. And my intake manifold's got 3 sets of injectors per hole, and one set of the injectors is underneath of the intake manifold, and it's pointing up towards the root, like away from the port, right? Like, so it's like the worst direction that you could point an injector at, because like it's not pointing towards the valve. But the injector literally points towards the roof of the port. Not even the roof of the port, like the top of the runner. You know what I mean? So it's just a bad deal. Anyway, the only way that you can get that engine to run on those bottom injectors is with negative 290 degrees of injector end angle. And most people haven't figured that out. So when I was walking around, I see the same people, or see people with the same intake manifold. There's one guy, Clark Rosengale, who's got like a 5th gen Camaro. He's like, yeah, those injectors underneath the intake manifold, they don't work. That company's a piece of shit. I'm like, no, that company's not a piece of shit. What are you talking about? And like, people just like get blown away. Like, they don't understand that you have to actually do something with it. You know what I mean? So to answer your question, do I think it can clean up at idle and low RPM exhaust stink? And would it be useful and popular? It would be if a lot of the people that did drag and drive stuff actually paid attention to that kind of stuff. So, is anybody doing injector end angle tuning? Yes, I am. I'm sure there's a couple others too. So,
I mess with it when the car's under half or 60% duty, because Kenny has explained it and other people have explained it to me. You need the window, so you need a larger injector to get the window.
Yep.
Or else the timing event becomes more than the window, and then it goes away.
Yeah, like with injector end angle, you learn that, like, especially at idle, it's easiest to screw with that idle. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it's a pretty constant thing. If you want to learn about injector end angle, the best way to do it is, in my opinion, is switch the car over to Alpha N. So if there's no deviation on how many pounds per hour of fuel that it's going to be flowing, and turn off idle control, right? Unplug an IAC and make the car run, and then start playing with idle air or with injector end angle and see how lean you can actually get it to run. That's the best way to learn about injector end angle, in my opinion. So, you ever done that?
I haven't done it specifically like that. I've heard of all sorts of ways. Honestly, I don't know enough about it, and I don't know enough of it in practice. I'd like to try more of that with like my Fairmont or maybe my Mustang again. But realistically, I enter the calculator and I run the math, and then you can tell right away the idle and drivability is better on a giant injector. And then a bunch of times I've had cars pick up like 500 to 800 horsepower cars pick up 40 to 60 rear wheel. Just with phasing. It'd be cool to do on motor, but I just assume that percentage is lower.
It is.
But cruise, really... startup, idle, much better.
Well, that's the hardest stuff to tune.
Yes.
Cruise, startup, idle, you know.
Did I send you my startup video for my Mustang?
No.
I fired it the other day on like a 46-degree coolant temp with 66% alcohol. And it has the dual 4-inch throttle bodies, and it just fires and idles like a stock Silverado.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
It's funny to hear because people can't make cars start. So I have like a fairly weird, complex setup like that, and it's poof.
Yeah.
Did Cameron send you? Do you see Cameron's car start on methanol?
Yeah, a little while ago, right?
Yeah, like stock.
Yeah. Yep.
Just reach in and hit the starter, and it runs.
Pretty awesome, right?
Yep.
Click fifth. When setting up an LS or other drop-down option in Holly, do you think there's much benefit to setting up custom ignition with a Dwell table for stock coils for a methanol car? Well, for sure you need. I'd be running the Dwell up, especially if I was going to be using stock coils on a methanol car. But that's more up your alley there.
Yeah, I mean, the dwell times are fine stock. I mean, you could modify those. They're basically, you're going to want to go in between 2.5 and 3.5 and see which one makes more power. Sometimes dwelling them too long makes less. They have the internal cutoff sometimes if they think they're pulling too much amperage and everything else. Yeah, I've had cars where on like Mega Squirt, they would misfire like crazy and I'd have to enter a custom dwell and then it would go away. But I've never run into that with anything else. I don't know. I guess their ignition strategy is different, or I don't know. You only really want a long dwell when you're like starting, in my opinion.
Well, we use a good bit of dwell when you're on methanol.
But you have IGN 1As.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any difference usually. What would be a good test is if you're on meth and it seems like it's breaking up, like add and remove dwell.
Well, the thing that typically gets most people is that the Holly is targeting 13.8 volts in the background. So if you are lower than 13.8 volts...
It modifies it. I've noticed that too. Even if you lock it, the dwell amount changes.
Because it's always looking for voltage. It's always looking for that 13.8.
It has a hidden table that adjusts the dwell.
Yeah. It's all in the background.
Yeah.
If you pull it up in the log, it's called voltage compensated ignition dwell. And like with the 16 volt stuff, when you're up to 17 volts, you've got to call for like 8-ish milliseconds of dwell in order to get like the 6.5 that you're after. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Yeah, I don't do any of that at all, so I have not a good opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's stock coils and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd have to wait till you have a misfire situation and then see if increasing the charge time helps.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, if you have heatsink coils, you could just dust a piston with a long dwell time.
Yeah.
Because they auto fire. That's what 8s for 8 did. I dusted the number one piston twice in a row.
Really?
Turned it into sand. And I'm like, why? It was like 700 horsepower on E85.
Yeah.
And it would vaporize number one. And I changed injectors. I had them. I did all sorts of shit. And then we were like, man, you hear about this stuff with the coils? And I swapped the coils, and we went 8s. It was literally the number one coil on the one rack.
What would you jump from IGN 1As to a Pro 600? 4 horsepower per cubic inch is usually where I start.
LS3 coils do not auto
Oh,
fire.
on methanol.
The only coils that auto fire have the heatsink on top, like the barrel. They're called a 585.
Yeah, but they also have a higher. You can run those a little bit higher dwell, can't you?
That's when they auto fire.
No, but I mean, like, can't you run those at like say 3.5 milliseconds, where the rest of them are kind of stuck around 2.5?
That's a bad area with a 585.
Oh, okay.
See, what happens is, I'm assuming an engineer at GM was like, man, I made a coil that can protect itself. It's so smart. And what happens is, if it thinks, when they get older, the logic kind of goes away. So if it thinks it's drawing more amperage than it needs to, it fires. If it thinks it's overheating, it fires. So to protect itself, it discharges the coil.
Oh.
And that can happen at positive 30 degrees, negative 30 degrees.
Right.
It's going, so if you have, one guy did the math on Sloppy when this was happening, at the RPM, at whatever, and so if you're giving it, so say you're giving it 3 milliseconds of dwell and it fires in 1, at a certain RPM, that is so early that it is so advanced, because I'm like, I've never turned a piston into dust. What the hell? People are like, oh, you suck. And I'm like, guys, it's dust. Like, it's 700 wheel. 700 wheel. It's a joke anymore. And this bitch turned into dust twice. Yeah.
Hey, I'll be right back. Let me go grab something to drink here quick.
Yes. You saw me grab my
hang on.
Coke. Yeah, LS3 coils will not auto fire. All the newer coils will not. It's basically only the heatsink ones. I've heard of guys have better luck with... Yes, of course. LS3s are newer and a better design. 585s, like, unless you have an all-motor car that's not very serious, you kind of got a time bomb there. I have 210 pounds of compression in all 8. What would cause my high compression on a stock lower end? That's called dynamic compression, usually modified with a cam. But that seems, yeah, Johnny's like maybe a faulty tester. Did you see the compression amount one? He's saying his compression.
Yeah, 210. What's wrong with that?
I mean, if you have a flat bottom end piston.
So it's not okay. I apologize.
The compression's going to be through the roof.
I apologize. I don't know about that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know about the stock stuff.
Yeah. You'll easily get 210 if you mismatch the no dish and the small cylinder head.
You can also get 210 if you put the wrong camshaft in it.
I said to him the cam events can change dynamic compression.
Well, it absolutely will, for sure. Devin's voice is muffled.
You sound fine to me.
Yeah, I thought so.
I had a car where I thought it was bad and my compression tester was bad, for sure. I had that issue also.
Make sure the Schrader valve's screwed all the way in it too.
Yep.
I've had that.
And that your rubber gasket isn't ripped out.
Yep. Are you going to do Six Summer? So I'm on the wait list for Six Summer. I didn't want to sign up for it because I'll be honest, I was a little gun shy to make sure that we actually made it through the sick week, right? So I'm on the wait list, and I'm gonna call Tom, I think, next week, and be like, hey man, how about you let me in that Six Summer shit?
You know what I mean? With someone that's not going to finish or break first day.
Yeah. So
he should let you in as an extra because so many people drop out on the first day.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know what That's actually this one's a really good question. Yeah, if if any, what were the major concessions on your combination to be able to drag and drive events versus purely trailer to the track race car? A lot of concessions, like lots and lots of concessions that you have to make. So I deal with mostly race cars, and when you actually want to drive them, um, and using gay as an insult.
I was just reading that too. I didn't want to.
So was
distract
I.
you.
That's good. That's funny. So if you're actually going to drive them, so there's a difference. There's a difference between making a car a Facebook street car and making it like a real street car, right?
A Street Outlaws street. I don't watch that, but I know it's ridiculous.
I don't have cable.
I don't either.
Yeah. So, but there's a huge difference between the two. So some of the things that you wind up giving up, right? Camshaft, for sure. Compression, for sure. So like my 540 is only 9.5 to 1 compression, or 9.8 to 1 compression. If it was a race motor, it'd be 11.5 to 1 compression. 11.5, 12 to 1. You know what I mean? If it was a race motor, the camshaft would be a lot different. If it was a race car, I could ditch the cooling system. The cooling system's a big one. Like you really have to do a very good job, like especially if you've got like a really radical combination. And I'll just say that I feel as if my combination is pretty radical for a streetable car. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, a big block and a beach ball sized turbo next to your radiator in your engine bays has a lot of BTUs to scrub for sure.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like I have a pretty radical combination to keep cold or keep cool, and it takes an unbelievable amount of cooling system to make that happen. Some of the other things so there's like little things too to make it drivable. I have a 9-inch, like I have a floater 9-inch in my car, right? So like if you don't know what a floater is, it's like it's got spindles on the end of the rear axle, as opposed to just like a flanged axle that goes in. You know what I mean?
It's like a 3/4 ton truck style. You can 1 ton. You can pull the axle out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
and then also it's not a sinker.
Oh,
it's a floater, guys.
But the thing about it is like the floater isn't a necessity to be a drag and drive car, but you can pop an axle out and now you got an open diff. So that's kind of nice, like when you're driving it, right? The change that you have to make in the rear end housing though is everybody with a 9-inch wants to run like a strange ultra case, right? Like you ever seen those? You know what I'm talking about?
I actually don't.
Okay, so it's like
if it's not a 9-inch case, I don't know what it is.
Well, it's a 9-inch like center section. But the ultra case is like the highest end one that they make, right? It's like all ball bearing. It's like really high end shit, right? You can't run that in a car that you want to drive on the road because it doesn't oil the pinion enough. So you use the Pro HD, which is actually like not rated for as much power or whatever, right? And don't think that I'm like some rear end gear guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. I'm just telling you what I had to talk to Strange about this, you know? So that was something that was another concession. Transmission cooler. Like if you think you have the right transmission cooler or it's big enough, you probably don't. Go bigger. And let's see other concessions. Transmission was a lot more money than it probably should have been, but I'm okay with it because it works perfect. You know what I mean? So, but other than that, if you don't go wild with it, like it's a heck of a lot easier. If you're good with it, if you've got enough, like if you can make enough power where like you can still use a 4L80, you'll probably be way better off. Does that make sense?
That's my jam.
So yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, I do have a solid roller in my motor. We used 937 DLC coated BAM lifters. So they're enormous and like they don't have needle bearings in them. That's another thing you got to do. Like when it comes to building a car for like drag and drive is like you want to spend some extra money on the valve train, because that shit gets beat up. I guess if you have a hydraulic roller, it doesn't, but I mean, solid roller gets beat up. So, no, I don't have coolant bypassing the head to the block. It's a big block Chevrolet. It doesn't care. You just hit it with water just like normal.
Justin and I were able to run 75. Yeah, I can drive 100 miles an hour in my Mustang on the highway doing like 3,000.
So
80E life.
We were going 58 to 62.
Not terrible at all.
There's a couple reasons. My trailer weighed 1,850 pounds.
Yeah, you don't want that swinging around, that's for sure.
So when you're in a 3,200-pound car with a driver, and then you add another driver at 275 pounds, and you're, let's call it 3,600 pounds, and you're pulling half of the weight of the car in a trailer, in a car that's not made to really pull a trailer, it gets a little sketchy. You know what I mean? So we got somebody asked about fuel economy. If pulling the trailer on nothing but highway, we got 13.8, I think it was, and driving pulling the trailer like with a mix of in town and some like back road / highway type stuff, we got like 11.9 to like 12.0. So wasn't terrible.
No,
not pulling
not
a trailer
terrible at all. If you have a Silverado, you're getting 13. You're getting 8 towing.
Right.
So the fact that you're in a methanol,
no, that was on pump gas.
No, I mean just like you have like a crazy setup, and you're getting 11 towing a trailer with no lockup.
Yeah. That's also like there's no lockup.
11 is incredible for that setup.
Yeah,
I hope people realize that.
Yeah. I mean, it did pretty good.
Mark says that's better than my Yukon. He gets 12.5 average. That's what I was just saying.
Yep. Yeah, Luke. You had a 325 gear in it, and your 60-foot told me
that. Well, he said he's going to a 370 here.
I know. I'm just poking.
That's the only thing you have to overcome with a 4L80E. It is a long first, but that's easily fixed with since you have fourth, and then also a appropriate converter. I've foot braked 145s with an 80E.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, like foot brake with a garbage Fairmont or a pickup truck.
Yeah. What was I going to say? With the transmission that I have in mine, we were 170 first, 140 second.
You have a close ratio?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, what do you think are major contributions to your car working so well in so many different settings? Seems to do well 8th quarter, 235s, 315s. Well, we've never ran the car on 315s. We've always ran the car on 275s. I got a lot of adjustment in the chassis. I just have a lot of adjustment in the chassis, and the close ratio 3-speed does help a lot when it comes to leaving, and I leave a long gear in it. It's got a 340 rear gear in it, so when it comes to drag racing, most people don't have a 340 gear in it, but being able to manipulate power in such huge swings, right? So like when you're in a 340 gear with a 26-inch tall tire, it needs very little power. When you are on a 340 rear gear with a 275, it could take a lot more power. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I guess it's just years of doing it and kind of knowing what the car was going to want. You know what I mean? We have a tune-up on 275s that goes like 108 60 foot, 109 60 foot, like everywhere you go. You know what I mean? Then when we put 235s on, I was like, well, I don't want to. We went like 118, like right first hit. Well, after we changed some rear suspension around, we went 118 first hit. And then we wound up going a little bit faster, but then I settled on running a 130 60 foot the entire event. So, it's just you have to be really good at moving power around. Adrian, last name. You're real good at doing stuff. I may be shortly because we are going to be doing more classes, and we're going to do a round of classes up at Pete's place. So be on the lookout for that. That should be good. I also will say something about the gear vendor. Matt, you're right. If you breathe on those things, it seems like they break.
So much money. And people think the ADE is incapable, but they'll bust a gear vendor all day and just blow them and tell you how good they are.
Yep.
It makes no sense to me. They're like, this is so great. And then, like, they've swapped two.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing that's weird is, like, I called to buy one, like, before I knew about, like, all the failures, which is weird because, like, I think gear vendor people are like Fight Club. You know what I mean? They're like the
there's
first
a lot of things
gear
like
vendor
that, right? And that's why people listen to you and I, because we're like, that's dumb.
Yeah. Like, there's so many people that are like, they buy
I gotta
something.
get a gear vendor. I gotta get a gear vendor.
Yeah, like, and everybody thinks that they're the greatest thing, and then, like, all these people are sitting around with gear vendors, like four of them.
Barely any ratio, and it's not lockable. So most of the time, it's like a 200 RPM drop when you're on flat land.
Yep.
As soon as you hit a hill, it's back up over the converter.
Yeah.
Dumb as hell.
Yeah, it's every YouTuber who is replacing one. You are 100% correct with that statement, except for that last word. And it wasn't one; it was a lot. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's why Cleet went to a lockup M&M because he was popping gear vendors like 3 times an event. Yeah,
well, and then, like, I don't think he doesn't need a lockup in that thing, but it is what it is. That's fine. But it got what they. The funny thing about, like, somebody earlier said, like, love him or hate him, but Cletus is doing, like, a really good job for the community, and I won't argue with that. Right?
Absolutely.
I don't argue with that at all. I think that Cletus is. I think Garrett is very good for cars.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think he's very good for cars. Do I think he's kind of a goofball? Yeah, but you know what?
Admittedly, he's
but he's okay with being a goofball.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I make fucking instructional videos on fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
That you know what it does? It pays me that whopping I'm on track to make that killer $235.
Hopefully you'll make $200 this month.
Right. And you know what else it gets me? A fucking inbox full of questions.
Yeah.
Do you know what he does? He fucking has fun. He blows shit up, doesn't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
He's having a blast, and he's making tens, 20s, 50s, thousands of dollars a month.
Just living life.
And then everybody wants to buy his fucking t-shirts after he blows some shit up. He'll make a new t-shirt because he blew some shit up.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Living the dream.
Dude, he really is. So, like, anybody who talks bad about him, or, like, bad mouth, like, because I was like, I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of that type of entertainment. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, just dumb.
Just like I can't stand that brother, Derek guy, Vice Grip Garage.
I've never watched that. I bet he was at Sick Week, and a lot of people were like, all like, "Oh man, so and so's here from Vice Grip Garage," and I was like, "Well, what do they have? They want to lock in for a couple dollars on 235s or what?" You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's I was told by like, I was talking to Pete about it, about the Cletus thing, because Pete cleans
Pete Harrell,
yeah, Pete Harrell, yeah, he tunes for Cletus.
Yep.
And I had said to him, I go, I'm just gonna be honest, I don't know how you do it. And he says, well, what do you mean? I said, how do you tune for him? And he's like, well, it's a little tough because they have so many irons in the fire, which that's what I was really asking. It was like, how do you tune for somebody who wants to win with this car, then wants to win with that car, and then also needs to be doing 50 other things. Like, how do you know what I mean? Like, how do you navigate that, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, man, I just do what I'm supposed to do with that one car. I don't give a shit about anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Global Media Incorporated. He tuned for Lyle as well. Yeah, I've known Pete for a long time. I've known Lyle for a while too, and all them guys. They're not far from me at all. We raced with all of them for years. But anyway, so I was talking to him. I said, is it because they just got done hurting the motor? Because like Cletus forgot to put oil in it and fired it up.
He said
Yeah.
he's done it. He admittedly said he's done it like 3 times.
Yeah. Which is like
that particular motor.
Yeah, so like when he stated that, like, oh no, I forgot to do that like a handful of times. That's no big deal. I actually respected him.
Oh yeah, my favorite thing about that dude is his humility.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody has that. And then what I really like is he started the game where he's like, we broke this, guys. This is not anyone's fault. I was an idiot. I broke this. Failures happen. Who cares? Let's keep racing. He's like, it's not about breaking these people down. They're all helpful if you're not a jackass.
Right.
And so I think that's an important thing he passed on to everybody.
So I was talking to Pete. I said, man, that's tough. He forgets to freaking put oil in the thing and it hurts the motor. And he's like, they don't care. I said, what do you mean? He goes, it doesn't matter. He goes, if you're racing and you win, it's content. It's good content. If it blows up, it's good content.
Arguably better.
Yeah, exactly. Arguably
Most
better.
people will admit it that the drama, that's why I didn't like him for a while, and I gave him a lot of shit where I was like, this is dumb and you're dumb and blah, blah, blah. But then he started going fast with the stick shift car. And I'm like, well, you can drive and everything else. And then he started saying the things like positive about shops and everything else. And I'm like, okay, cool. This is good.
Yep. Yeah, he's I wasn't a big fan of him putting a what's it called? Haltech on that other car. On that McFlurry car. But
R5. Yep.
But the funny part about it is he called the car McFlurry, and it broke like immediately.
Well, no, he even said like there was a big joke about that, and then he immediately posted. He's like, "Well, I guess it is the same as the McDonald's ice cream machine."
Okay. So he was like that joke. Oh, okay.
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, the moment I heard the name of it, I was like, that's.
I even wrote that because he's like, we have the only reliable McFlurry, and I was like, bro, you're done. You're done. Just like one of the guys I watch is Taylor Ray, and he bought a newer M3.
Is that the guy that I had to help with has he got like a Corvette or something, like a drift or something?
A C6 drift car that he built that has smart wire, dom, and everything.
Yeah, I had to help him with all that stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then, so he built a Drift Week car that's like a newer BMW, and he started on it, and he said, he's like, everybody talks shit about BMWs, and they're hard, and he's like, this one's been great. Literally, next episode is him, like, breaking every bolt off in the subframe. and because I said in his first video, when he said it was great, I was like, dude, I have never heard you defend a BMW, and that's such a bad idea, blah, blah, blah. I was like, you're asking for trouble by saying that. I immediately said it in his comments, and then the next, 3 videos are him on Struggle Street getting fuck all done.
Yeah.
Taylor Ray's incredible. The guy's great. I send him memes and dumb shit all the time.
My only interaction with him is, I guess he was the guy. Well, Luke said, I had to help him with a smart wire. I'm assuming that was the guy. I've helped a few of those drift people. I helped some girl too. I don't remember her name. She does the drift things too, I think, or maybe she's with Taylor. I don't fucking know. I don't keep.
No, she doesn't. The one girl that I can think off immediately off the top of my head is Adam LZ's girlfriend. Like, her name's something with a C. Colette.
Oh, Colette. Yep, that's it. Yeah.
Colette
That was the
Davis,
other one.
I think, is her name.
Yeah, I had to
She
help
actually
that one.
seems
too.
pretty good. I don't watch any of that, but people say she's good.
Yeah, the Taylor guy and then that girl, Colette. They were both really nice, and like they were, you know what I mean. Like they were easy to they had like easy things to, you know what I mean. Um, I don't know. Someone said she wears too much makeup. I don't even. I've never seen her. I don't know. No clue. You know what I mean?
The Smart Wire is difficult. I wish the software wasn't 1984 IBM's oriented.
Yeah, that's a little
tough
archaic.
to get a hold of. Once I messed with it enough, I understood the logic. But wow, difficult. You ever use ECU Masters PDU?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the software for an ECU Master, though.
None of them are great. I wish, like as we always say, I wish Holly would make a standalone PDU with like a CAN connection and then have a config you can load, a tab.
Yeah,
shows like a PDU.
It's probably going to happen.
It would be wonderful. I would assume that they're going to get into that because everyone is.
Right, for sure. Grubworm has a Davis, I think. I'm assuming you mean Davis traction control. Yeah, I just wired the car. So, yeah. Luke, I can help you with that. That's no problem. Why don't I drive my own car? So this
I know the answer to this, but people don't.
Yeah.
People don't.
So I've had to answer this quite a few times.
Well, because people are like, you're a scumbag. Someone else drives your... Same when I built 8s for 8. They're like, you didn't even drive the car.
Yeah, so what?
And I'm like, a guy with an NHRA license with a full methanol suit where ATCO employees would let him race a garbage can did.
Right.
So that's why he did.
Well, so here's why I don't drive my own car. Most of the time I don't drive my own car. I've been high 430s at like 100 and high 160s in the 8th with my car driving it. Did perfectly fine. It's not that, right? That's not the issue. The issue is well, for sick week, I don't have an NHRA license and I've got zero interest in getting one. I've also got zero interest in going 200 plus miles an hour. Zero. I have no interest in it at all. Call me a bitch. Don't care. Doesn't matter to me. I have zero ego about anything. And the real 100% reason why I don't drive my own car is because if you want to be successful in anything in life, right? In anything, this is just me being kind of like preachy, right? And I'm not trying to be preachy, but anytime you want to be successful in anything in life, whether it be racing, running a business, your relationship, whatever it is, you need to learn how to delegate.
Can't do it all.
You cannot do everything yourself. So the most successful people in the world, no matter what they do,
they have a team.
All figured out that they need help, no matter what. Okay. So
I was going to bring up too that you have physical injuries that would make it tough.
I also have some physical injuries that
people don't know about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So my whole like left side is pretty screwed, right?
It would be dangerous for you to get in that seat with a car that fast with your injuries.
If I had to react quickly and had to turn the wheel to the right in a rush, I'm in trouble. Right? So like I'm in trouble if I got to crank the wheel hard to the right. Like that's all there is to it. I don't have anything
stuff happens fast in a 430 car.
Right. So like and I don't know if it would be in trouble. It's just in my mind I feel like I'd be in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but honestly, it's the number one reason why I don't drive the car is because I'm smart enough to know that it's best to delegate responsibility. If you tried to do everything yourself, you can. What was the saying?
Analysis paralysis.
Well, no. Never half-ass two things. Always whole-ass one thing, right?
Yeah, and the big thing I would say is having a driver, he just has to drive. He doesn't have to think about shit.
Yep.
You're doing tuning, you're doing everything for him. All he needs to do is drive the thing, and that focus is needed to do that.
Yep. And
so you can see it when people get exhausted, they're pulling a transmission and then they jump in a car.
Yep.
And they're not ready for it.
Well, I'll tell you this. the other thing is that people think that a good driver is made up by somebody, and I'm saying this because I work with a lot of people with a lot of cars, and I listen to a lot of drivers because I tune a bunch of shit, right? And a lot of people think that a good driver is somebody who's really good on the light, and that's not the truth. I don't care how good you're on the light. I mean, you should care how good you're on the light, right? But like, as far as a tuning aspect goes, I don't care if we win the race. I don't care if you went a 3 second light. If it ran what it was supposed to run, it did what it was supposed to do. My job is good. Like, you just sucked at yours. You know what I mean? But a good driver is somebody who can come back from a pass and tell you what happened.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Someone that knows what happened instead of shrugging.
And I'll tell you this right now. I am the driver. I am the type of driver that'll say, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Let's look at the data. Because I'm very data focused, where not really seat of the pants feel focused. You see what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
So, so yeah, hopefully that makes sense to. But I mean, I've been asked that question a lot. Like, well, why don't you drive your own car? And I had one guy like fucking trying to like badmouth me because I wouldn't drive it. It's like, dude, who gives a shit? It's mine. You know what I mean?
Same thing came up when I said what I was gonna do and I did it and I showed it. The only thing people could attack was that I didn't drive it. So they did.
Yeah.
Because they had nothing left.
Right. Right.
And I never said I would. I never said I would drive it. And the same thing, Jamie was like, you're having such bad luck with that, it'll probably kill you. You're not allowed to drive it. Yeah. And then I didn't listen to her, and I made a pass, and it yeeted a rod and set the engine bay on fire. Yep. Well, like I
shouldn't have done
say,
that, right?
People think I'm kidding, but I always say, like, Jamie's right. She thinks way more into it than I do. And they think I'm like a simp or something. And I'm like, nope, she's always right. And not a joke. Yeah. So I need to listen. And I didn't, and look what happened.
Yeah. Let's hit some of these other questions. 16-volt and AFIS 400s on a Dominator with no external driver. No, don't do that. Next. So here's a question. Has Fuel Tech been a push for Holley to come out with anything new? Fuel Tech is really good at marketing. And they have done a really good job of convincing people that they're trying to take over the market.
They come up out of nowhere.
The reality of it is Fuel Tech, their market share is absolutely minuscule. In fact, their market share is lower than Edelbrock ProFlow.
That is incredible.
Their market share, if you wanted to know anything about market share, and what we mean by market share is like anybody who's going to buy an aftermarket EFI system, percentage of usage. Holley is king dingling in this one, right? They take the cake. They're on top of everything. But can you guess who's number 2?
No idea.
Any guess, Matt?
Honestly, I'd have to think. I'm not prepared to answer that.
You should know. It's Megasquirt.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that. Not joking.
Yeah. No, Megasquirt's number 2. Fuel Tech is way at the bottom. Hull Tech is I don't remember if Hull Tech was 3 or 4, but Hull Tech's very high because they're so diverse. Fuel Tech has directed their marketing 100% towards the upper echelon, radial versus the world, street outlaw people, right? And they're relying upon trickle down economics. And what they have done is they have trickled down T-shirt sales. They have trickled down mouths. That's what they've done. So have they sold some Fuel Tech units? Of course. Are there a bunch of people running around with that shit on there? Sure. Go to a car show where there's 1,000 cars in a parking lot, like at a Cars and Coffee.
I like what they're doing, and of course the advertisement stuff is cool. They're making cool videos. They're charismatic. The people they have on are personable, but all I see is people popping shit on Fuel Tech. Just an observation.
A lot of shit breaks.
It could be that they're morons like PFI Speed and Boosted Boys, but they seem to hammer shit all the time. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, man, I tune 8 cars a month and I'm a jackass and they all run.
Yeah.
And they run for years. I've done a bunch of drag week cars and the guys go out and love it.
Yep.
And then if you ask around like who will tune something, all of them will tune a Holley.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So there's a trust there.
Right.
They know they know what you're gonna get. They know what they need to do. They're not wasting anyone's time. They're not charging you triple price because who the fuck knows what's going on with it.
Well, look at Joe, right? Like Joe Simpson. Like he's busy as shit all the time. He's got 2 dynos, right? All
Yeah,
he
he's
does, the
crushed.
majority of what he does is fucking is Holly, and
Yeah.
there's a reason. You know what I mean? Well, he said maybe not Fuel Tech directly, but progress from other ECU manufacturers too. To be honest with you, I don't know. I live in South Carolina. They're in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Got lots of friends that work there. Talk to them guys all the time. I don't know if they've been pushed by a different ECU manufacturer or anything. I can tell you that, and this is actually I'm gonna touch on this, and maybe I shouldn't, but it doesn't really matter because fuck it.
No rules. There's no rules here.
Right. Did y'all see the because he brought it up about like in other ECU manufacturers. Did y'all see the dual relay and the quad relay, a 4-way relay that Holly just came out with?
I have one.
Oh, you got one?
A new one?
Yeah.
Well, I have the high current. You want me to show everybody?
No. The new one that just came out.
I'm not
It
sure.
looks very much like a leash relay board.
Maybe? Hold on.
It's brand new.
Brand new?
Yeah, like 4 days ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, this one's the old one, but people might not know this exists. This is one of those things where Keith was like, I'm sending you this. And I'm like, that's dumb as hell. And then I used it, and I'm like, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
This is the old guy?
Yep, that's the old one. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
This is incredible product, by the way, kids.
Yeah. So they came out with a new one, and it looks very much like a leash relay board. Maybe you guys in the comments that saw the shit fest that started from there. You know what I mean? There was an absolute shit fest about it, right? So, and yeah, here we go. There's a bunch of people chiming in. Leash copy, Leash Electronics is awesome. I got nothing against Leash Electronics. I sell their stuff. I use their stuff all the time, right? So, here's what I can say. I'm trying to find the comment where he said,
I'm going to look that thing up.
yeah, it's brand new. You find it. He said any other ECU manufacturers. So this is what I was getting at. Every single good electronics company, no matter what it is, every single good company that's got anything that's competitive at all does what's called market research, right? Which means Ford owns every single GMC and Dodge and whatever truck has ever been made, and they test them, and they're looking at them, and they're pulling them apart, and they're looking how they're built, right? Every single manufacturer of anything is looking at what their competition's doing. They have to. Okay? So if you're looking at what your competition's doing, you can obviously make a decision if you want to try to do something similar to them, or change it around a little bit, right? Or not even touch it at all. So that I'm sure that and just like Holly as a manufacturer would have, they have every other ECU ever made. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like they're out of money. You know what I mean? So it's not like they can't afford to Right. Yeah,
They just bought AEM, if people didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah, so they own AEM now. But it's called market research, right? So they buy every single thing that Hull Tech and Fuel Tech and
Summit.
and Motec.
Summit buys everybody's stuff.
Right. So, but what Holly buys it so that they can do research on it, right? And just and Hull Tech is doing the same thing as well, and Fuel Tech's doing the same thing. They're all doing the same thing, right? So, has another EFI manufacturer driven Holly to do or make changes or whatever, or come out with anything new? Probably. I don't know. I really don't know. But that relay thing.
I posted the link.
Oh, of the relay?
If you want to see if that's the right one, but it's a potted, and it takes J fuses. Is that what you're talking about?
That's it. Yep, yeah. That's it. Yep. Okay. So everybody lost their minds about this, right? Says, "Oh my god, it looks so much like the leash relay. You just ripped it, or they just ripped it off, or whatever." Not me. I didn't do this. Um, uh, I don't understand how anybody can look at this four-way relay block and think it looks exactly like a leash box. First off, you have to understand that it's a relay,
It has
right?
to look a certain way to function.
Right. So, uh, it is a relay. So when you're making a new relay, it can only be so cool. You know what I mean? Because it's a
Yeah.
fucking relay. So let's chill out here. It's still a fucking relay. You know? So many I saw so many people lose their shit, like, oh, they're ripping off leash. It's like, dude, leash fucking potted a fucking relay. That's all he did. You know? I mean, that's all that happened here, you know? Nothing
Yeah.
against Randy. I sell his product. I'm a dealer for his product. I use his product all the time. Um, honestly, I'll probably be 50-50 on what I use for leashes, dual and quad four-way relay versus Holly's. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
it depends on what the application is, you know? I hate using Staycons on leashes relay boards, but it is what it is.
Right there.
So now,
Leash
now
boy.
we gotta, I mean, I use this shit all the time. I got tons of it,
Yeah.
but it was crazy to see like people jumping on them. Like, man, what the, yeah, I don't get it. I don't know. Uh, so, oh, here's a good one. So it's late. I can't get in trouble for this one. Well, it's not trouble. It's just I don't want to start a bunch of shit. Do you mind elaborating on what happened with the old combo, the small block Ford?
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
said
had
it
the.
earlier.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what broke. Um, I had the engine refreshed after about 2.5 years of abuse. I brought a new crank, new rods, new lifters, new springs, new retainers, new intake valves, and rings and all that kind of shit, right? And bearings and all that. I brought a engine that was completely disassembled and cleaned to the old engine builder, which I'm not going to name. Somebody can put it. You guys can put it together yourself if you want to. I picked it up, got a very lofty bill for just slapping this thing back together, which was kind of strange, but whatever. Put it in the car. We made a first test hit on 28 pounds of boost. Everything seemed to be fine. We used to run this combo to 9,300 RPM and 52 pounds of boost, somewhere around there. So 26 or 28 pounds of boost, whatever we were on, is not a lot, right? Turned it up a little bit, up to about 35 pounds of boost, made it to the eighth, and it absolutely exploded. The rings were not gapped. So that's what happened. Well, what happened was it blew the lid off of one of the pistons because the rings butted. Yep. So the one piston, the rings butted and blew the lid off of the piston. And then there was 4 other pistons where the rings were stuck in the piston, like butted in the piston.
Yeah.
The pistons were all cracked, but didn't actually explode. And then the 3 pistons that I could get the rings out of measured between 12 and 18 thousandths.
Yeah, a little tight.
And you think, man, they shipped the rings out with all different like sizes. No, the rings all measured out to be the right size. The bores were all different sizes.
Oh.
And needless to say,
Lots of issues all compounded.
yeah. So I mean, I don't know why the bores were all screwed up. They weren't,
It
they
obviously
weren't
had a
supposed to be.
2-year sheet of no issues.
Right. And if the bores were screwed up, it's not like, I mean, I hope I don't strike anybody as being the type that's like, oh man, screw it, we can't afford to put a different piston in it. Like, just do it. You know what I mean? I'll pay you, whatever. Rod side clearance wasn't set. There was, there was a handful of things. So, but needless to say, I talked with the old engine builder, and I explained it, and I didn't really care for what he had to say. Um, Basically telling me that, well, this is why we like to tear them apart in house because, I don't know if you know how to read ring gap. So I said, well, you're either saying I'm an idiot or I'm a liar. And
Yeah.
that's what bothered me about the situation. So I stopped dealing with them, and now I deal with par racing engines. And they fixed my small block and then built my big block, and I couldn't be happier. So
And did they get it done in less than 3 years?
yeah. Oh yeah, yep, absolutely. Yeah, they were great. They were great. So they still are. In fact, I think I sold like 6 engines for them over the past
Oh, well,
like
good.
past like 10 days or something. You know what I mean?
I finally found a machinist. Luckily for me, he's like less than 30 minutes up the damn road, and he actually builds stuff that has oil pressure for more than 3 minutes.
Mm,
Yeah, incredible.
yeah.
He built my my stroker motor.
Oh, not bad.
He does
And you're happy with him?
K-series. Oh yeah, he's incredible. Yeah, and he turns around fast. He builds Duramaxes. He builds like one a day.
Oh, really?
He does K-series. He does LS. He does a bunch of stuff. And I have
That's really good.
tuned personally like 20 motors the guy has put together. If anybody's in the Northeast PA or close to it, Miller Engines. His name's Matt Miller. You can look him up.
Okay, good.
Does incredible
It's good.
work.
Once you find a guy that's good, man, like don't let him go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's incredible. I tell everybody to use him.
So this guy said Dominator's incredible, but I'm curious if the hardware is just out of date. Why would the hardware be out of date?
It's still good. What's incredible is how far ahead they were, or how bad everybody else is at catching up.
Right.
Because people
Right.
people are like, oh, new ECUs are coming out, and that's the same thing I wanted to ask you when it came out, because it feels like more than 10 years. And
I think it's
have
about
to
12 or something.
I have to laugh and be like, it was that good then. They still don't need to change it.
Yep.
Still.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Well, some guy just said, I wish Holly had a Nexus competitor, but we highlighted why Nexus has a little bit of flaws maybe they can fix, but having high current electrical devices in your ECU is a poor choice.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Because that was the first thing I thought of when it came out. I'm like, wow, that's cool. But then I'm like, my brain went right back to EFI Source Mike, and he's like, really bad idea. Way too much noise. He's like, even if nothing's touching or backfeeding voltage, there is just RF interference in the case now from the pixies flying around that are high current, and everything else on the board is low current. You don't want that.
So this is funny, right? So Luke commented this. He said, every time I hear people pushing fuel tech, I think of the story that I told them about a car needing nitrous to get to the chip. So this is some crazy shit, right? So y'all, if you're into nitrous or not, maybe you'll appreciate this. I don't know.
I like stacking power adders, so go ahead.
Oh, well, you couldn't really stack anything else on top of this shit. So I get this job comes in. It's like a 68 Camaro Pro Mod, like carbon body tube car, but it's, cheated up. Going to run this 484 bore space, like shootout racing, right? So it comes in with, and I don't give a shit because the guy was a fucking asshole, so I'll expose whatever the hell he had in it. You know what I mean? Like, and he dicked me around for a month.
That's why we love you.
Yeah, I mean, he dicked me around for about a month, fucking didn't want to pay me and shit. Like, and he was like up my ass to like get him in the front of the line, yada yada. It was a nightmare. So anyway, fuck him. Anyway, so he brings this engine, and it's a 767 cubic inch 484 bore space motor. So for reference, right, the typical 484 bore space is like the stock bore space of a big block Chevrolet.
Man,
okay?
It seems huge, but yeah.
Oh, it's fucking huge. Yeah, 767 is huge.
Yeah.
So the low deck of a big block Chevrolet is 9.8 inches. The tall deck version is 10.2 inches, right?
Okay.
This is a 12.2 inch deck height block.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was, I think it was either 5 7/8 or 6 3/8 stroke crank. Okay. It was fucking retarded. Okay. So
It was a
700.
1-foot deck.
Oh, it's so stupid. It's
Just
like
think about
retarded,
that
right?
for a second.
Yeah, it's wild, right? So, but this is the quest of like trying to race in the gray. You know what I mean? The gray area. So this car comes to me to wire it, right? And then I'm supposed to tune this thing.
Hmm.
So I have no info on the engine and whatnot. So I'm given the name of the engine, or like I knew who the engine builder was, but I'm given the name the engine because these are grudge racers. So like the guy who pays the bill can't be the guy who orders the engine because then like too many people will know his name. Yeah, I
That's
know.
why I hate
right?
the grudge stuff. It's
Yeah.
too much daytime drama. I don't care.
That's really what it is. That's really what it is.
Just come and floor your car. Just
Right.
stop it.
So this dude, I talked to the engine builder, and the engine builder's like, "Well, this thing was supposed to go on fuel tech," and I'm like, "Well, the customer came to me and wanted Holly in the car." He's like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "Well, there's 3 kits on there." He's like, "But you only have to race on 2, but that one kit's real small." I said, "Okay, what's that for?" He's like, "That's to put it up on the chip."
I
And
guess
I
he
was like,
doesn't know that the Holly has dedicated 8-stage nitrous control.
"Well, no, he knew."
I'm just saying, like, people don't know
he-
that. It's incredible.
Oh yeah. He was telling me that I needed to wire up this 3rd kit so that we had enough power to get the motor
yeah, I
to get to the
understand.
rev
Yeah, like a
limiter. You know what I
Supra.
mean? Yeah. So I was like, "You're telling me a 767 cubic inch fucking hog can't get to the chip?" And he's like, "No, it'll never make it to the chip
Huh.
with the converter and transmission that's behind that thing." Because they
Okay.
sold him like this whole package. You know what I mean? He's like, "It absolutely will not go." And I'm like, "There's no fucking way that this thing needs to have a 20 jet and a fogger to get to the chip." Okay. That's a 20 jet in a fogger
Yeah.
is what so
Well, 20 is like a 40 shot, so 40 times 8. I'm bad with math.
yeah, it's about 320.
Yeah, so a 320 shot is a small shot to light the turbo on a 700-inch motor.
Exactly.
Sounds right. Sounds right.
So I'm like, "There's no way I'm not doing it." So I talked to a buddy of mine he's a diehard Holly EFI guy, and he's a very smart nitrous guy. But he's been another friend of ours tunes and crew chiefs for a guy with a fuel tech car, a nitrous car. And my buddy goes and helps, and he gets paid to go, work with him and whatnot on this pro mod. And I explained this to him, and my buddy says, "Yeah, all the guys with fuel tech have to do that." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, I don't know. They're all doing it. He's like, "I
They
don't know
have
what
like
that."
a bad anti-lag strategy or something?
They have really bad fuel control.
Huh.
Apparently, the problem is that you just cannot, like, when it comes to like these big inch motors, they do a terrible job of fuel delivery because they do it all in raw, like pulse width. So I was like, "Dude, I don't need this, do I?"
Someone
He's
was
like,
just
"I don't
saying
know."
that the newest hardware or software is finally going to do VE.
Well, it'll do VE according to them, but who knows what they'll come up with? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so I wound up getting this car done. My buddy was here, and I said, "Hey, hop in this thing, fire it up." You know what I mean? So I said, "Grab the trans brake." You know what I mean? Let's make sure we're good on fluid. Or I said, "Put it in drive. Let me just check fluid level, all that kind of stuff. We're all good. No dump valves on, no nothing. Base tune up that I just built to get the car started." I said, "Just go ahead and grab the trans brake and put it on the chip." He said, "Okay." Go straight to the chip. I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I call the engine builder, and I'm like, "Dude, y'all are out of your minds. You don't need that 3rd kit. It goes right to the chip." And he's like, "How did it do that?" I was like, "What?" He really didn't believe me. It was fucking wild. I'm like, dude, he's like, "All the ones that they do with fuel tech, they needed that shit." I said, "Jesus Christ." Right. Yep. So, um, what's the fastest you think you can go by throwing 50 in the entire VE table and 999 in the closed loop table? Oof. Fuck, probably. Yeah. Yeah.
like an asshole. I was gonna say, guys, the closed loop capability is absolutely incredible. If you have enough injector, it'll do it. I've had cars with like a 20 pounds of fuel pressure going 950 when I saw on the log. Almost unbelievable things, and that's what's cool. That's why I leave the closed loop gigantic. Joe Simpson hates to do that, but we're different people. What I do is set up safeties for injector duty cycle if it gets too high. So I set up on the outputs, I set up a thing called safety, and I do like if IDC is this high, if, like a lot of if statements, and then I make the safety part of the boost cut. So it'll cut ignition if anything bad is happening. So that's part of what I
I made a video on that. I made a video on that safety setup. I don't know
Similar
if you watched
cuts, yeah.
Yeah. It works really well. It works like really, really well.
Easy enough to do, because there's a lot of things you could implement for fuel stuff. People make complicated target air fuel safeties, and I'm like, man, if you have your closed loop high, just set an injector duty cycle limit and call it a day. If you're running down the track and you're never over 60%, cut the bitch at 70 or something.
Right.
Easy.
Yep.
Yeah, like William here is saying you can do fuel pressure delta, and it doesn't matter. If injector duty's running away, you're done. The car's done. Just cut it off. All of those 70 things can be solved with IDC cut. Yeah, of course. He says you both tune the way you want. Yeah. Similarly, I wrote a base tune-up for Taylor Ray to start his Corvette with the Dominator. Yeah. And it's funny, in the video where he goes to start it and it's popping and banging and won't start, he goes, Matt's never written me a tune that doesn't start, so I probably screwed something up. And he checked his wiring, and the coil, his stuff was all under the intake. And he swapped the ignition banks.
Yeah.
So he moved all that, and it fired and idled.
Yep.
So,
and then it's really not hard, you know what I mean?
No, he took it to KSR, and Kevin's like, everything Matt does is what I do. I just do it different. So he just changed it. Everyone wants to do what they're comfortable with. You don't want to go into someone's stuff. We all have certain ways we modify ignition and things like that, and we want it to do that so we know what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agreed. I was trying to catch up on some of these comments, but like I don't read them while they're coming in, so like I don't know what the fuck this is about, so I'm just gonna skip it. You know what I mean?
What's your opinion on boiler plating? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I just do a multiplier table. Literally the way Holly says it is what I do. You can download 60 of my Holly tunes and see the scaling, spark, air, fuel, and the multiplier, and then it's easy as hell. And then here's the cool thing. He says that doesn't work. Every single car I do pump and ethanol. You tune it within 1%, and then you put you flex it up to like 60%, and you whack it again. It's in single digit correction. That means all the math is there. Nothing else you need to do. I've never had a car that wasn't spot on with the math. So that means the injector, the fuel, everything's perfect.
Yep.
So yeah, if you tune it on pump and then you whack it with flex and all the conditions are the same, you're done. And it's all the default Poly stuff they give you in the manual. So.
Yep. Yeah, that's been my experience as well.
It always blows people's mind. I mean, I do flex way more than you do. I'm just going to make that assumption.
Oh no! You do flex 1,000 times, 1,000 to 1 compared to what I do.
Yeah, so I have really nice setups for that, and yeah, it's always funny when we dump in 10 gallons of fuel on 2 gallons of pump, and you start the car, and it starts, runs, idles fine. It blows people's minds, and all you can do is smell the candy out of the exhaust. Everything's the same.
Yep.
And they're like, psh. I'm like, yeah, isn't this fucking cool?
Well, dude, people were losing their shit. Like when we were on sick week, they were like, how does that thing run so good on methanol and then so good on pump gas? And I'm like, yeah, we leave a number 10 plug in it on pump gas.
Yeah,
And they're like,
I have BR7s and everything, and they just cold start with ethanol. Like people are like, "Oh, plug's too cold, that's why it won't start." I'm like, I always have to question these people because I'm just a guy. I'm not a pro.
right.
I never
Well, I
claim
mean,
to be. I know you too are like, I don't dyno tune cars. I put
yeah,
startups in.
yeah. I mean, I just get them to start, run idle, go to the chip,
You
and
make
send them on their
no
way.
stipulations about any other part of it, then it moves.
Right,
Everything works that
right,
I put in, and it moves.
right. Yeah, because that's all. That's all that like I can literally hold myself liable for. You know what I mean? But like we run a number 10 plug in them on methanol, and like I can get them cold start, and then I watch other people like trying to cold start them on gasoline. I'm like, what are you doing? Um, Johnny Tran asked if I saw a limit for my current setup in my convertible. As far as power, I mean, I feel like if I push it too hard, I'm gonna probably wind up breaking some parts, which I probably don't want to do. You know what I mean? So I'm a big proponent of keeping it living. You know, so yeah, I don't really do much of anything with the 85 content. It's all I mean, my own car's got a flex fuel sensor on it on the pump gas side of it, and I mean it's all set up, but I don't run cat piss. I don't like the way it smells, and 93 is everywhere. Oh yeah, yep. Hmm. Oh, that's pretty sweet.
All
Why do you
right,
keep
guys,
pressing the mute
what'd you
button?
miss? What'd you miss? I was
Why do you keep
saying,
pressing the mute button?
dude, I don't know why. I just need to.
Stop.
Yeah, I try to mute for the keyboard. People are like, stop it.
Yeah.
The CAN bus board that Pete made has fuel temperature built in from the ethanol sensor. So ethanol content sensor measures the continuity of the fluid, and it outputs a frequency base from 50 to 150 hertz. 150 is 100% alcohol, 0 is 0% alcohol. The other thing it does is it has a PWM output for fuel temperature. So what he did, you get a free fuel temp sensor if you use the CAN bus board, which is extremely helpful in my opinion. If you have like you can see fuel temperature. It's not people always talk about their fuel getting hot, but no one has a temperature sensor unless they're you and you maybe have the coolant probe like in your fuel tank.
Hmm.
But yeah,
That's pretty. That's actually pretty sweet. Like,
it's a
it,
freebie.
yeah. Um, um, yes, I do run a deadhead fuel system on my pump gas setup. Um,
Evans talked about using a blow off valve for turbo control. He said it's the same as the 3-port. You just pulse it to knock off the excess.
yeah.
Really?
So what Biggin's using and what Pete's working with on Biggin's car is they're using the electronic wastegate
On the
on the
cold
charge pipe.
side. Yep.
Yep, and they have no wastegates on the engine,
I
like on
heard
the hot
about it.
side.
Yeah, they just let them
Um,
spin max.
it's a struggle.
I
We'll just say
wonder
that.
about overspinning the turbo in a setup like that.
You probably eventually will
Yeah.
once you actually want to start making. You know what I mean?
Someone just said that. Yeah, William just said, "How do you prevent overspeed?" You can't, because the more you're
Yeah, there's really
bleeding,
nothing you can do about it. Right,
the more it's spinning to catch up.
right. Instead of bleeding it off on the backside, there's probably some benefit to it when you're like really are trying to get every ounce of power out of that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Um, but I think that the learning curve is pretty steep, and I don't know if it's worthwhile. You know
Just
what
like
I mean?
E-gate guys right now are like boost creeping and smashing their cut and smashing engines and yeah.
I would never run that E-gate shit.
Yeah, right now it's not there.
Yeah.
It's funny how good a fucking mechanical plunger is from 1960.
It works really good.
Incredible.
Yep, it works really good. Yeah. Learning curve sounds expensive. Splitting blocks.
It is.
Exactly.
It is. Look at the boosted boys.
Do you think you can overgate a setup? In my opinion, no.
I never have. What you'll get is probably less boost than you're anticipating, but it'll work fine.
Yeah, if you've got CO2 on it, it's fine. You know what I mean? You can absolutely undergate them. And I'll tell you this, if the combo is going on methanol and it's over 400 inches, it needs dual 60 plus millimeter gates.
So much exhaust energy, so much,
Yep.
What's that called? But yeah.
Volume,
yeah. That's why E85 car, it's nice. Ethanol gives you more exhaust volume.
Yep. Yeah.
More
Then when you
fuel
go to
going
methanol,
in, more exhaust gas coming out.
Yep.
Yeah, priority is extremely important. Both of them are a factor, but priority is, if you prioritize a setup that creeps, it'll go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unless you just have too small of gates.
Of course.
I was honestly tempted to put a third gate in mine.
Johnny Trans just said the issue with E-gates is they don't fail open. I didn't know that.
Correct.
They'll fail close. That's a terrible idea.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
Oh, dump stuff. You're going to have to chime in on dumps like Squirrel Tuned.
Jesus.
I don't know shit.
I know a thing or two. So I keep dump valves pretty simple, right? Keep it simple, stupid. I control converter charge pressure with a orifice in this fitting, so that we never exceed X. If we exceed X, there's also a pop-off valve with another bypass, so that it absolutely will never exceed the second threshold, right?
Danger
So let's just say.
zone.
So I like to try to control converter charge pressure on the 235 tire at right in the neighborhood of like 80 pounds. Okay, my regulator. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm there too.
Yeah, my regulator is set to 110. Okay, so the pop-off valve will open at 110 if we ever get to 110. I don't want to be. I want to be at 80 pounds. Like that's the goal, right? On the 235s. So that's based off of the jet size that gets drilled in this bleed that goes back to the pan. Okay. Then in that circuit, we have two dump valves. So, yeah, that's what we do. So you said, heard some people will regulate down to 60 PSI or so and dump down into single digits. The 60 pounds and then falling down in the single digits, it'll go down into single digits in the top of the gear if you've got a good torque converter. Because that means the converter's full, right? And that's when the converter will start to couple. So I probably need to do some more videos on this to answer some of these questions.
That's complex stuff.
Yeah, and you know, that's the bummer about making like videos about some of this stuff is because like I feel as if when you like the stuff that's like really basic and simple, you get like really good feedback from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
People
then when
are
it gets to this
good
stuff, it's situational is the big.
Yeah, and then all it usually does is turn into like a whole bunch of fucking questions and bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to be there to deal with it, unfortunately.
Well, the thing is that like if I make a video on like how to, like I made one video on like how I use dump valves to get a car to go down a racetrack, right? And it turned into, can you look at my logs?
Help me fix why mine doesn't work since you made a video, yeah.
Right. And like that's a shame because like all it does is just it just drives me away from wanting to do more of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's creating work. It's enough work to make the video.
Right. I do have a video on showing data from dump valves, but not necessarily 100% converter charge pressure control. You know what I mean? That's you. Oh no, actually, that I would think that low pressure is an empty converter. No, it means we can exchange fluid very efficiently, which means that converter is locked up. So, because we're measuring it on the exhaust side. So
I'm done here, guys.
Yeah, I'm whooped.
5 hours and 30 minutes. I'm done. My brain.
It's every
isn't
fucking
working.
time I'm on here. You know what I mean?
My brain. Wait till Troy gets on here and we're all cackling till 7 a.m.
Yeah. Well, make sure that you let me know when that's going to happen, and I will. I'll make sure that I eat right beforehand too. You know.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for joining in, everybody. Thanks for Devin for dropping knowledge bombs.
I try.
I'm gonna take some ibuprofen or something.
Yeah.
My head's.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and go to sleep. I'm gonna turn my alarm off in the morning.
That sounds good. That sounds like
I ain't waking up at 4:30, so that's not happening. All right. See you.
See you later, everybody. Bye bye.